네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 인천국제공항공사가 주최하는 제5회 세계 항공 컨퍼런스에 함께해 주시는 귀빈 여러분들께 감사의 말씀 드립니다. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 5th Annual World Aviation Conference hosted by Incheon International Airport Corporation. First of all, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to all the participants for joining us today. My name is Kim Dae and I'll be your MC for today's conference. 저는 오늘 컨퍼런스 진행의 아나운서 김다혜입니다. 먼저 인사드리겠습니다. 오늘 함께 하시는 세계 항공 컨퍼런스는 항공 분야 글로벌 오피니언 리더들을 모시고 식견을 나누는 자리입니다. 5회차를 맞는 이번 컨퍼런스는 바로 오늘 인천공항의 개항 20주년을 기념해 개최되어서 더욱더 의미가 남다르다라고 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 제5회 세계 항공 컨퍼런스는 포스트 코로나 시대의 항공산업, Innovation Beyond Boundaries, The New Airport Paradigm을 주제로 해서 코로나19로 인해 전례 없는 피해를 입은 항공산업의 회복을 촉진하고 코로나 이후에 또 우리가 대비를 하기 위해서 국가 간, 산업 간 경계를 뛰어넘는 협력과 혁신을 모색할 예정입니다. 코로나19에 따른 사회적 거리두기를 고려해서 이곳 컨퍼런스장에는 제한된 인원만 함께하고 계십니다. 하지만 온라인으로 더욱더 많은 분들 모시기 위해서 인천국제공항 공식 유튜브 채널을 통해서 진행되는 모든 순서 생중계해드리고 있습니다. 한국어와 영어 두 개의 언어로 제공해드리니까요. 원하시는 언어의 중계 영상에 접속하셔서 함께해 주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. The conference offers both Korean and English channels on YouTube, so please access the channel that offers your preferred language and stay with us. Thank you. 시작에 앞서서 오늘 제5회 세계 항공 컨퍼런스를 위해 귀한 발걸음 해주신 내빈 여러분들께 감사의 말씀 드립니다. 그리고 무대 뒤편에 보시면요. 국내와 또 해외에서 150여 명이 넘는 온라인 청중단 여러분들께서 함께하고 계십니다. 잠시 무대 뒤편 봐주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. And also we have over 150 participants joining us at home and abroad. Why we don't wave our hands to greet each other? 여러분 손을 들어 서로에게 인사 주실까요? Welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us once again. 네, 다시 한번 함께해 주심에 감사의 말씀 드립니다. 그러면 먼저 오늘 이렇게 소중한 자리 마련해 주신 인천국제공항공사 김경욱 사장님께서 개회의 말씀으로 컨퍼런스의 문을 열어주시겠습니다. And from now on, President and CEO of Incheon International Airport Corporation, Mr. 경욱 Kim will deliver us his welcome speech. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kyung-wook Kim, the new CEO of Incheon International Airport Corporation. I was appointed to this position last February, and actually today is my debut to the international event. Today, March 29, is the 20th anniversary of Incheon International Airport. On this meaningful day, it is my great honor and pleasure to host the World Aviation Conference. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 situation is continuing, and I am sorry that we can only meet online. If it were not for the pandemic, hundreds of experts could come today to share professional views, insights. However, untagged, touchless is a new normal these days, and I hope we can make as excellent results through online as we could in offline. Today, we have many special guests. I would express my deepest thanks to Mr. Byun Chang-hum, Minister of Ministry of Land Infrastructure and Transport of the Korean government. Mr. Stefano Baronci, Director General of ACI Asia Pacific, and Mr. De Oliveira, Director General of ACI World. Despite of their busy schedules, these three VIPs will be giving us congratulatory talks today. And I would like to express special gratitude to Mr. Salvatore Seacitiano, President of ACAO Council. President Seacitiano kindly accepted our request for the keynote speech. And also, I would like to thank our speakers who are attending home and abroad, despite the time differences. And I thank everyone participating online and offline, and hope every participant enjoys this conference. As I mentioned today, we celebrate the 20th anniversary of Incheon Airport. For the last 20 years, since opening in year 2001, Incheon Airport has achieved marvelous growth and became a top-ranking international hub. In the oncoming 20 years, Incheon International Airport is eager to make even more progress by connecting people, cultures, and opening the door to a better future. However, now, because of the coronavirus, international airways are closed, which means huge losses for airports, aviation, and tourism industries. Sadly, Incheon Airport is not an exception. We have to overcome COVID-19. For this, every airport, aviation company, and international entities like ACAO and ACI should cooperate and encourage each other in fighting against COVID. Above all, we should put top priority in protecting our passengers and staff members. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's conference, we'll discuss various topics reflecting such thought. I hope our speakers will give us good insights that will steer us toward a successful rebound of the aviation industry. I hope this conference will be helpful for us to get our everyday lives back and human connections recovered. I wish the best of luck to everybody with us today. Thank you very much.
네, 김경욱 사장님 말씀 감사합니다. 우리 항공업계가 직면한 변화와 또 앞으로 나아가야 할 방향, 그리고 도전에 대해 전문가들의 식견을 나누는 귀한 논의의 장 마련해 주심에 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드립니다. Thank you very much, President Kim. 이어서 제5회 세계 항공 컨퍼런스의 개최를 축하하기 위해 국토교통부 변창흠 장관님께서 영상을 통해 축사 전해 주셨습니다. And next we have a welcome speech from His Excellency Changhum Byun, the Minister of Land Infrastructure and Transport.
여러분 반갑습니다. 대한민국 국토교통부 장관 변창흠입니다. 명실상부한 대한민국 제1회 관문공항인 인천국제공항의 개항 20주년과 이를 기념한 제5회 세계 항공 컨퍼런스 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 뜻깊은 자리를 마련해 주신 김경욱 인천국제공항공사 사장님, 기조연설을 맡아주신 살바토레 사치타노 아이카오 의장님을 비롯해 컨퍼런스에 참여해 주신 전문가 여러분과 세계 항공 가족들께 깊이 감사드립니다. 아울러 컨퍼런스 개최를 축하해 주신 루이스 펠리페 데 올리베이라 국제공항협의회 세계본부 사무총장님과 스테파노 바론치 국제공항협의회 아시아태평양본부 사무총장님께 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 코로나19로 전 세계 하늘길이 막히면서 지구촌의 연결과 교류를 책임져온 항공산업이 전례 없는 위기에 직면해 있습니다. 코로나19가 1년 넘게 장기화되면서 항공수요 회복은 여전히 더디기만 합니다. 막혔던 하늘길이 다시 활짝 열고 항공산업이 마주한 위기를 뛰어넘기 위해서는 항공여행이 안전하다는 신뢰를 되찾는 일이 무엇보다 중요합니다. 공항과 항공기 방역의 새로운 기준과 기술이 마련되고 여행 제한의 단계적 완화, 면역 여권의 도입 등 당면한 현안에 대한 신속하고도 신중한 조치가 취해져야 합니다. 이는 항공 관련 국제기구들과 정부, 공항, 항공사 등 항공 운송에 참여하는 모든 주체들 간의 긴밀한 소통과 협력이 필요한 일입니다. 그런 의미에서 공동의 노력을 통한 항공산업 위기 극복 방안을 모색하고 다가올 미래를 위한 혁신을 함께 논의할 이번 컨퍼런스가 더없이 소중하고 뜻깊게 느껴집니다. 다양한 분야의 깊은 식견을 가지고 계신 각국의 많은 전문가분들께서 발표와 토론에 함께 해주신 만큼 세계 항공산업의 회복을 위한 심도 있는 방안이 모색되기를 기대합니다. 대한민국 국토교통부는 여러분의 제안과 현장의 목소리를 귀담아 듣고 항공 회복을 위한 정책 마련에 더욱 많은 노력을 기울이겠습니다. 또한 앞으로도 아이카오의 방역 및 회복 지침을 충실히 이행하며 필요한 모든 조치에 적극적으로 협조할 것입니다. 개항 20주년을 맞아 열린 이번 컨퍼런스를 다시 한번 진심으로 축하드리며 세계 항공 컨퍼런스가 항공업계의 협력과 값진 교류의 자리로 지속되기를 응원하겠습니다. 행사 준비에 애써주시고 또 함께 해주신 모든 분들의 건강과 행복을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 장관님 귀한 말씀 전해주심에 감사의 말씀 드립니다. 그리고 전 세계 공항들의 협의체인 국제공항협의회 ACI 세계본부의 루이스 펠리페 데 올리베이라 사무총장님께서 역시 축사 전해주셨습니다. And it is my great pleasure to introduce Director General Luis Felipe de Oliveira of the ACI World, who will give us his welcome speech.
On behalf of ACI World, I would like to offer my sincerest congratulations to Incheon International Airport Corporation and all your employees for celebrating the 20th anniversary. It's not a surprise for you all that Incheon is one of my preferred airports, and the experience to visit your facilities is always on top of my mind. In addition, we really appreciate your support and untiring dedication to our dynamic industry, and we continue to work closely together in the efforts to build back better. As we embark in the long road to recovery, collaboration and consistency between all players in the aviation industry will be vital to continue to increase passenger confidence and safely welcome them back. As we pivot from managing the current crisis to preparing for tomorrow's opportunities, it's clear that recovery will be boosted if passengers continue to have the confidence in the health and safety of air transport, knowing that we are focusing on the customer experience. So, with this in mind, I would also like to take this opportunity to celebrate your achievement in becoming the world's first airport to achieve the Level 4 Airport Customer Experience Accreditation. Incheon has an exemplary record in customer experience management, and we are very grateful for your participation and active contribution to the development of the new Level 4 accreditation. We are focused on support our members and work with our partners to ensure that the industry will emerge strong. Now is our chance to think strategically and take a systematic approach to understand, evaluate, and adapt to meet the changing expectations of the travelers in a way that encourages people to fly again. We need to continue to listen to the passengers and better understand their needs in order to redesign the end-to-end passenger journey and better prepare for the future. Congratulations once again, and I look forward to continue our collaborative approach as we prepare for the future. Kashahanida. Thank you very much.
네. 사무총장님 축하의 말씀 전해주심에 감사의 말씀 드립니다. 마지막으로 국제공항협의회 ACI 아태본부의 스테파노 바론치 사무총장님께서 지금 실시간 화상 연결로 함께해주고 계시는데요. 축사 청해 듣기 위해서 화면을 통해 모셔보겠습니다. And last but not least, Director General Stefano Baronci of the ACI Asia Pacific will deliver us his welcome speech. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Honorable Minister, dear Mr. Kyung-Wook Kim, distinguished guests and friends at Incheon International Airport. On behalf of ACI Asia Pacific and of the more than 600 airports that we represent in Asia and the Middle East, we are honored to join you today for the 5th Annual World Aviation Conference, which also coincides with Incheon International Corporation 20th anniversary. 축하합니다. We certainly wish circumstances were different for our industry. We are living in an era of dramatic change and need to reset or recalibrate what we do at all levels of our professional and even private life. Your country clearly stands out in the global COVID-19 response compared to other developed economies worldwide. The proverbial fame of Incheon to test new ideas and anticipate trends has been once again proven by its speed in putting in place state-of-the-art public health measures and procedures that have been successful in mitigating the risk of transmission. Last August, Incheon was the very first member airport in Asia Pacific to achieve the airport health accreditation, just 1 month after the program was launched by ACI and endorsed by ICAO. Your ambition to grow even beyond border has not diminished. The recent investment at Batam Airport, in one of the fast-growing market in the world, Indonesia, reflects your well-pondered but also positive attitude to take risk. And attitude is altitude. The success achieved by your airport over your 20 years of existence in terms of volume of traffic and countless number of awards received are strong testament of your robust management and entrepreneurial spirit. The secret of these achievements is both to learn from the past, but also, and more importantly, to look beyond at the future. As said by Winston Churchill, never waste a good crisis. COVID-19 is a good test of whether the leadership principles we hold true in normal time apply in a crisis. The foundation which we laid over the past years is not to be taken for granted. Success is never final, and failure is never fatal. One should never get over-enthusiastic when things are going well, nor be too despondent when things are down. This balanced perspective plays out in times like this. Hence, I very much look forward to hearing about candid deliberations and innovative ideas from our peers and industry leaders on what the aviation industry needs to do to cope with the changes ahead. You are continuing to demonstrate leadership for the industry through this World Aviation Conference event. And with that, I wish you everyone a fruitful conference and hope we are able to meet in person very soon. 감사합니다.
네, 스테파노 바론치 사무총장님 귀한 말씀 감사드립니다. Thank you very much, sir. Your kind words warmed our hearts and it was truly inspiring. 지금부터는 국제 민간 항공기구 아이카오의 살바토레 시아치타노 의장님께서 기조 연설 진행해 주시겠습니다. Now let us invite President Salvatore Siacitano of the Council from the International Civil Aviation Organization for his keynote speech.
Dear participants in the 5th World Aviation Conference, please let me thank Mr. Kyung-Wook Kim, President of Incheon International Airport Corporation, for the very kind invitation to provide these keynote remarks today to this 5th World Aviation Conference. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, Mr. Chang Byon, and the Government of the Republic of Korea for hosting this event. I also wish to acknowledge our former representative of Korea, Ambassador Yoon-jae Lee, whose contributions and participations in various committees have greatly assisted the deliberations of the ICAO Council. Allow me to congratulate the entire Incheon team on the 20th anniversary of this world-renowned facility. I would be remiss to begin my address today without mentioning the implications of COVID-19 on air transport. The latest ICAO economic impact analysis of COVID-19 on civil aviation reveals that the global seat capacity offered by airlines in 2020 closed out at 50% down from 2019 levels, and that the number of passengers fell by 60%, or 2.7 billion, compared to the 4.5 billion in 2019. This brings passengers traffic back to 2003 levels. Entering into 2021, virus resurgence and related shutdowns put a halt to air travel recovery globally. February marked another month of deterioration in air traffic across all regions, and the domestic travel further decreased. Here, in the Asia-Pacific region, overall capacity in 2020 was reduced by 45%, and the passengers' numbers dropped by 55%. International and domestic traffic, meanwhile, declined by 80% and 45% respectively. The precipitous decline in air traffic has created severe liquidity strains for all aviation stakeholders. Airlines, airports, air navigation service providers, and airspace manufacturers have all faced tremendous challenges, as have others throughout the air transport value chain. Since the onset of the COVID-19 outbreak, the aviation industry has taken a series of self-help steps, both financial and operational, to control costs, maximize liquidity, and increase operational efficiency. But it's equally important that states take appropriate actions to stabilize and support the beleaguered aviation industry, whether through direct or indirect financial support, regulatory relief, or operational flexibility. Importantly, there is no one-size-fits-all solution where financial support is concerned. Different measures come with varying implications and constraints, and governments should always be seen as a last resort after aviation companies have exhausted all other options for relief or recapitalization. 12 states and industry cope with the economic fallout of the pandemic. ICAO has developed new guidance on economic and financial measures. This document summarizes a range of possible measures that can be explored by states and companies, both to address immediate needs and strengthen the sector's resilience to future crises. The post-pandemic era will undoubtedly bring challenges alongside uptake in air traffic. It is therefore necessary to ensure that these challenges we can reasonably anticipate now are addressed and kept in scope. Looking ahead, the ICAO Council Aviation Recovery Task Force, CART, has identified 3 key areas which require the continued coordination and commitment of states, UN agencies, international and regional organizations, and industry. The first of these is the planning of national risk management strategies to gradually reduce reliance on public health measures and reactivate economic activities. These so-called exit strategies will require national decision makers to focus on aviation's long-standing role as an enabler and multiplier of economic recovery and growth. The second area concerns the potentially profound implications of COVID-19 on traditional transport sector, whether in terms of business models or operations. The new normal post-pandemic will likely see new passengers' priorities solidifying in terms of personal health and the carbon footprint of their flights. And this customer preference will require new types of operations, fleet management, and pricing approaches. We also do not know whether the long-haul business travel will ever recover to what it was pre-pandemic. Before the widespread use of a virtual meeting platform, but most expect that this economic backbone for many airlines will no longer be able to fulfill that role. And in addition to all of these factors, we are undergoing a digital transformation of the sector characterized by new challenges in terms of both innovation and integration. And this will only accelerate as we seek to address passenger screening, unmanned aviation, and many other expectations. The third key area of the Council Task Force has identified concerns the priority for us to learn together from COVID-19 to improve overall air transport crisis preparedness, enhance economic and environmental sustainability, and enable smarter operations. Building a more resilient international civil aviation system will require intra- and cross-sectorial cooperation and alignment, while as usual accounting for the sovereignty and authority of states and their variety capacities to meet operational, technological, and regulatory requirements. 12 countries explore the specifics of these and other challenges. The Council has decided to convene a high-level conference on COVID-19 this coming October. The conference will consider short and long-term implications engendered by the crisis, proposals for states to use in tackling safety, operational and economic challenges, and streamlined policies responses to address post-pandemic priorities in aviation. It will also provide an opportunity to share experiences among states and the industry and to strengthen and demonstrate multilateral cooperation while augmenting states' individual and collective engagements. Some additional priorities we must pay very careful attention to concern the need for greater levels of membership and cooperation under the ICAO CAPSCA framework for infectious disease preparedness. The continuing need of pilots and other skilled personnel to meet the licensing and accreditation requirements, and the potential safety risk we may face as airline, airport, air navigation service providers, and other business restart measure operations in condition of economic hardship. Before concluding, I wish to recall that just last week, the ICAO Council concluded its 222nd session, where the CARB-3 phase global amendments were endorsed, and significant progress also continued in areas concerning CO2 aviation emission reduction. The integration of a remotely piloted aircraft system into the International Air Transport Regulatory Framework, a new structure for ICAO cybersecurity activities, and the adoption of a new declaration on gender equality, among others. Some high-level diplomatic matters related to international space restrictions were also resolved. I bring up these updates to help remind us that even as the pandemic has brought much of air transport to a halt, the business of international aviation still continues, and in a manner which is bringing our community together as never before at the global and the regional level. I wish to commend the Republic of Korea and the fellow Asia-Pacific states for their resilience and responsiveness in face of the pandemic. And ask you to build on the strengths we have established to confront the pandemic together, to make air transport in this region even safer, more integrated, and more sustainable than ever before. I also wish to assure you that when the vaccines have done their work and the shadow of COVID-19 has lifted, people everywhere will take to the skies again to explore and to learn and to trade via the international connections by which modern civilian aircraft bring our peoples and the culture uniquely together. Thank you again for the kind invitation to help introduce your event today, and I wish you a very productive and engaging conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 살바토레 시아치타노 의장님 유익한 기조 연설 전해주심에 감사의 말씀 드립니다. 앞서 말씀드린 것처럼 제5회 세계항공 컨퍼런스를 위해서 많은 분들께서 귀한 발걸음 해주셨습니다. 이 소중한 순간 기억할 수 있도록 잠시 무대 위로 모셔서 기념 촬영 진행하고자 합니다. 내빈 여러분께서는 잠시 무대 앞쪽으로 자리해 주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. 세계항공 컨퍼런스는 명실상부
Annual World Aviation Conference has grown into the world's premier aviation conference. Especially this year, we have the 5th conference, and it will indeed be an opportunity for all of us in the industry to take a look at solutions for the current challenges that we are facing together. Please join us up front for a commemorative photo.
그리고 항공산업 발전을 위한 지식 정보 공유회장을 마련해 주신
Thank you very much to the Incheon International Airport Corporation for preparing this venue, and thank you to all those who have joined us today. We are now ready for the commemorative photo.
우리 항공업계가 위기를 기회로 삼아서
I do hope that the aviation industry will be able to recover from this challenge for a new strive forward with the help of all of you here today. We look forward to a bright smile for the camera. The camera is towards the center of the room.
네, 우리 기자님들 다 촬영하셨을까요?
So, are we ready? Have we all taken our pictures?
하겠습니다.
We need to continue taking our pictures.
여러분 큰 박수로 그 힘을 함께 실어주시기 바랍니다. 큰 박수
Please
보내주시기
join
바랍니다.
in with a big round of applause. For those of you who are participating online as well, we look forward to a big round of applause to encourage the aviation industry to move forward in this time of crisis. Thank you very much.
잠시만 내빈 여러분 자리에 계셔 주시고요.
We would like to ask you to remain on the stage because this time we will be taking a picture with all of the online participants. We have participants from around the world.
Different countries. We would like to take a photo all together. So all the online participants, please look at your camera. We would like to capture this precious moment. 1, 2, 3, cheese. 하나, 둘, 셋, 파이팅! 네, 고맙습니다. 내빈 여러분 자리로 모시겠습니다.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very
Please
much all
take
the
your
participants
seats.
joining us today. 다시 한번 컨퍼런스 함께해 주신 내빈 여러분과 또 온라인으로 참석해 주신 청중단 분들께 감사의 말씀 올립니다. 서로를 환영하고 또 오늘 컨퍼런스가 끝 시간까지 유익하게 진행될 수 있도록 함께 힘써 주시기 바랍니다. 그러면 이어서 오늘 컨퍼런스를 위해 특별히 자리해 주신 분들 모시고 특별 대담을 진행하겠습니다. 전 세계 참가자들과 함께하는 국제 행사인 만큼 지금부터는 영어로 진행되는 점 양해해 주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. 통역 수신기 착용하시고 함께해 주시면 되겠고요. 채널 1번이 한국어입니다. Once again, thank you very much all the participants for attending today's conference. Today we have very special guests for the 5th annual World Aviation Conference. We have Mr. Thomas Frey, founder and executive director of the Da Vinci Institute, who is one of the best futurists selected by Google. And it is my great honor to introduce Dr. Ji-Yoon Kim. She is one of the most renowned political analysts here in Korea. Two special guests will make the special dialogue on the topic of recalibrating the aviation industry for the coming era of dramatic change. Please allow me to invite Dr. Ji-Yoon Kim on the stage. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. 여러분 큰 박수로 맞아주시기 바랍니다.
Good morning, honorable Mr. and Ms. Speakers and distinguished guests and audience out there. I can see you all on the line. Hi, everybody. Hi. Well, first of all, I'd like to welcome you all to the 2021 Annual World Aviation Conference, and also congratulations to the opening of the Incheon International Airport. My name is Ji-Yoon Kim, and I'm very honored to be a moderator of the first session. I remember that my parents were among those who so welcomed the opening of the Incheon International Airport 20 years ago. I was a graduate student in the States, and of course I was flying back and forth between the US and Korea. They said it was a really well established and new and clean, grandiose airport. But truth was, they never had to see me up and pick me up at the airport and come to all the way to the airport. That was a real reason. They loved the airport, actually. Anyway, it is a really beautiful airport, and everybody understands that. As COVID-19 broke out, there's one thing clear. We cannot go back, and the world has changed for good. Virus left us with many questions, and as a political scientist, I have a question like, is globalization over? And under the crisis like a pandemic, is international cooperation is more important than the national interest? And also, how the pandemic will affect the future, and more importantly, what will the future look like after the pandemic? And we have invited the best person who can give you the answer to all those questions. We have futurist Thomas Frey of Da Vinci Institute. He started his career as an engineer at the IBM, where he received 270 awards, which made him the most award-winning engineer. And now he is Google's top-rated futurist speaker. As a founder and executive director of Da Vinci Institute, he brings a clear and insightful vision of the future ahead to the audience around the world. Today, Mr. Frey is going to present the lecture titled Recalibrating the Aviation Industry, Entering the Era of Dramatic Change. So without further ado, please welcome Mr. Thomas Frey with a warm applause.
Thank you. It is a tremendous honor to be here with you today. I actually, last year, I pretty much had my wings clipped because I normally travel to 8 to 10 countries every year. And I was able to travel to Korea one time last year. I arrived in August and left in September. And I got to understand firsthand how the international air transportation industry had changed. And it is quite dramatically how things have shifted. I always look at ways that the world is changing, and I'm always looking for indicators and different signs. And the way I look at things is I look at what's getting traction, because I'm hearing lots of noise out there. I'm hearing lots of things happening over here and lots of things happening over there. But how do you focus on what's actually going to make some changes? And I look at what's getting traction. And it's a way that I use a process that I use for separating the good intentions from the really game-changing technologies. And we're seeing surprisingly a lot of glowing emerging technologies in the middle of all of the pandemic here. But one example I'd like to use here is that in 2016, when Elon Musk introduced the Tesla Model 3, this is what I refer to as the most successful product launch in all history. This was announced through Twitter, and basically people didn't know anything about this car. They didn't know anything what it was going to look like or what any of the specs were for the engine. And all of a sudden, over the next couple months, over 450,000 people put down money to be on a waiting list for this car, and many of them waited for over 2 years to get this car. This, in my mind, is kind of the ultimate product launch that virtually nobody else has ever experienced. But the cars that we drive today have actually been in development for over 120 years, just as the planes that we fly today have been in development for over 100 years. But for the past 120 years, the cars have been designed around one central function, and that's driving. So everybody that's been designing cars for the last 120 years has been focused on that one activity. And so as we move into the driverless era, people are no longer going to be driving. So the people that were designing cars were focused on this human relationship between the human driver and the steering wheel, the human driver and the dashboard and the pedals on the floor. And we have lots of scientific research and studies that were done to kind of enumerate what those relationships were, all these anthropometric measurements and all this statistical data. But as we move into the future, people are no longer going to drive. So the people that are designing cars are focused on other activities that happen in a car. And then you have to ask this question, is it the same job? Now, this is an important question to ask because as we move into the future, we're going to see lots of shifts like this. And we're going to be asking that same question. Is it the same job? We now have the ability to be far more unique, niche focused, and specialized than ever before in history. And then it brings up the question of how do we manage this, our own hyper-individuality? So if we look back at how things have transitioned over the past year, what things did you do in 2019 that you couldn't do last year and you can't do yet today? A lot of people went to concerts, they went to festivals, comedy clubs, the cruise industry has been sidelined. A lot of empty skies because not nearly as many aircraft are flying. Parades on Main Street have all been delayed. Professional sport events basically don't have anybody in the audience yet. Movie theaters are pretty much empty still. And then business expos that were driving lots of the transportation industry have also been waylaid. They're not happening as of yet. And so we've tried to create digital versions of each of these things, but we haven't done a good job of that. See, we're a very backward-looking society. We're backward-looking because it's just human nature. We've all personally experienced the past. As we look around us, we see evidence of the past all around us. In fact, all information we come into contact with is essentially history. So the past is very knowable, and yet we're going to be spending the rest of our lives in the future. So it's almost as if we're walking backwards into the future. My job as a futurist is to help turn people around and give them some idea of what the future might hold. So how does the future get created? Well, the future gets created in the minds of everybody around us. We all participate in creating the future, but certainly some of us have much more influence than others. But people make decisions today based on their understanding of what the future holds. So I use this phrase quite a bit. The future creates the present. This is just the opposite of what most people think. Most people think that what we're doing today is somehow going to create the future, but from a little different perspective, it's these images of the future that we hold in our head determine our actions today. So here's the key thing. If we change someone's vision of the future, we change the way they make decisions today. So that's part of my goal. Part of my goal is to help you rethink how the world is taking shape, moving into the future, and change the way you make decisions today. As Google founder Larry Page says, is the main reasons companies fail is that they miss the future. And we pretty much all missed the pandemic, the timing, the implications, how it affect us. We didn't plan that well at all. COVID-19 has been a very dark time in human history. But during times of great chaos come great opportunities. And so I encourage you to start looking on the opportunity side of this equation. See, we're experiencing the biggest job transition in all history. This period that I refer to as the Great Reboot has given us time to think. And as people have sat back and they thought, is this really where I want to be in my life at this point in history? Most people are looking for more meaning and more purpose in their life. And so they're taking on new jobs in hopes of achieving that. So I'm going to go through 10 long-term trends in the aviation industry, and I'll go through them quickly here, and then I'll take a little bit more time on each of them here. But this will be the most expensive crisis in human history, and it definitely affects the aviation industry. We're becoming an increasingly fluid society while simultaneously becoming more connected and more capable and far more accomplished. Working from home is altering the demand for business travel. Airport proximity is taking a lower priority. Air taxis will soon be creating a hyper-individualized air transportation market. Drone deliveries coupled with air taxis will drive demand for many airports. Contact phobia will drive the demand for a touchless travel experience. Autonomous transportation will become the most disruptive technology in all history, and I'll explain that much in more detail here. Tube transportation will cause airports to become mixed modal transportation hubs, much more so than today. And digital twin technology will soon remove pilots from aircrafts and become the monitoring system for all things driverless. All right. Globally, the poor are getting poorer and the vulnerable becoming more vulnerable. At the same time, over 100 million more people have been cast into the ranks of extreme poverty. This will be the most expensive crisis in all human history. Businesses were simply never designed to be shut down and restarted months later. This has been a very trying time. And it's impossible to have this many top-down decisions without creating a massive number of unintended consequences. Our increased awareness of the world means that everybody's watching while we're making our choices and our decisions. Number two, we're becoming an increasingly fluid society while simultaneously becoming more connected, more capable, and far more accomplished. If we look at Starlink as one indicator, 40% of the world doesn't have stable internet today. 4 billion potentially new users, mostly non-English speaking and mostly poor. But entrepreneurs everywhere will have unfettered access to the global internet irrespective of their government telecom monopolies. So this has monopoly breaking capabilities, but we'll see how that transitions here. Starlink has plans to launch 30,000 satellites, and they currently have over 1,000 in the sky, in space at the moment. But there are a lot of Starlink competitors. Amazon, the Kuiper system, is going to launch over 3,200. OneWeb 2,000, Iridium 66. Samsung has plans for over 4,600. China has plans for over 10,000. So we're going to see lots of satellites in space and lots of new communication options that we didn't have in the past. This is going to connect us in ways and give us capabilities that we never dreamed of in the past. So competing in a networked world, the key to competitive advantage is no longer the sum of all efficiencies, but the sum of all connections. I encourage you to think through this because this is really a profound statement. Work from home is altering the demand for business travel, and it's changing how we do our work. The rise of remote workers is leading people to reprioritize what is important to them. By focusing on outcomes, employers help people make time count instead of simply counting time. And workers will do what needs to be done rather than wasting time just trying to look busy. There's lots of, in a big corporate workspace, there's lots of theater that takes place, and that's pretty much gone now. So the tools that enable asynchronous work are the most important things globally for remote teams. And as we're learning to work from home, we're learning to be much more independent, less dependent on travel from one city to another. And health and well-being have now taken a much higher priority because of COVID. A lack of commute will give workers 25 extra days a year to do other things. World-class people will move to smaller cities, have lower cost of living and higher quality of life. We're seeing that happen as people are making these transitions from one city to the next. So as a result, airport proximity is taking a lower priority because people now have confidence that they can work from home, they can live anywhere, and making these daily, weekly, monthly commutes to the airport is probably going to take a much lower priority for them. So we're seeing a de-urbanization happening as people move from the big cities into the rural communities, and high-income workers that are moving to the outlying locations to support rural economies. The three traffic hubs of North America, Europe, and Asia are going to become much more diffused. In the process, we're going to start seeing air taxis take off. And there's a huge amount of activity in the air taxi space right now. So air taxis are going to soon be creating this hyper-individualized air transportation market. They'll become increasingly common in the 2025 to 2030 time range. Here's a quick video here to give you an idea of how this might happen. Soon, major cities will have over 50,000 drones flying overhead on a daily basis. And cities and counties will employ fleets of scanning drones, and they're going to be creating digital models of their cities as these drones fly overhead. And these digital models will increase in resolution one after another over time. And we're very soon going to start creating what I refer to as search engines for the physical world. Now, these search engines for the physical world, after we create more and more sensors that we add to everything around us, we're going to start seeing sensors that can detect everything from smells to taste to barometric pressures to harmonic vibrations, reflectivity, textures, specific gravity. Now, we won't have to know how these search engines are doing things. We don't have to know the science in the background. All we have to know is that they're getting good results. And so as we start employing search engines for the physical world, we're going to start seeing things, putting in queries into the search engines like, where is that dog with rabies right now? What is the heaviest traffic intersection in the city today? We can do stalker reports. How close did John Doe get to Jane Doe over the last 24 hours? We can do infrastructure report. What was the most dangerous bridge in the city or county today? Drone deliveries coupled with air taxi will drive demand for many airports. These deliveries are going to take off like a rocket. And as we see this is the video I was referring to just a bit ago. Let's take a moment and watch this. So that's a video produced by Airbus, and that is a possibility of things to come. There's nothing definite about it yet. But as we start developing these air taxis that are flying across cities, we currently don't know how long it will be before the range will get extended, and an air taxi can go between countries, and an air taxi can go between continents and around the world. That may happen in 20 years or 50 years, but those are the type of things that people will be looking at over the coming decades. This is similar to the way that we had mainframe computers, and all of a sudden we took that apart and started having personal computers, and then all of a sudden that personal computers were starting to do things that the mainframes never thought were possible. So many airports are going to start springing up around cities. Some will be on top of tall buildings. Some will be on the ground. They're going to come in different shapes and sizes until we create some industry standards. But these will be happening relatively soon as we try to control the airspace with all this air traffic. And if we have 50,000 drones flying over a city, we're going to need lots of control over that airspace. Number 7, contact phobia will drive the demand for a touchless travel experience. Contact phobia will permeate our thinking for generations to come. It comes with the deep-seated paranoia. Shaking hands has suddenly become a symbol for you're an idiot. Autonomous transportation, this is number 8, autonomous transportation will become the most disruptive technology in all history. Driverless technology will be super disruptive, and by 2025, electric vehicles will have a 1,500 kilometer range and less than a 10-minute recharge time. Now, those things become a true game changer. And at the same time, internal combustion engines will be in their waning years. And some people are predicting that we'll see an end to production of internal combustion engines by 2025. But very soon, cars with steering wheels will seem as outdated as dial telephones. But the thing that we haven't been paying attention to in the driverless world, as we have autonomous transportation, we're going to also have driverless mobile businesses that take off. So if you start to get your mind around how this is going to transition, the business world, rather than having people come to them, suddenly you can go to where the people are. So if you need something from the store late in the evening, you can summon the store to come to you. A fully autonomous convenience store will park out front. You can go down and pick out what you need. There's not going to be any staff on this thing. It will automatically charge you for whatever things you take. And as soon as you leave, then it'll take off and go to the next stop. But it's not just about storefronts. It's also about having driverless mobile offices and driverless mobile conferences and board meetings. If you have a cooking school, as an example, you can drive around the city, pick up your students throughout the day, and then be demonstrating your cooking skills, and then at the end of the day, then drop off all the people. We're going to see driverless hair shops, driverless dog grooming places, driverless banks, and driverless bicycle repair, bicycle rental, nail salons, hair salons, retail stores, and they're going to come in lots of different shapes and sizes. We'll have evening activities and entertainment. We can set up in remote locations, have robotic bartenders serving drinks. And anytime there's a gathering of people, these businesses can set up and start doing business. Anytime there's a parade on Main Street or a basketball tournament or a softball tournament, they can set up and do business. Having a conference in a remote location, sometime in the future, you'll be able to summon remote hotel rooms to come and set up at that location. And then once the event is over, they will all leave and go to the next conference. These can also be configured in a way so that they're remote hospital beds. And so anytime there's a major crisis, these things can travel around to where that crisis is taking place. The medical world is testing people right now with their mobile units that they can send out to their houses. And they can test them in lots of interesting ways, lots of diagnostic tests that are run on the individuals. The mall of the future will very likely be a large warehouse that every morning they will open up and they will have these driverless mobile businesses set up shop and start doing business in that open space. Now, tube transportation is going to cause airports to become mixed modal transportation hubs. Tube transportation, I think, will look forward to working with airports to as part of their network. Seeing this integration, I think, will be encouraging. Right now, we have lots of tube transportation pilot projects going on around the world, but very soon we're going to start seeing these take off here. And we're going to see countries around the world want to be part of this network. This could be a very large project as it gets built out over time. Now, digital twin technology, this is our last trend, will soon remove pilots from aircrafts and become the monitoring system for all things driverless. So digital twin technology, once we put sensors all over a large piece of equipment, whether it's a tractor or whether it's a cruise ship or whether it's a turbine in a power plant, we can monitor these pieces of equipment remotely on the other side of the world, and we can tell how the operation is going. And then over time, we're going to soon be able to anticipate when things start to break down, and we can then do repair work before an actual breakdown occurs. Now, the next step in digital twin technology is remote robotics, and we're seeing that happen with the Da Vinci surgical device that allows doctors to be a long distance away from the patient that they're working on. And this will lead to lots of other activities, like being able to remotely operate farm equipment or construction equipment. And how much longer will we still need to have pilots in the aircraft that are flying? Will we soon be able to have pilots on the ground monitoring these aircrafts and then operating them? And then how long before digital twin technology is common with humans and doctors can monitor us from a long ways away and tell us what's wrong if we're having some problems? Even in the darkest of times, people of extraordinary character have lived among us, guiding us on a pathway to a better future. So countries will invest heavily in mega projects to re-employ their people. And we're starting to see this happen right now. So we're going to go into this age of mega projects, and this is going to open the door for lots of change and lots of possibilities. I'm just going to quickly mention these 8 different mega projects: the 4 bridges projects, colonizing Mars, tube transportation, floating islands, mass energy storage, global Wi-Fi, whole Earth genealogy, and global blockchain infrastructure. So the 4 bridges project, there's 4 key bridges that are clearly missing: the Bering Strait, bridge across the Bering Strait, across the Darien Gap that connects North America and South America, the Korean-Japan Friendship Tunnel that would connect Japan to the Asian continent, and the Gibraltar Tunnel that would connect Africa with Europe. Currently, the Hong Kong-Macau Bridge is the longest bridge in the world. This is 55 kilometers long, but this will pale in comparison to some of the engineering projects we're going to be tackling in the near future. If we decide to colonize Mars, there's lots of effort going into making this happen right now. That could be a huge industry on Earth for things that happen on Mars. Global tube transportation infrastructure. Again, there's people working on this, and this is going to happen eventually. This could unfold as turn into the world's largest infrastructure project ever on planet Earth. It could take 50, 80, 100 years to build this out, employing hundreds of millions of people. Floating islands and island cities. There's different groups that are working on this. The oceanics concept has floating islands that can survive a Category 5 hurricane, and they're looking at populating cities on the ocean of 10,000 people at a time. Mass energy storage systems, we're seeing some of these build out right now, but our ability to store power from one day to the next is crucial for us to manage the power systems on Earth here. Global Wi-Fi is unfolding with Starlink project, and along with a lot of the other competing processes going on. Creating the world's first space hotel. The launch date is supposed to be 2027. We'll see if that happens. And global blockchain infrastructure. This is very soon, blockchain is going to be integrated into all of our systems online, and this will just be in the background, and we'll even stop using the word blockchain as a result of this. But this will enable us to create this global trust network. So for businesses everywhere, the first order of business will be to build and rebuild trust, because there's so much uncertainty today as a result of COVID and the rest of the pandemic world. As William Gibson says, the future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. So we're entering a period of unprecedented opportunity. So why is this so important? Because humanity will change more in the next 20 years than in all human history. At the same time, risk factors will increase exponentially, and our children's children who haven't even been born yet are depending on you. They're depending on the people that are listening to this to make good decisions. That's incumbent upon all of us. As Steve Jobs said, right now is one of those moments that you are influencing the future. But sometimes our best efforts just look a lot like this. Yeah, pretty much just like that. For any of you that are interested, my latest book, Epiphany Z, is now available in Korean, in Chinese, in English, and it's also available in audiobook form. And any of you that are interested in the Futurati podcast that Trent Fowler and I do, go to futuratipodcast.com. And for more information, feel free to sign up for our free newsletter. And I thank you very much for inviting me to be with you today. Thank you.
Our future is Thomas Frey, and I have some questions. This is actually a Q&A session, so I have asked some questions. It's my question. Yes, it's my question, and also we have collected some questions beforehand. First of all, I believe you have been asked this question repeatedly in the past, and also I remember you wrote some time in the past that by 2030, 2 billion jobs will disappear. And the aviation industry, although it looks like a heavily high-tech industry, but the vast majority of the employment is in the service area, so we cannot really be an exception. So already heavily hit by the pandemic, and it seems that according to you, that things will not getting any better. So what should be done at the individual level and at the government level?
Yeah, we're gonna push really hard to create new jobs, but actually, let me explain that a little bit more. 2 billion jobs are going to go away, but we're going to have more than that created. This emerging technology is giving us new capabilities to create micro businesses and micro industries at a faster rate than ever before. And I actually think that we're moving quickly into an era of superemployment. Now, as I say, superemployment, the big difference is that a lot of these won't be full-time jobs. a lot of them will be part-time gigs. And so one of the big things missing is we're not teaching people how to be gig workers, how to manage the business of you. That's a skill that's not being taught in most colleges today, or most education systems. And so becoming a good freelancer is going to become an important skill in the future as we wrestle with lots of opportunity. So I actually am very positive on the future. I think we have a bright world ahead, but we have to go through this nasty transition here.
Okay, the next question is, actually you mentioned the self-driving drones and everything, and I think it's already related to the pandemic crisis as well. Because I also read your article about how to prevent this kind of a pandemic from happening again, and one of the solution was maybe we can develop like VR or AR screening of a person, so see if the person has a virus in the body or something like that. So it actually alarms me because we can be a little bit more cautious about the private information, because under this situation, we already sacrificed or gave up a lot of our private information in the name of the public health. And the government's collected a lot of information, like logistics, whereabouts ourselves, and where we dine out, and because we do all the QR screening all the time.
Right.
So what should be done in the democratic society? I mean, I don't really think the expanded government power will retract or back off.
Right.
What do you think?
Yeah, this is a very delicate balancing act that we have to go through here. So the idea of being able to scan a population of people walking through an airport and find out if somebody is infected in some way, I think that's an important piece of technology. I'm not a big fan of the idea of vaccine passports. I think that opens the door for this slippery slope of that next year you'll have to get your flu vaccine added to your passport, and then after that it might be some other COVID-23 that we're dealing with, and so it opens the door for the airline industry working as a bit like pawns for the pharmaceutical industry as we're pushing vaccinations one after another. So there's lots of dangers there, and the idea of with all this technology, we're putting more and more power in the hands of individuals. And so part of the trade-off is as we have more power and more capabilities, this power and capabilities can go in the hands of devious people. And so we have to be aware of what's going on. We have to be very vigilant, more vigilant than ever before. And that's where a lot of the authorities are erring on the side of transparency when lots of people are wanting more privacy, and that's where the danger comes in. And I'm pretty sure I don't have good answers for this right now. So I wish I had better answers.
Well, fair enough. My last question is a little bit digressive from the aviation industry. Korea is suffering from the low birth rate. You probably heard of it. And some projections are saying that, well, the Korean population will cut in half less than in 50 years. Any advice?
Yeah. As I understand, this is cultural issues, and young ladies that I've talked to in Korea don't really seem to be too interested in having children. Right now, the demographics of the world is shifting rapidly, and currently, over half of all the babies born in the world are born in 6 countries. These 6 countries include Angola, Congo, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Pakistan. Now, if it continues at this rate, then half of the world is going to be coming from these 6 countries. And these are 6 countries that have been rather ignored by the rest of the world. I think we have lots of chances, lots of opportunity now to turn that around. Some of the cultural thinking, the cultural differences of the past, I think, and this is an ideal turning point for Korea to look at what incentives might there be to put in place to encourage young people to start families, and creating opportunities for people to kind of raise these families in a way that's different than we raised families in the past. Once again, I'm not sure that I have a good solution to this problem, but I do encourage the good people of Korea to focus on this one, as this will have very long-term effects.
Okay. Well, I hate to say that, but it's time to wrap up because we have time constraints. It was very informative and fun as well, and I would like to express my gratitude to our futurist Thomas Frey, and I believe you out there, our audience also feel the same way. It was a great and wonderful lecture and also the discussion. Well, thank you very much for being with us today, Mr. Thomas Frey.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I wish you the best. The Incheon Airport has always been one of my favorite around the world, and I look forward to the next time I can come there.
Well, definitely. Thank you so much. And please join me thanking Mr. Frey with a warm applause. Thank you. And thank you, everyone, and stay well. Thanks.
네, 오늘 특별대담을 위해 귀한 시간 내주시고 또 많은 의견 나눠주신 김지윤 박사님과 토마스 프레이 소장님께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드립니다. 고맙습니다. Thank you very much for the fruitful time. We would like to give our sincere gratitude to Director Thomas Frey and Dr. Ji-Yoon Kim for sharing their valuable ideas. COVID-19 has changed our daily lives a lot, and it seems like, in particular, the aviation industry seems to be most affected. However, as Director Thomas Frey said, we are entering an era of unprecedented opportunities, and we look forward to bringing the aviation industry to further innovation and development by taking the post-corona era as another opportunity. 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드립니다. 그리고 시간 관계상 휴식 시간 없이 이어서 첫 번째 세션을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. Without further ado, due to the time constraint, we will proceed the first session without taking a break, but please feel free to take a quick break if you need. 필요하시다면 화장실 자유롭게 다녀오시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. 그러면 지금부터 첫 번째 세션 진행하겠습니다. Now we will begin the first session on global protocol and tech innovation for safe air travel. Mr. Hyung-shin Kim, Executive Director of Aviation Marketing Group of the Incheon International Airport Corporation, will be our moderator for this session. 첫 번째 세션은 인천국제공항공사의 김형신 허브와 전략처장님께서 좌장을 맡아 진행해 주시겠습니다. 따뜻한 박수로 맞아주시기 바랍니다.
안녕하세요. 세션 1 좌장을 맡은
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Hyung-shin Kim, Executive Director of Aviation Marketing Group at the Incheon International Airport Corporation. I will moderate this session. The topic of session number 1 is Global Protocol and Tech Innovation for Safe Air Travel. And we have 4 speakers for session number 1. Last year, as you may know very well, we were hit hard by the pandemic. Globally, there were many travel restrictions imposed upon cross-border travel, and some borders were closed. And the airports and the airline industries have been affected by the pandemic as they were searching for measures and technology to respond to the pandemic. Now we need to discuss how we can resume air travel in a safe and sustainable manner. And this is the topic that we're going to discuss in session number 1. Let me introduce the speakers. First of all, we have Ansa Jordan, Chief of the Aviation Medicine Section at ICAO. since he's been joining ICAO for several years, and since joining in 2015, she's been in the position of Chief of the Aviation Medicine Section, and the title is Current Issues and ICAO Proposed Solutions on Resuming Air Travel Safely. Please welcome her with a big hand.
안사 요르단 박사님.
Dr. Ansa Jordan.
Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me to this webinar. So I will start. It was very interesting seeing all the futuristic things coming in the future, but right now we need to talk about what's happening today, unfortunately. And I'll try to tell you what ICAO has done to date and where we see that we are going to resume air travel safely. So quickly, this is just an overview of what we will be discussing, is where we are today, what has been implemented, and we will discuss some aspects in more detail, as you can see there. So today, we have, in some countries, the third wave that is starting. We have a lot of COVID cases, and we also have a sharp decrease in aviation travel. And you can see on the bottom slide there, if you compare 2019 to where we are today, it has just been a tremendous drop in aviation. And although some recovery has taken place domestically, there's still a lot internationally that hasn't happened, and it is just changing dramatically, very quickly, because the pandemic itself is changing so quickly. And we're really trying to keep up with what's happening with COVID. What ICAO has done when pandemic started, we have the ICAO Council Aviation Recovery Task Force, and we started implementing measures to assist states to implement travel, to get people back to travel, but at the same time to ensure the health and safety not only of the crew but also of our passengers. And in doing that to date, we have done 3 reports with key principles and then 20 recommendations. And as you can see there, it is related to all aspects of aviation. The most recent recommendations is really what we'll be discussing today, which is testing, vaccination, the public health corridors. That is supported by the takeoff guidance document, of which we have now published the 3rd issue, which talks about the different modules. So you will have airport, aircraft, the crew and the cargo modules. But in addition to that, we also addressed the public health measures in detail. Further detail is provided in our manual on testing and cross-border risk measures. And you can see there what is included in this manual. It has been recently updated. So we will briefly provide you with some of the updates that has been done recently. It has been published about 2 weeks ago. Currently, the unedited version is available on the website. The next one will be the edited version. And then to assist states really to complete and to implement travel safely, we have introduced the Public Health Corridor IPAC. So IPAC is an implementation package. And the real objective of the implementation package, as you can see there, is to restore international travel by supporting civil aviation authorities in sharing information to apply mutually accepted public health measures and then conclude agreements, either bilateral or multilateral, or in some cases in big states, even between different areas of a state. So the real way at this stage to resume travel safely, I believe, is the implementation of these public health corridors. And you can see why when I continue further. So the first thing, we need to have safety in aviation. That's the thing we cannot ignore. And what has been happening with COVID-19, which we sometimes forget, is that our pilots did not have access to the training, to medical certification, their normal operations. So we needed to deal with that. Partly was in the beginning to extend the validity of the licenses and the certificates, but we are now concerned about the safety implications of that. And we have implemented the targeted exemption system, which will be applicable from the 1st of April, which is pretty much deciding on a risk assessment in a more narrower scope on how to extend certificates or licenses if necessary. So to give you an idea from the medical side of it, we would prefer that people still have face-to-face medical examinations. In some states, it is happening. There's normal medical examinations taking place. In other states, there is not access to medical examiners because most of these doctors has been asked to help with the COVID-19 pandemic per se, with the medical management thereof. So what we are looking at then is we developed a template that states can use and some guidance material on how to do a risk assessment if you cannot do a face-to-face medical examination. For initial examinations, new applicants, any high-risk medical condition, there still needs to be a medical examination that's face-to-face, but we have some medical alternatives, and you can see some of it will be a partial physical examination. We are looking at telemedicine. Since COVID-19, telemedicine in general aviation, in general medicine has boomed in all areas. So that's something that we might be looking forward in the future is how do we implement or how do we integrate telemedicine within aviation medicine? And then there's also some health declarations that has been used. So these are things that we need to really monitor and see how to move forward on that. Protecting the passenger. We also need to look at the health and safety of the passenger and how to implement these different measures to protect them. So the only way to really do that is to follow a risk-based approach, and it has to be absolutely based on evidence. And the problem that we have with COVID, everything is developing so quickly, and we do not have all the evidence we would like to have to really have a proper defense mechanism in place. So we've been using the Swiss cheese model, and that has been included in our updated manual on testing and cross-border risk management measures. So we consulted widely. CAPSCA is a multinational global collaboration of medical personnel, public health, aviation specialists, other airlines, airports, all stakeholders in aviation, but also some other safety critical companies globally that helped us in developing these guidelines. So what we have updated in the latest edition is really a more aviation-specific risk management framework, as well as some testing protocols, vaccination protocols, and then we expanded the section on public health corridors. Our biggest challenge really at this stage is to keep it updated as technology develops and as the medical science evolves, because that is really happening very quickly. And I don't think we have ever seen so many aviation medical or even just normal medical publications published in such a short period of time. And it's really a double-edged sword, because in some cases we do not have peer-reviewed studies, and in other cases we have studies which we cannot use yet because it hasn't been peer-reviewed. So there's really a lot of information out there, and to manage to see which is the correct that we can use and which we cannot use and which we can distribute is really quite a big challenge for us. Going forward on testing, so how do we move forward on testing? So testing plays a big role in moving or opening this public health corridors, but there's a lot of uncertainties on testing, and there's a lot of different interpretations. So if we look at crew, for example, if we look at flight crew and cabin crew, if they travel across borders many times a day or in a week, we do not want to have them test with every time they leave a country or enter a country. And that is really a practical problem that we experienced. So in the new manual, we have decided to split the passengers and the aviation crew and to have separate risk assessment models for them on how to determine what needs to be implemented and what you could safely exempt pilots from. If we're looking at the type of test, there's different tests. There's antigen tests, there's antibody tests, there's rapid testing, there's saliva tests, there is nasopharyngeal tests, there's blood tests. And what is important in terms of these tests is really to follow the evidence, to look at non-invasive testing, specifically if we look at experience not only from the crew but also from the passengers, and then also what your reason for testing is. So there's, and that graph on the right, it's not very clear, but that shows the different types of tests you have and when it will be possible and what test works best for which type of reason you're testing. So for example, you would, if you only want to prevent testing transmission of the virus on board an aircraft, you would use a different test than if you want to prevent translocation of a test of the virus from one area to another, specifically if you have a long flight. So these are really very detailed information that needs to be considered. The other problem we have is the acceptance of test results. If one country accepts the test results of another country, then they might not be necessary to do additional testing when you leave one country and arrive in a different country. There's also, there's been cases where testing certificates has been sold on the internet, black market certificates. So we were looking at standardizing the minimum data that should be included on a testing certificate. And we've also been working on how to verify that the testing has been done by accepted or recognized public health authorities. And then also the interoperability of these different exchanging information of the testing certificates. The big problem we really have with the tests is you can have a false positive test, or you could have had a PCR test which will remain positive, which can remain positive sometimes even for periods up to 90 days, but that person is not necessarily infectious anymore. So it's very important to have all this background information and to have all the proper protocols in place so that you do not deny a person travel when he should not be denied, or allow a person to travel when he shouldn't be traveling. So it's really, there's no hard and fast rules here. There's no one size fits all. It's really what you're trying to achieve with the tests and then how you implement that. And that is really, can get quite complicated. Even more complicated is when we get to vaccination. So we know that vaccines reduce the number of cases. We know that it reduces the severity of cases. It also can reduce the mortality. But all these at the moment is individual protective effects. We all want to have vaccination rolled out globally as quickly as possible. because if we have a certain herd immunity, it means other people might also be protected from being infected by the virus. The other problem is the longer we take to have rollout of vaccines globally, the more chance there is for the virus to mutate. And that is these variants that actually causes the problems, because they might then be more transmissible, it might be more severe. So we really need to roll out vaccination as quickly as possible. In terms of aviation workers, WHO has implemented a roadmap according to priorities of vaccination. Aviation workers is in the third category, which means that they can be vaccinated when there's moderate vaccine availability and when 21 to 50% of the national population has been vaccinated. The problem with vaccination at the moment is there's very unequal access globally, so not everybody has access to it. And we really have to have a global coverage, because it is still easy to transmit the disease from one point of the globe to another point of the globe. The other issue that's important for us in aviation is we need to ensure, or we need to enable services to ensure public health services. Aviation needs to continue to supply medicine, equipment, essential services from one point to another. So that's why it's really important that we decided that we have to encourage states to encourage their aviation personnel to really go for vaccination. But on the other hand, we cannot make vaccination mandatory, and there's various reasons for that. And that, in turn, means that we do not want to talk about immunity passports or vaccination passports, because that gets it into another different and very difficult area that we are not yet already in a position to address. Because even though we know that a vaccine will protect an individual, we do not know at this stage whether it prevents the transmission of the virus. So you might be vaccinated, you might be protected, but you might still transmit the virus to someone else. And until we have more detailed information on that, we really cannot say that we have immunity. Even if we are vaccinated, we do not know yet how the antibodies work. Is you generate antibodies, but is it really protecting? And if it is protecting, for how long will it provide you immunity? At this stage, there is such a lot of discussion where antibodies could either not protect you after vaccination, or it could protect you up to 8 months. And we really need more studies to be very sure of what is happening. And like everything else, it will be like a Gauss curve, where you will have people that would be protected for 6 months, some might for 8 months, some might not be protected. And the other issue also, if you have had if you have had COVID-19, if you had the disease, we also don't know to what degree you are immune from being reinfected again. And you might be immune from the virus that infected you, but if you have a mutation, we also don't know how long will you be immune to that mutation. So there's a lot of things that science cannot tell us yet. And the only way for us is to continue monitoring what's happening, to continue updating our tools, continue updating our guidance material. There are some states at the moment that says if you have been vaccinated, you can enter the state and you don't need to comply with quarantine. It's really no harmonization at the moment. And it's really just because we do not have the science to support that. So in terms of public health corridors, this is the way going forward. So what is a public health corridor? It opens routes either between cities, regions, or states, and it's basically based on the recognition of public health measures by both states, and then them entering into an agreement, bilateral, multilateral, so that I can travel from state A to state B, and then if I have been tested in state A and I get another test in state B, I might have a reduced quarantine, or I might not be tested in state B. So it's really about the recognition between states. And the more corridors we open, the more we will be open to travel, travel more globally. But again, we have to look at the health and the safety of both the passengers and the crew. And we also need to ensure essential services. And one problem that I think we're not paying enough attention to is really the mental health of people and human behavior. It's just humans are not machines, and that really has a different effect on how we approach things and what we see as important and not important, and what we're willing to say or not say. So really, the human element should not be forgotten in this pandemic. In terms of the public health corridor, the IPAC we have introduced now. So you can see on the left-hand side the objectives, and it remains the same. We want to have continued flight. We want to mitigate the spread of disease. We want to protect health and safety. And we want to resume normal travel. And to resume normal travel, we need to have harmonized public health risk measures. And the IPAC, you can see the objectives there. I don't think we have much time, so I'm not going to discuss that. But going to move over to the status we have at the moment is in the manual. We have included a lot of information on public health corridors. And ICAO has developed the Public Health Corridor app, to which all states have access to. And that actually gives states the opportunity to enter into discussions on what public health measures they recognize, which ones they're willing to accept. And then it also generates a public health arrangement or a type of a MOU between states, where they can open these corridors between states. Our first rollout to states for the IPAC is expected the 3rd of May. And you can see here, it just gives you a brief overview. So there's different annexes. So Bolivia can say, I want to travel to South Africa. If you have a direct route, you can do a direct route. If you want to stop over in a different place, then you can put that in this app. Then you can look at the epidemiology of each of these places where you're going to see whether you feel it's safe to travel there or not. States also has the opportunity to, in this epidemiology, to determine their risk. So they can look at the testing percentage that's being tested, of people being tested in the state, the number of positive cases, and all of those can guide them. It gives them a traffic light of the state would be red to travel, this one will be orange, this one will be green. So the state can decide, if I travel from green to red, I might not need to put as much measures in place as if I travel from red to green. So it's really up to the state to enter into these arrangements. And then, as I said, in the end, it generates an agreement between the states where they can really start opening travel again in a safe manner. And that's really what we want at the end of the day. So this is my last slide, just a brief summary of what our challenges are, how we're trying to really address those. The first thing really is communication. It's communication with interstate. Aviation authorities need to speak to public health authorities. They need to speak with the customs and immigration people, with the airlines, with the airports. Everybody needs to be on the same page in resuming air travel. And what we have done to date, we've had the recommendations from CORT. We did a survey. We also got feedback from states to see what their needs are and how to address that. And we will be having a high-level COVID conference in September this year. We will be discussing this in more detail. Then the other problem was the differentiation between passengers and crew. Nobody wants to be needlessly or continuously exposed to testing. And you also don't want invasive tests, and you don't want more tests than what is necessary. So we are trying to address that. Then what our biggest problem probably is really it's a dynamically changing environment. The variance comes up. The states do not always report or cannot keep, do not have enough surveillance to keep on reporting it very quickly on what the state really is. So the only way for us is to really look at the scientific developments and to be able to update things as quickly as it happens. Variance always brings a different dimension, and that is what we are trying to capture in our risk assessment framework is how do you, if you have a more virulent strain or a more transmissible strain, what do you need to do and still maintain this global connectivity? And then the complexities relating to testing, we spoke a little bit about that. The same with vaccination. I hope and I think that we are really moving forward with the vaccination. There's more studies coming out reporting on the protective effects for symptomatic disease, for the severity of the disease, for mortality. There's some early evidence, especially if we look at what Israel has been doing, who has now vaccinated more than 50% of their citizens. There's early indications that it could prevent, and I don't want to say prevent transmission, but it can prevent reinfection for the individual. So that will be a game changer. If we can have the evidence that it actually also mitigates the spread of the disease, then we will be able to manage this pandemic in aviation, at least, or any transport area in a good way. But we're not there yet. We do not have that evidence yet. The standardization, we discussed that. And then the most important thing really going forward is when to lift the restrictions. People don't want to travel leaving point A, arriving at point B, and now there's different tests that he wasn't aware he needed to do when he left country A. Or when he arrives in country B, now all of a sudden he needs to have another test, or he needs to have a longer period of quarantine, which previously was not the case. So we really need to keep updated with what's happening. Implement restrictions as it is necessary. Do not implement unnecessary restrictions, and really communicate to everybody. I cannot stress it enough. The communication internally within a state, externally between states, but also with the passengers who's traveling. They need to know what's happening because they need to make informed decisions as well. And I thank you, and I'll stop sharing.
네, 감사합니다. 요르단 박사님.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jordan. ICAO is indeed making great preparations, and this is an unprecedented situation. So, as you mentioned, communication is indeed very important. I hope that we can work together so that we can open airways in the near future.
Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Vinub Goel, who is the Asia Pacific Regional Director of Airports and External Relations at IATA. He's going to discuss the challenges and opportunities for the aviation industry. Mr. Goel, please go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. This is Vinub Goel from IATA, and I thank Incheon Airport for inviting me back again to another session of the World Aviation Conference. So after that explanation from Dr. Ansa, which I think clearly lays out the medical challenges in front of us, I would like to talk a little bit about some of the solutions that we are working on to restart air travel using technology. So one of the things we need to keep in mind is the impact that COVID-19 has had on aviation in general. And aviation is no stranger to shocks. We have seen the global financial crisis, the September 11 attacks, and SARS. But what makes this a little different is the length of the crisis. Aviation recovered very quickly and within a few months from some of the other crises. But this time it has taken much longer than before. And that's why we need to look at long-term solutions on how to get the industry back on its feet. Just looking at some of the impact that COVID has had on air travel, if you look at the international airport pay routes or flights, they have fallen by 50%. That would give an impression that the industry is operating at 50% of what it used to be, but that's not true. If we look at passenger volumes, the passenger volumes have dropped dramatically, and they're down and this keeps changing, but they're down anywhere from 60 to 70 or 80%. And if you look at Asia Pacific, international air travel is down to 5% of what it used to be, which tells us what is the scope of the challenge in front of us. And why is that? If we look at international travel and we compare that with the border restrictions, you can see that travel falls as restrictions increase. And in Asia Pacific, we either have some countries which have totally closed their borders or closed it to certain regions, or have quarantine in place from anywhere from 5 days to 14 days, with the most common model being the 14-day quarantine. Now, if you talk to passengers, a 14-day quarantine is as good as keeping your borders closed. You can't do business. You obviously can't go for vacation if you have to spend the first 14 days in quarantine. And that is why the key challenge for us when we talk about reopening borders is we need a clear roadmap. Governments have a very legitimate reason and a valid reason to keep borders closed when they're trying to keep the virus out. But again, going back to Dr. Ansa's presentation of the use of testing and vaccinations, there are some tools to get borders to reopen, to give passengers the confidence to fly, and to give governments the confidence that reopening borders can be done in a safe and responsible manner. Part of it is having some harmonization of testing certificates, establishment of vaccination certificates in which WHO, ICAO, IATA, and a number of agencies are working together. And one of the solutions that we have is the use of the IATA Travel Pass, which I shall talk to in a little more detail. What we are talking about when we say roadmaps is we think governments should establish some clear KPIs or clear stage gate measures, which are dependent upon vaccination rates within the country, which are looking at some of the infection rates, and then come up with different steps on how they would open borders incrementally. Our aspirational goal is that globally, by the end of 2021, borders would have opened without quarantine, while still recognizing that there could be other restrictions in place. This is not a hard target, but an aspirational target that we think we in the industry can work together with towards that goal. We think when we talk about technology, IATA has come up with the IATA Travel Pass framework, and I'd like to spend a little more time talking about it. So if you look at what is the status of play today, different countries have implemented different measures. So if I'm a passenger, I need to know what do I need to enter the country, where do I get a test, do I need a vaccine, do I need a paper or digital certificate? And there are a whole bunch of questions that passengers have. Again, from a government viewpoint, there's a concern, are the certificates being presented legitimate? How do we make sure that the vaccine or the testing certificate belongs to the passenger? And from an airline viewpoint, how do I make sure that I'm processing all this information in a quick and efficient manner without leading or causing bottlenecks at different parts of the journey? And from an airport perspective, how do you make sure there's no congestion at check-in counters, at immigration, and other places? So one of the key areas that we need to focus on is also the risk of fraud with paper certificates. Now, in a lot of countries, and the default today is having a paper test certificate, be it a PCR certificate or anything else. The problem with that is they're easy to forge. And we have seen enough reports of the availability of fake certificates. And the problem with that is fake certificate just leads to a breakdown in the system because it can lead to a spread of the virus and can lead to a loss of confidence in the overall system. So IATA has come out with a digital solution. There's some key criteria that we set out with. It has to be secure and private. It has to be accurate. It has to be verifiable. And it has to have some link with the current travel processes and also, more importantly, the travel processes of the future. So the way IATA has done that is the IATA Travel Pass has 4 modules. First of all, there's a registry of health requirements across the globe. Now, if you look at any 3 or 4 countries, you'll find that there are 3 or 4 different models in terms of the restrictions or the requirements. Now, imagine having to maintain that for the whole world, and that is what IATA is doing that as part of its thematic process. We also need a registry of all the testing and vaccination centers that people can go to and get a reliable test or a vaccine. We need a lab application so that the laboratories can issue a digital certificate to the passenger, and then an IATA Travel Pass app, which is essentially a wallet where the passenger stores his or her digital identity, verifies that the test and vaccination meet the regulations, and then is able to share that information with the airlines or agencies or government that need that information. So the whole ecosystem works in a digital and in a privacy protecting manner. The passenger is at the center of it. All the information is kept with the passenger, and we make sure that the passenger has the ability to share that information with whoever he or she wants to. There's no information stored in the cloud, and all the interactions with the different agencies, with the lab, and with the government is in a seamless manner. Now, one of the things that we look at this is that this travel pass will essentially enable a contactless travel journey today, which is very important in terms of the hygiene and efficiency. but then it'll form the framework for a digital journey in the future. Because as passengers and airports and governments and airlines get used to processing digital identity and digital certificates, this can well be the catalyst that is needed to enable a digital a biometric-based journey in the future. Many airports and many airlines have been trying that for a while, and even Incheon Airport has been part of the IATA One ID process. But we feel that this can be the catalyst to enable mass travel in the future using, say, your face for the biometrics. But we can't do this alone. We need government support. First of all, we need governments to ensure that the regulatory framework allows for the use of digital certificates. Unfortunately, we have some places around the world where a paper certificate is mandated. And unfortunately, Korea is one of the places where the rules require a paper testing certificate. Now, we are working with the government in Korea, with the health agencies and with the Ministry of Land Infrastructure and Transport to try and get acceptance of digital certificates, which we feel is very essential to ensure that the certificates are secure and to enable efficiencies in the process when mass travel returns. So we need cooperation from the different government agencies. And lastly, and this is my last slide, airports have a key role to play in this process. We are happy to see that Incheon Airport has been a trusted partner for airlines and for IATA for many years. And we are committed to partnering with airports, like-minded airports in Korea and across the region to enable this journey to happen. Because first of all, we need to work together to make sure that the biosafety measures are implemented in line with the ICAO card guidance. We have to cooperate to work on passenger facilitation initiatives to enable biometrics and to enable solutions like the IATA travel pass and the contactless processes at the airport. So it's a journey that we all need to take together. Yes, the virus has led to border controls. There is a legitimate reason that governments have for these restrictions. Let's all work together to ensure that we can reopen borders in a safe and secure manner, and also get confidence in the passenger and the governments to restart international air travel. With that, I thank you for the opportunity, and if there are any questions, feel free to email me at the link below. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goel, for your impactful presentation. I understand that ITAI is preparing for various solutions to ensure the resumption of air travel.
The third presentation will be an example of an airport in the Netherlands. We have with us Director Kuzel Kustazien of the Schiphol International. He will speak under the topic of a path to recovery, building back better.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kjell Kloosterziel. I'm a director for Schiphol, looking after the international business of the Royal Schiphol Group. It is a great pleasure for me to be here and to speak to you from my home in the Netherlands. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, I could not be there in person, and I hope next year I will be able to join you at the conference again and talk to you all in person. Still, I'm very honored to be asked to, on behalf of the Royal Schiphol Group, participate in this conference, and I would like to thank my colleagues from Incheon Airport for the kind invitation. I've been asked to tell a little bit about the pandemic and how we see the future and how technology and protocols will help us in that way. Before I go to the presentation, a little bit insight in what we're going to discuss. First of all, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Royal Schiphol Group and how the pandemic impacted us. Especially also the regional differences that we see between the regions in the world. As a Schiphol Group, we have, of course, many participations around the world, and that gives us an excellent insight in how different regions are responding to the pandemic. And then finally, I of course will share with you how we see the future and how we intend to build back better. So if we look to the Royal Schiphol Group, the Royal Schiphol Group is a group of airports started in the Netherlands, with Amsterdam Airport being our key airport. But we also have regional airports in the Netherlands and participations outside the Netherlands in Australia, US, Caribbean, and even in Europe. So what unites these airports is that all our airports create value for society and the economy. And that was also a key task that we solved for ourselves during the pandemic. So all the airports remained open because they were critical infrastructure to ensure that the limited travel that was still necessary could be facilitated. Well, our slogan, as I already talked about before, and which is also on the title, is that after the pandemic, we want to build back better. So a little bit about the Royal Schiphol Group and our destination. So we see it as our destination to start connecting your world. And we want to do that by being the most sustainable and high quality airports. So how do we do that? Well, of course, it starts with safety and a robust organization. Without that, there is no future. And then we identified 3 qualities. So we have the quality of network, the quality of life, and the quality of service, which guide us in all our decision making. So if we look to last year, of course, due to the pandemic, was a terrible year for I think all airports around the world. And for us, it meant that we had a reduction of traffic of about 71%, down to almost 21 million annual passengers. Which is, of course, compared to the year before, where we're at 72 million, a huge reduction. Resulting, of course, in the figures you can see on the screen, a negative net result. But I have to stress that despite the pandemic, we also kept on investing in our airports. We believe that it's a temporary downturn, which lasts longer than we all expected in the beginning. There's no secret there. But still, we believe it's important to keep on investing in our airport and in the services and the qualities I just shown you on the slide before. So, the Royal Schiphol Group, as mentioned already, Amsterdam Airport is our main airport within the group. But we have 3 regional airports in the Netherlands, who were also heavily hit by the pandemic, as well as international investments. Here you see the participations that we have, but we also have next to that a management contract in Aruba in the Caribbean, and we're helping Sint Maarten Airport in the Caribbean with the redevelopment and the reconstruction after they were hit by a hurricane. The group is predominantly owned by government entities. So the state of the Netherlands is our biggest owner, biggest shareholder. We have the municipality of Amsterdam and Rotterdam, but we also have our colleagues from Paris, Group ADP, who own 8% in our airport. We also own 8% in Group ADP. So the group of airports, why do we think it's important? Well, we truly believe that within the group of airports, we can learn from each other and make sure that we don't reinvent the wheel twice, which is of course a key thing. And also during the pandemic, it proved to be very helpful. So here you see some topics that we have established knowledge groups on, and knowledge groups are groups of experts who virtually come together and exchange knowledge on topics, and who can find each other when they are struggling something or they want to get more insight on how are other airports dealing with it. They can call each other. So it's very simple. It's an app group of experts. Also in the COVID pandemic, we established very rapidly a COVID-19 knowledge group where we shared experiences. It on one hand helped the people at the airports understanding what's happening, how are others dealing with it, what type of measures do we implement, what type of measures do they implement. But it also helped in streamlining protocols and sharing knowledge on how those were developed and what was the reasoning behind it. So the insight from the Netherlands on how the European Union was dealing with it helped the people in Brisbane also talking to the Australian government and the other way around. So if you now look to what the pandemic meant and how it affected the different regions around the world differently. So as mentioned, the impact was unprecedented. I already shown you the numbers for 2019. Here you see a small repeat, but it was a huge impact, and it still has a huge impact, because in Europe we're still not out of it. We're in the third wave. We started vaccinating, and the signs are positive, but we're still at an extremely low percentage of traffic. So if we look towards the traffic development over time, this is a very telling slide. So here you see in the blue line Amsterdam Airport, you see in the greenish line Hobart Airport in Australia, and in the purple line you see John F. Kennedy Airport, and then specifically Terminal 4, where we are the operator. So obviously I think all airports experienced a huge drop in traffic in the March-April period of 2020. And as you can see, Hobart Airport was hit very hard. Well, that on one hand had to do that it's a relatively small airport, predominantly, completely domestic and predominantly a leisure location, a leisure destination. So they were hit very hard. And in that sense, it's good to realize that Australia, the summer and winter periods are of course opposite to what we experience in Europe and also at Incheon, South Korea. So you see, then gradually over the summer period, we saw some upturn at Amsterdam. Actually, summer period was quite okay compared to what we expected. But then we saw a downturn again in Amsterdam. While in Hobart, Australia, you see that at the end of last year, travel restrictions, domestic travel restrictions were reduced or completely abandoned. And you see the traffic ramp up very, very quickly. That on one hand had to do with, already explained, that it's a holiday destination and a lot of people want to go on holiday but cannot go on holiday internationally. So they look for a domestic location, for which Hobart is of course very interesting. But as you can see, after the peak in November, December, you also seen it go down a little bit. And that had to do with some spikes and some closures again from different states in Australia. America, so John F. Kennedy Terminal 4, New York, you see a deep dip and then a gradual recovery. So as you can see, the differences are quite, there are quite some differences between the different airports, but it had a lot to do, of course, with the regulations and the policies put in place. So if we now look ahead and we look towards the future, as mentioned, we want to build back better. That's especially true for Amsterdam, where we had some years of unprecedented growth over the recent years. And we think we can do better than copying that again. So although the outlook looks still uncertain and we're still not out of it, as I mentioned already, we hope and we expect that by 2023, 2025, we will be back on the levels of 2019, early 2020. At Schiphol, we generated a lot of cash by issuing bonds to ensure that we can remain liquid, we can ensure the liquidity is okay, and we can continue to pay our invoices. And So how does the future look? What's our focus? Well, it's focused on safe and responsible travel. That almost started immediately when COVID hit us. So looking at how to ensure a safe environment for our passengers and our staff and people working at the airport. So COVID-proof airport. Testing and vaccination are critical items in that. So knowing what's happening, but also trying to minimize the impact by having vaccinated people at the airport is critical. We're focusing very heavily on a travel protocol to ensure that international traffic is aligned, that the requirements and the conditions for travel are all aligned. And that's a key focus. And it has not been easy within the European Union in that sense. And international coordination is key and is ongoing at the moment. And I think we're all making good steps there. But still, there are a lot of differences between the different regions. Also, innovations will be helping us. So, I've shown here innovations that we were already working on. So there are no, well, apart from the sanitizing zones, many of those innovations were already happening and now are being sped up or implemented also for a different use. So a key thing we're looking at is seamless flow. Basically making the experience of the passenger touchless. So through facial recognition, iris scan, etc., they can move through the whole process from arriving at the airport, check-in, boarding pass control, security control, passport control, to even boarding at the gates. We're running trials with this at the moment at Schiphol, and it looks very promising, and it's a key thing we keep on looking at. It requires a lot of coordination. There are a lot of issues with it, of course, and a lot of challenges still to be solved. So, but it looks promising. Then, of course, we have the sanitizing zones, which we created at the airport to ensure the safe and healthy environment. Then we also used our Wilbur software where previously we used it to monitor the occupancy in the rate. We now lowered the number of people allowed in an area, and we can take measures earlier. So we measure how many people are there to avoid that the 1.5 meter distance, which is applicable in Europe, is not being met. So it's an important tool for us to keep on monitoring what's happening and taking corrective actions by opening additional lanes or diverting flows through different areas. Then another one, which people might not automatically think about, is the anomalous passenger bridge. It started, of course, creating a higher quality, lower cost solution. But by not having people in the bridge anymore, we can also expose our employees less to potential exposure to the virus. So by making less touch points and less closer contact, we try to ensure a safe environment for our staff. So, as mentioned, international coordination is key. As you see, Australia is picking up. US is picking up. That's partially being explained by the fact that those airports have a large domestic component. So our focus has been to work with the Dutch government on making travel possible again and creating travel confidence. What we see is that it's not only the rules that keep people safe, but it's also very important to create confidence among the passengers that they are willing to travel again. If people travel and they're not sure whether they can get back or whether they get stuck somewhere and how that's going to be solved, then they are less likely to travel. So creating that travel confidence is a very important element of the protocol and of the international cooperation that we're working on. By ensuring consistent measures, by ensuring how we go about when an outbreak happens, what do we do, how do we do it? Consistent measures, as I already mentioned. And the aim is, of course, to create a clear and consistent framework for the passengers, for the employees, for the airports, and the airlines, so everybody knows what's going to happen if. Then a little bit forward-looking. How do we see the future? How do we see 2021? Well, although we're not there yet, we anticipate and we hope that mid this year, travel will resume and will ramp up pretty quickly. Of course, driven by holiday traffic and the vaccinations. Vaccinations are key in order to achieve this. So we expect recovery will start in the summer. There are still a lot of uncertainties and dependencies, amongst others the deliveries of vaccines to the Netherlands and to the other areas. And we keep on focusing on safe and responsible travel. So I hope this has given you a little bit of an insight in how at the Royal Schiphol Group we respond to the pandemic, how we look at the pandemic, and what we see as the challenges going forward and how we face them. With that, I want to thank you, and I would like to give the word back to the chairman of this session. And I look forward to seeing you all in person next year again. Thank you very much.
네, 크리스토 GL
Thank you
이사님
very much,
감사드립니다.
Director, for your
저희도
presentation.
스키폴 공항의 사례를 참조해서
We will
많은 도움이
take
될것
the
같습니다.
Skipful group into consideration and is indeed very helpful.
항공력의 경험협회
The last presenter is Mr. Joe Leader, CEO of the Airline Passenger Experience Association. He's leading APEX and also IFSA.
조 리더 대표님을
Mr. Leader, please go ahead.
조 리더 대표님.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim. I appreciate the introduction. Today, I'm going to be speaking to you about an experience here and what we have done with Apex Health Safety to help advance all of our airlines around the world. When we talk about some of the hesitation in travel, one of the things I can share from the United States is their numbers are now back up to 2/3 of what they were during the same period in 2019. I flew twice this weekend myself with my family, and it's almost getting back to normal. Here in Atlanta, Georgia, I've been vaccinated for over a month, but they now have it so that everyone age 16 and up can be vaccinated here in the state. That's occurring over much of the U.S. So I think we're going to see a very robust recovery as more and more travelers have easier access to vaccinations, and some of the peer-reviewed studies that we're anticipating show that there is not the transmissibility risk with vaccinated passengers that are asymptomatic, but we're waiting for those to come out, as Dr. Ansa was speaking about earlier. As we go through today, what I'm going to start on is why there needs to be a global standard for airlines in terms of health safety, how this standard was created by utilizing peer review and our medical board. What is the process that Apex has taken all of our airlines worldwide going through certification, and quickly going through some closing points and questions and answers as time allows. Ultimately, as a 483-member International Airline Association that's been here serving our world for the past 42 years, we have worked to tackle our industry's central problem of encouraging a real return to air travel. There's been a lot of stop and start, and we want for this to be a smoother rise for all of our airlines worldwide. The relationship with Simplifying we turned to because we needed in 2020, I addressed the US Congress 1 year ago this month and was the first industry executive to come before Congress and speak about COVID-19, how it was affecting their airlines, and likely outcomes as this went forward. A lot of our predictions and a lot of what we gave as guidance in February of 2020 came to fruition, but one of the most helpful things was Simplifying had already conducted an airline pandemic roadmap that was ready in March 2020. They had done this for one of our international airlines, were kind enough to make it available so that we could implement it as a safety roadmap for all of our airlines. The obstacles that we as an industry have to overcome are fear of air travel, airlines competing against one another on travel safety, which does not really adhere to our thoughts and our guidance as an industry, and a lack of coherent industry standards for health safety. There have been travel blockades, quarantines, business travel liabilities, and a maze of personal travel insurance understanding. Even when I take trips myself, I have to always look, how can I get a COVID test to come back to the United States? What are the requirements and what types of forms are needed? And even with my vaccination card from the Centers for Disease Control, that is not an easy and automatic pass. And that's why I'm enthused by initiatives being put forward by IATA and others in the industry to make it easy and electronic and verifiable on the fly. We've been working at providing peer-to-peer reviewed medical doctor, scientifically based quarterly updates to assure passengers of the highest standards, making this about the customers. We've been working to make sure that the global certainty on the quality of airlines is the gold standard of health safety and higher, and making certain that we don't compete on safety. We believe that passengers are willing to pay for increased safety, testing, and receiving vaccinations at the first available opportunity. It's, as an example, here in the United States, one of the articles that I read this weekend showed a large number of foreign nationals are already coming to the United States to areas because there's no requirement to be a U.S. citizen to be vaccinated. So that's an example, and I think we'll see that in different areas of the globe as people want to get back to more of a seamless travel experience. APEX endorses a strategy of test, verify, contact trace, and retesting over arbitrary blockades and quarantine periods. Right now, quarantines are being used, especially in countries that want to make sure that they don't receive new variants, or if they want to make sure that they maintain a near zero COVID exposure. Every pop-up blockade and quarantine builds distrust among air travelers. Our industry will not recover without greater certainty for all of our travelers. And upcoming peer-reviewed studies, as I indicate, show that vaccinated travelers do not have the COVID-19 load needed for transmission. We need to wait for those to go through full peer review process and to make sure the numbers are significant enough to show that on an ongoing basis across different types of vaccines. We viewed Apex Health Safety as a way to give our airlines a proactive role in the resumption of global travel, a common standard, and highlighting successful industry practices. And we made it so that for all of our airlines worldwide, it's a free process for all of our airlines to start and to advance through. It starts as an online process because one of the things that we've seen is that you can't simply do a hub check or can't simply swab an aircraft or two. You really need to see not only the policies, but the practices across all of the different touch points, and there need to be verifications of that. Going through the 10 different categories with 58 questions and 75 touch points has taken our airlines weeks to conduct, and we're going through them as rapidly as we possibly can. As you go through, Apex covers the airline passenger experience. So we're covering what ACI and others do not. Online check-in, policies from airlines on testing and tracing, airport curbside, what the airline is doing to help, along with security, what the airline is doing to make sure that the health safety of security access can be touched as much as possible by each airline. In the lounges, going through and making sure that the food service and other areas really keep the customer at the front of mind. The boarding gate, what is the boarding process? In-flight before takeoff, in-flight experience, including some areas that I'll talk about that actually tie back into Seoul. What is being done by the airline upon arrival and making certain that everything, including baggage claim, hand sanitizer, standardization, and brand level clean initiatives, giving certainty that the cleanliness that's being done by the airline is understood by their customers. Our airlines go through and save and submit all of this progress and then are able to update it across their internal teams, because what we've seen in each of our airlines is this is touched by so many different individuals that it's constantly being updated inside the airlines. We've done this in 3 different tiers because ultimately, from our perspective as an industry, you must be at the gold standard of health, safety, and higher. You must have aircraft that have HEPA filters and must have a minimal level of safety that makes certain that your passengers will not be able to easily catch COVID-19. The audit answers, once they go through, we go through 3 different levels. Gold, which makes certain that from an Apex perspective, airlines are providing a level of safety and standard that their passengers are safe. Platinum requires over 50% higher ratings and actions taken by the airline to take care of their customers. And diamond level is that of hospital grade. It's double that of gold and above, and it really sets the highest level of standards for our industry by airlines worldwide. And so what we do is we take the Health Safety Board to quarter going through and seeing what should be done, make certain that customers are best taken care of in their travel journey. Everything has to be updated every 3 months based upon the latest peer-reviewed articles that have been reviewed by our medical board. And it's at this opportunity that airlines have the opportunity to enter a higher tier, or if because of changes in peer-reviewed data, they would be slipping to a lower peer tier, they would need to make corrections to make certain that they're able to maintain their standards. An example that came from a peer-reviewed article actually out of Seoul and was verified was on an area of risk that people are not really thinking about, which is in public restrooms, not just on an aircraft, but anywhere inside in a public restroom. COVID-19 can live for up to 14 days longer in the digestive system than it can in the respiratory system, which creates a risk in public restrooms. This is also one of the #1 areas where customers are likely to take off their masks to do a face check just because they feel like they're in a place of safety inside a restroom. And so one of the initiatives that you'll see rolling out across airlines across the world will be signage, just as it says at the beginning of COVID-19, wash your hands for 20 seconds. It's really keeping your mask on in the restroom and why, saying that indoor restrooms require that level of safety. And then as we've gone through our initial launch in Q1, we've had a couple of dozen airlines go through initial launch, and we have dozens more that are in process right now with Apex. So we're really quite proud of our activity at launch, and airlines that you'll see even this week, you'll see some additional announcements in the region. We saw Japan Airlines last week, and you'll see some others quite shortly. One of the great things that we've seen our airlines do is share information. I love this quote from Delta Airlines. When it comes to safety, airlines do not compete. We all support one another in working to keep customers as safe as possible in their travels. With Apex Health Safety powered by Simplifying, we look forward to openly sharing best practices to advance customer care. One of the things that we have a responsibility to do as an industry working with our colleagues is making certain that airlines do not replicate the same lessons, the same expenses, that we share all the information possible to make certain that we beat COVID-19 as quickly as possible. And so ultimately, we at Apex are working on health safety to accelerate the return of safe air travel. One of the initiatives, as I was hearing from Schiphol talk about biometrics, is that right now, our different biometric providers are getting towards 95% accuracy with face masks on, which is key. When I traveled in the United States yesterday and today, I'm able to do actual retina scans so that I don't have to take off my mask. I'm identified simply by looking into a device. It recognizes me, recognizes that I'm authorized to travel, and I simply go through. Those types of things of not making passengers take off their mask keeps them safer all through their journey. So we're seeing airlines certified and travel trending strongly upwards in regions where travel is allowed. We really believe that updated guidelines will increase passenger confidence each quarter. That communicating how air travel can be done safely across international borders will really advance our future. And the mechanics and consistency from airport to airline to destination are critical for our success. I looked today when I landed, I saw the Korean Air flight that had come in from Seoul to Atlanta, and I thought about this conference that I'd be addressing tonight. It's still Sunday night here in Atlanta, but I really want to thank you for taking the time to invite us, to bring us together, and I look forward to answering any questions from any of our airlines or really from anyone in the industry as we work to advance health safety in a COVID-19 world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leader, for your presentation. We were able to understand the 3 different levels of accreditation for health safety. Thank you.
We have heard from 4 speakers, and we have 3 that have joined us online. Let us have a short Q&A session. In Korea, we are just about to have lunch, so please keep that in mind and keep your answers short. First question goes to Dr. Ansa Jordan, and this is a question from Unji Lee. Airports have thus far put a lot of effort into ensuring that passengers can use airports quickly and conveniently. However, as COVID-19 emphasizes health and quarantine aspects, there may likely be conflict between the previous important values and the current values. What should airport operators prepare to satisfy both quarantine and customer service satisfaction?
Yeah, the previous speaker was talking about balance in the opening, and this is where the airports are in a difficult situation, because from a public health perspective, the airports needs to comply with the state's public health measures, which means quarantine, which is determined by the public health authority of the state. On the other hand, the passengers wants to have comfort, they want to have ease of movement, but they still want to feel protected, both health and safety-wise. So it's really a balance between the two. Going forward, airport operators, and I keep on coming back to the same thing, is monitor the evidence, communicate with every stakeholder that needs to be communicated with. It means the passengers, downward, and it means the state authorities upward. And then keep making it. People have invested in good technology, and I believe we're getting a lot of new innovations coming out and implementation of innovations that hasn't been implemented in the past. So continue doing what you're doing with the contactless procedures, digitalization, but remember, it's not possible everywhere. So it's a difficult balance to keep, but really you have to look at health and safety from the passengers, but also you have to comply with your state requirements. And yeah, that's all I can say on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answer. The second question is directed to Mr. Goel from Jiun Kwak and Sang-hee Lee. Here's the question. Given the vaccination trend, people living in underdeveloped countries are likely to get vaccinated later than those in developed countries, and there are some people who refuse to get vaccinated. And the vaccine passport, if it is introduced, it may lead to social discrimination. So what is your view on this?
Thanks for the question. And, it's probably better answered by Dr. Ansa. But from an IATA viewpoint, we do not want anyone to be excluded from air travel, right? So, vaccination is one way of managing risk. There are other ways of testing and other measures that can be taken. So it's a matter of doing the risk analysis and making sure that the risk is managed. And every country will have a different view of looking at it. But our view is that vaccination can't be the only means to travel. It has to be a combination of vaccination and testing and other measures. But the end goal should be to make sure that everyone is allowed to travel, but with different procedures and restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. The final question goes to Mr. Leader from Apex. This question was submitted by Haejin Kim. Currently, there are many contactless services being applied, but if you can think about senior citizens or those who never used the airport before may have a hard time managing and using the contactless services. So how can we address this challenge?
That's a great question. One of the things that we like to think about is how seamlessly customers can go in front of something and have it just work. For example, here in Atlanta, when you do contactless boarding, it actually does facial recognition. You don't have to do anything new or different. You just have to be yourself and identify yourself as the passenger that you are. If it's that easy when you go up to, for example, touchless baggage check-in, or when you go through international gates that we have here in Atlanta, across the US and at different airports around the world, that's going to give confidence to older travelers that might not like technology quite as much, but ultimately we all need to embrace anything that can minimize touch points and maximize health safety during this pandemic and moving forward. I think you'll see it well embraced by passengers regardless of age.
네, 세 분 답변 모두 감사합니다. 이제 시간상 여기에서 마무리를 해야 될 것 같습니다. 오늘 화면으로 이렇게 함께 해주신 연사분들과 그리고 청중단 모두 빠른 시간 안에 저희가 모여서 얼굴을 보고 즐거운 시간을 가질 수 있는 날이 오기를 희망을 합니다. 함께 해주신 모든 분들께 감사드리고 저는 여기서 물러가도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 좌장을 맡아 진행해 주신 김형신
Thank you very much
전원과
to
귀한 의견
Mr.
나누어
Kim
주신
Young-shin,
연사분들께
and thank
다시
you
한번
to the
감사의
speakers for
말씀드립니다.
your
Thank you
comments.
for the outstanding discussion, all the speakers and our moderator. I'm sure the various opinions from all the speakers will be very helpful for you to step closer to the innovation and integration of the aviation industry. Thank you very much for joining us from the start of the conference. And now let us have a break and we will begin the session 2 and 3 at 2 p.m. In session 2, we will talk about aviation demand recovery and boosting revenue in the post-corona era. And in session 3, it will be about mobility revolution and transformation of the air transport paradigm. So please be back at 2 p.m. Thank you.
영광은 우연히 만들어지지 않습니다. 역사를 통해 완성됩니다. 20년간 찬란했던 영광의 시간들. 당신의 헌신과 국민의 성원이 있었기에 당당히 이룰 수 있었습니다. 서해안의 작은 섬에 불과했던 영종도. 이곳에서 섬과 섬을 잇고 드넓은 바다를 메우는 대역사가 시작됩니다. 순조로울 줄 알았던 건설 사업은 부정적인 여론과 오해에 부딪히기도 하였습니다. 하지만 성공에 대한 확신이 있었기에 어떤 어려움도 극복해 나갈 수 있었습니다. 세계 최고의 공항을 완성하자. 동북아 허브 공항이란 그 원대한 꿈을 향하여 한 단계 한 단계 나아갔습니다. 그리고 마침내 2001년 3월 29일 대한민국의 새로운 하늘길이 열렸습니다. 대한민국의 경제 성장을 견인할 중요한 관문이 탄생한 것입니다. 대한민국의 기술력과 역량을 집대성한 공항. 나는 훗날 대한민국 대표 브랜드가 될 것이라 굳게 믿었습니다. 나의 도전은 여기에서 멈추지 않았습니다. 항공산업 변화에 발맞춘 조기 확장, 그리고 끊임없는 혁신으로 공항 운영과 서비스, 물류 등 모든 분야에서 발전을 거듭하며 세계 정상급 공항으로서 우뚝 서게 되었습니다. 투지를 불태운 당신이 있었기에 나는 해낼 수 있었고, 대한민국의 저력을 보여주며 더 나은 미래를 향한 발판을 다질 수 있었습니다. 그리고 정상에서 다시 시작된 도전. 항공 수요의 급격한 성장과 세계공항의 경쟁적인 확장 속에서 한 차원 높은 미래를 향해 나는 거침없이 나아갔습니다. 앞을 내다본 신속한 대응으로 대한민국은 두 개의 날개를 달고 나는 새로운 시대를 열어가는 주인공이 됐습니다. 예술 작품과 어우러진 품격 있는 문화예술 공항. 첨단 기술을 도입해 빠르고 안전한 스마트 공항. 자연과 함께하고 신재생 에너지를 도입한 그린 공항. 모두가 부러워하는 나의 꿈이 실현되었습니다. 그리고 드디어 누구도 따라올 수 없는 최고공항에 입지해서 대한민국의 브랜드 가치를 드높이며 나는 온 국민의 자부심이 되었습니다. 지난 20년 그 위대한 역사의 중심에서 나는 한순간도 멈추지 않고 걸어왔습니다. 세계 최고공항을 향한 나의 열정은 바다를 메워 하늘을 열었고 정상을 향하던 공항에서 이제는 그 노하우를 전 세계에 널리 알리며 대한민국의 공항 영토를 확장해 나가고 있습니다. 앞으로도 나는 공항의 새로운 역사를 쓰기 위해 누구도 도전하지 못한 미래와 가치를 향하여 새로운 20년을 당당히 나아갈 것입니다. 나는 인천국제공항입니다.
Get excited with travel again. By experiencing something new. By traveling across space and time. We're getting prepared for the thrill of traveling. The Korea you've never met before. And a safe journey. Getting ready with you, right next to you. This is Incheon Airport. Ready, set, travel.
영광은 우연히 만들어지지 않습니다. 역사를 통해 완성됩니다. 20년간 찬란했던 영광의 시간들. 당신의 헌신과 국민의 성원이 있었기에 당당히 이룰 수 있었습니다. 서해안의 작은 섬에 불과했던 영종도. 이곳에서 섬과 섬을 잇고 드넓은 바다를 메우는 대역사가 시작됩니다. 순조로울 줄 알았던 건설 사업은 부정적인 여론과 오해에 부딪히기도 하였습니다. 하지만 성공에 대한 확신이 있었기에 어떤 어려움도 극복해 나갈 수 있었습니다. 세계 최고의 공항을 완성하자. 동북아 허브 공항이란 그 원대한 꿈을 향하여 한 단계 한 단계 나아갔습니다. 그리고 마침내 2001년 3월 29일 대한민국의 새로운 하늘길이 열렸습니다. 대한민국의 경제 성장을 견인할 중요한 관문이 탄생한 것입니다. 대한민국의 기술력과 역량을 집대성한 공항. 나는 훗날 대한민국 대표 브랜드가 될 것이라 굳게 믿었습니다. 나의 도전은 여기에서 멈추지 않았습니다. 항공산업 변화에 발맞춘 조기 확장, 그리고 끊임없는 혁신으로 공항 운영과 서비스, 물류 등 모든 분야에서 발전을 거듭하며 세계 정상급 공항으로서 우뚝 서게 되었습니다. 투지를 불태운 당신이 있었기에 나는 해낼 수 있었고, 대한민국의 저력을 보여주며 더 나은 미래를 향한 발판을 다질 수 있었습니다. 그리고 정상에서 다시 시작된 도전. 항공 수요의 급격한 성장과 세계공항의 경쟁적인 확장 속에서 한 차원 높은 미래를 향해 나는 거침없이 나아갔습니다. 앞을 내다본 신속한 대응으로 대한민국은 두 개의 날개를 달고 나는 새로운 시대를 열어가는 주인공이 됐습니다. 예술작품과 어우러진 품격 있는 문화예술 공항. 첨단 기술을 도입해 빠르고 안전한 스마트 공항. 자연과 함께하고 신재생 에너지를 도입한 그린 공항. 세계 최고 공항을 향한 나의 열정은 바다를 메워 하늘을 열었고, 정상을 향하던 공항에서 이제는 그 노하우를 전 세계에 널리 알리며 대한민국의 공항 영토를 확장해 나가고 있습니다. 앞으로도 나는 공항의 새로운 역사를 쓰기 위해 누구도 도전하지 못한 미래와 가치를 향하여 새로운 20년을 당당히 나아갈 것입니다. 나는 인천국제공항입니다.
Get excited with travel again. By experiencing something new. by traveling across space and time. We're getting prepared for the thrill of traveling, the Korea you've never met before, and a safe journey. Getting ready with you, right next to you. This is Incheon Airport. Ready, set, travel.
영광은 우연히 만들어지지 않습니다. 역사를 통해 완성됩니다. 20년간 찬란했던 영광의 시간들. 당신의 헌신과 국민의 성원이 있었기에 당당히 이룰 수 있었습니다. 서해안의 작은 섬에 불과했던 영종도. 이곳에서 섬과 섬을 잇고 드넓은 바다를 메우는 대역사가 시작됩니다. 순조로울 줄 알았던 건설 사업은 부정적인 여론과 오해에 부딪히기도 하였습니다. 하지만 성공에 대한 확신이 있었기에 어떤 어려움도 극복해 나갈 수 있었습니다. 세계 최고의 공항을 완성하자. 동북아 허브 공항이란 그 원대한 꿈을 향하여 한 단계 한 단계 나아갔습니다. 그리고 마침내 2001년 3월 29일 대한민국에 새로운 하늘길이 열렸습니다. 대한민국의 경제 성장을 견인할 중요한 관문이 탄생한 것입니다. 대한민국의 기술력과 역량을 집대성한 공항. 나는 훗날 대한민국 대표 브랜드가 될 것이라 굳게 믿었습니다. 나의 도전은 여기에서 멈추지 않았습니다. 항공산업 변화에 발맞춘 조기 확장, 그리고 끊임없는 혁신으로 공항 운영과 서비스, 물류 등 모든 분야에서 발전을 거듭하며 세계 정상급 공항으로서 우뚝 서게 되었습니다. 투지를 불태운 당신이 있었기에 나는 해낼 수 있었고, 대한민국의 저력을 보여주며 더 나은 미래를 향한 발판을 다질 수 있었습니다. 그리고 정상에서 다시 시작된 도전. 항공 수요의 급격한 성장과 세계공항의 경쟁적인 확장 속에서 한 차원 높은 미래를 향해 나는 거침없이 나아갔습니다. 앞을 내다본 신속한 대응으로 대한민국은 두 개의 날개를 달고 나는 새로운 시대를 열어가는 주인공이 됐습니다. 예술작품과 어우러진 품격 있는 문화예술 공항. 첨단 기술을 도입해 빠르고 안전한 스마트 공항. 자연과 함께하고 신재생 에너지를 도입한 그린 공항. 모두가 부러워하는 나의 꿈이 실현되었습니다. 그리고 드디어 누구도 따라올 수 없는 최고공항의 입지에서 대한민국의 브랜드 가치를 드높이며 나는 온 국민의 자부심이 되었습니다. 지난 20년, 그 위대한 역사의 중심에서 나는 한순간도 멈추지 않고 걸어왔습니다. 세계 최고공항을 향한 나의 열정은 바다를 메워 하늘을 열었고, 정상을 향하던 공항에서 이제는 그 노하우를 전 세계에 널리 알리며 대한민국의 공항 영토를 확장해 나가고 있습니다. 앞으로도 나는 공항의 새로운 역사를 쓰기 위해 누구도 도전하지 못한 미래와 가치를 향하여 새로운 20년을 당당히 나아갈 것입니다. 나는 인천국제공항입니다.
Get excited with travel again. By experiencing something new. By traveling across space and time. We're getting prepared for the thrill of traveling. The Korea you've never met before. And a safe journey. Getting ready with you, right next to you. This is Incheon Airport. Ready, set, travel.
영광은 우연히 만들어지지 않습니다. 역사를 통해 완성됩니다. 20년간 찬란했던 영광의 시간들. 당신의 헌신과 국민의 성원이 있었기에 당당히 이룰 수 있었습니다. 서해안의 작은 섬에 불과했던 영종도. 이곳에서 섬과 섬을 잇고 드넓은 바다를 메우는 대역사가 시작됩니다. 순조로울 줄 알았던 건설 사업은 부정적인 여론과 오해에 부딪히기도 하였습니다. 하지만 성공에 대한 확신이 있었기에 어떤 어려움도 극복해 나갈 수 있었습니다. 세계 최고의 공항을 완성하자. 동북아 허브 공항이란 그 원대한 꿈을 향하여 한 단계 한 단계 나아갔습니다. 그리고 마침내 2001년 3월 29일 대한민국의 새로운 하늘길이 열렸습니다. 대한민국의 경제 성장을 견인할 중요한 관문이 탄생한 것입니다. 대한민국의 기술력과 역량을 집대성한 공항. 나는 훗날 대한민국 대표 브랜드가 될 것이라 굳게 믿었습니다. 나의 도전은 여기에서 멈추지 않았습니다. 항공산업 변화에 발맞춘 조기 확장, 그리고 끊임없는 혁신으로 공항 운영과 서비스, 물류 등 모든 분야에서 발전을 거듭하며 세계 정상급 공항으로서 우뚝 서게 되었습니다. 투지를 불태운 당신이 있었기에 나는 해낼 수 있었고, 대한민국의 저력을 보여주며 더 나은 미래를 향한 발판을 다질 수 있었습니다. 그리고 정상에서 다시 시작된 도전. 항공 수요의 급격한 성장과 세계공항의 경쟁적인 확장 속에서 한 차원 높은 미래를 향해 나는 거침없이 나아갔습니다. 앞을 내다본 신속한 대응으로 대한민국은 두 개의 날개를 달고 나는 새로운 시대를 열어가는 주인공이 됐습니다. 예술작품과 어우러진 품격 있는 문화예술 공항. 첨단 기술을 도입해 빠르고 안전한 스마트 공항. 자연과 함께하고 신재생 에너지를 도입한 그린 공항. 모두가 부러워하는 나의 꿈이 실현되었습니다. 그리고 드디어 누구도 따라올 수 없는 최고공항의 입지에서 대한민국의 브랜드 가치를 드높이며 나는 온 국민의 자부심이 되었습니다. 지난 20년 그 위대한 역사의 중심에서 나는 한순간도 멈추지 않고 걸어왔습니다. 세계 최고공항을 향한 나의 열정은 바다를 메워 하늘을 열었고, 정상을 향하던 공항에서 이제는 그 노하우를 전 세계에 널리 알리며 대한민국의 공항 영토를 확장해 나가고 있습니다. 앞으로도 나는 공항의 새로운 역사를 쓰기 위해 누구도 도전하지 못한 미래와 가치를 향하여 새로운 20년을 당당히 나아갈 것입니다. 나는 인천국제공항입니다.
Get excited with travel again. By experiencing something new. by traveling across space and time. We're getting prepared for the thrill of traveling, the Korea you've never met before, and a safe journey. Getting ready with you, right next to you. This is Incheon Airport. Ready, set, travel.
영광은 우연히 만들어지지 않습니다. 역사를 통해 완성됩니다. 20년간 찬란했던 영광의 시간들. 당신의 헌신과 국민의 성원이 있었기에 당당히 이룰 수 있었습니다. 서해안의 작은 섬에 불과했던 영종도. 이곳에서 섬과 섬을 잇고 드넓은 바다를 메우는 대역사가 시작됩니다. 순조로울 줄 알았던 건설 사업은 부정적인 여론과 오해에 부딪히기도 하였습니다. 하지만 성공에 대한 확신이 있었기에 어떤 어려움도 극복해 나갈 수 있었습니다. 세계 최고의 공항을 완성하자. 동북아 허브 공항이란 그 원대한 꿈을 향하여 한 단계 한 단계 나아갔습니다. 그리고 마침내 2001년 3월 29일 대한민국에 새로운 하늘길이 열렸습니다. 대한민국의 경제 성장을 견인할 중요한 관문이 탄생한 것입니다. 대한민국의 기술력과 역량을 집대성한 공항. 나는 훗날 대한민국 대표 브랜드가 될 것이라 굳게 믿었습니다. 나의 도전은 여기에서 멈추지 않았습니다. 항공산업 변화에 발맞춘 조기 확장, 그리고 끊임없는 혁신으로 공항 운영과 서비스, 물류 등 모든 분야에서 발전을 거듭하며 세계 정상급 공항으로서 우뚝 서게 되었습니다. 투지를 불태운 당신이 있었기에 나는 해낼 수 있었고, 대한민국의 저력을 보여주며 더 나은 미래를 향한 발판을 다질 수 있었습니다. 그리고 정상에서 다시 시작된 도전. 항공 수요의 급격한 성장과 세계공항의 경쟁적인 확장 속에서 한 차원 높은 미래를 향해 나는 거침없이 나아갔습니다. 앞을 내다본 신속한 대응으로 대한민국은 두 개의 날개를 달고 나는 새로운 시대를 열어가는 주인공이 됐습니다. 예술작품과 어우러진 품격 있는 문화예술 공항. 첨단 기술을 도입해 빠르고 안전한 스마트 공항. 자연과 함께하고 신재생 에너지를 도입한 그린 공항. 모두가 부러워하는 나의 꿈이 실현되었습니다. 그리고 드디어 누구도 따라올 수 없는 최고공항에 입지해서 대한민국의 브랜드 가치를 드높이며 나는 온 국민의 자부심이 되었습니다. 지난 20년 그 위대한 역사의 중심에서 나는 한순간도 멈추지 않고 걸어왔습니다. 세계 최고공항을 향한 나의 열정은 바다를 메워 하늘을 열었고, 정상을 향하던 공항에서 이제는 그 노하우를 전 세계에 널리 알리며 대한민국의 공항 영토를 확장해 나가고 있습니다. 앞으로도 나는 공항의 새로운 역사를 쓰기 위해 누구도 도전하지 못한 미래와 가치를 향하여 새로운 20년을 당당히 나아갈 것입니다. 나는 인천국제공항입니다.
Get excited with travel again. By experiencing something new. By traveling across space and time. We're getting prepared for the thrill of traveling. The Korea you've never met before. And a safe journey. Getting ready with you, right next to you. This is Incheon Airport. Ready, set, travel.
영광은 우연히 만들어지지 않습니다. 역사를 통해 완성됩니다. 20년간 찬란했던 영광의 시간들. 당신의 헌신과 국민의 성원이 있었기에 당당히 이룰 수 있었습니다. 서해안의 작은 섬에 불과했던 영종도. 이곳에서 섬과 섬을 잇고 드넓은 바다를 메우는 대역사가 시작됩니다. 순조로울 줄 알았던 건설 사업은 부정적인 여론과 오해에 부딪히기도 하였습니다. 하지만 성공에 대한 확신이 있었기에 어떤 어려움도 극복해 나갈 수 있었습니다. 세계 최고의 공항을 완성하자. 동북아 허브 공항이란 그 원대한 꿈을 향하여 한 단계 한 단계 나아갔습니다. 그리고 마침내 2001년 3월 29일 대한민국의 새로운 하늘길이 열렸습니다. 대한민국의 경제 성장을 견인할 중요한 관문이 탄생한 것입니다. 대한민국의 기술력과 역량을 집대성한 공항. 나는 훗날 대한민국 대표 브랜드가 될 것이라 굳게 믿었습니다. 나의 도전은 여기에서 멈추지 않았습니다. 항공산업 변화에 발맞춘 조기 확장, 그리고 끊임없는 혁신으로 공항 운영과 서비스, 물류 등 모든 분야에서 발전을 거듭하며 세계 정상급 공항으로서 우뚝 서게 되었습니다. 투지를 불태운 당신이 있었기에 나는 해낼 수 있었고, 대한민국의 저력을 보여주며 더 나은 미래를 향한 발판을 다질 수 있었습니다. 그리고 정상에서 다시 시작된 도전. 항공 수요의 급격한 성장과 세계공항의 경쟁적인 확장 속에서 한 차원 높은 미래를 향해 나는 거침없이 나아갔습니다. 앞을 내다본 신속한 대응으로 대한민국은 두 개의 날개를 달고 나는 새로운 시대를 열어가는 주인공이 됐습니다. 예술작품과 어우러진 품격 있는 문화예술 공항. 첨단 기술을 도입해 빠르고 안전한 스마트 공항. 자연과 함께하고 신재생 에너지를 도입한 그린 공항. 모두가 부러워하는 나의 꿈이 실현되었습니다. 그리고 드디어 누구도 따라올 수 없는 최고공항의 입지에서 대한민국의 브랜드 가치를 드높이며 나는 온 국민의 자부심이 되었습니다. 지난 20년 그 위대한 역사의 중심에서 나는 한순간도 멈추지 않고 걸어왔습니다. 세계 최고공항을 향한 나의 열정은 바다를 메워 하늘을 열었고, 정상을 향하던 공항에서 이제는 그 노하우를 전 세계에 널리 알리며 대한민국의 공항 영토를 확장해 나가고 있습니다. 앞으로도 나는 공항의 새로운 역사를 쓰기 위해 누구도 도전하지 못한 미래와 가치를 향하여 새로운 20년을 당당히 나아갈 것입니다. 나는 인천국제공항입니다.
Get excited with travel again. By experiencing something new. by traveling across space and time. We're getting prepared for the thrill of traveling, the Korea you've never met before, and a safe journey. Getting ready with you, right next to you. This is Incheon Airport. Ready, set, travel.
영광은 우연히 만들어지지 않습니다. 역사를 통해 완성됩니다. 20년간 찬란했던 영광의 시간들. 당신의 헌신과 국민의 성원이 있었기에 당당히 이룰 수 있었습니다. 서해안의 작은 섬에 불과했던 영종도. 이곳에서 섬과 섬을 잇고 드넓은 바다를 메우는 대역사가 시작됩니다. 순조로울 줄 알았던 건설 사업은 부정적인 여론과 오해에 부딪히기도 하였습니다. 하지만 성공에 대한 확신이 있었기에 어떤 어려움도 극복해 나갈 수 있었습니다. 세계 최고의 공항을 완성하자. 동북아 허브 공항이란 그 원대한 꿈을 향하여 한 단계 한 단계 나아갔습니다. 그리고 마침내 2001년 3월 29일 대한민국의 새로운 하늘길이 열렸습니다. 대한민국의 경제 성장을 견인할 중요한 관문이 탄생한 것입니다. 대한민국의 기술력과 역량을 집대성한 공항. 나는 훗날 대한민국 대표 브랜드가 될 것이라 굳게 믿었습니다. 나의 도전은 여기에서 멈추지 않았습니다. 항공산업 변화에 발맞춘 조기 확장, 그리고 끊임없는 혁신으로 공항 운영과 서비스, 물류 등 모든 분야에서 발전을 거듭하며 세계 정상급 공항으로서 우뚝 서게 되었습니다. 투지를 불태운 당신이 있었기에 나는 해낼 수 있었고, 대한민국의 저력을 보여주며 더 나은 미래를 향한 발판을 다질 수 있었습니다. 그리고 정상에서 다시 시작된 도전. 항공 수요의 급격한 성장과 세계공항의 경쟁적인 확장 속에서 한 차원 높은 미래를 향해 나는 거침없이 나아갔습니다. 앞을 내다본 신속한 대응으로 대한민국은 두 개의 날개를 달고 나는 새로운 시대를 열어가는 주인공이 됐습니다. 예술작품과 어우러진 품격 있는 문화예술 공항. 첨단 기술을 도입해 빠르고 안전한 스마트 공항. 자연과 함께하고 신재생 에너지를 도입한 그린 공항. 모두가 부러워하는 나의 꿈이 실현되었습니다. 그리고 드디어 누구도 따라올 수 없는 최고공항에 입지해서 대한민국의 브랜드 가치를 드높이며 나는 온 국민의 자부심이 되었습니다. 지난 20년 그 위대한 역사의 중심에서 나는 한순간도 멈추지 않고 걸어왔습니다. 세계 최고공항을 향한 나의 열정은 바다를 메워 하늘을 열었고, 정상을 향하던 공항에서 이제는 그 노하우를 전 세계에 널리 알리며 대한민국의 공항 영토를 확장해 나가고 있습니다. 앞으로도 나는 공항의 새로운 역사를 쓰기 위해 누구도 도전하지 못한 미래와 가치를 향하여 새로운 20년을 당당히 나아갈 것입니다. 나는 인천국제공항입니다.
Get excited with travel again. By experiencing something new. By traveling across space and time. We're getting prepared for the thrill of traveling. The Korea you've never met before. And a safe journey. Getting ready with you, right next to you. This is Incheon Airport. Ready, set, travel.
영광은 우연히 만들어지지 않습니다. 역사를 통해 완성됩니다. 20년간 찬란했던 영광의 시간들. 당신의 헌신과 국민의 성원이 있었기에 당당히 이룰 수 있었습니다. 서해안의 작은 섬에 불과했던 영종도. 이곳에서 섬과 섬을 잇고 드넓은 바다를 메우는 대역사가 시작됩니다. 순조로울 줄 알았던 건설 사업은 부정적인 여론과 오해에 부딪히기도 하였습니다. 하지만 성공에 대한 확신이 있었기에 어떤 어려움도 극복해 나갈 수 있었습니다. 세계 최고의 공항을 완성하자. 동북아 허브 공항이란 그 원대한 꿈을 향하여 한 단계 한 단계 나아갔습니다. 그리고 마침내 2001년 3월 29일 대한민국의 새로운 하늘길이 열렸습니다. 대한민국의 경제 성장을 견인할 중요한 관문이 탄생한 것입니다. 대한민국의 기술력과 역량을 집대성한 공항. 나는 훗날 대한민국 대표 브랜드가 될 것이라 굳게 믿었습니다. 나의 도전은 여기에서 멈추지 않았습니다. 항공산업 변화에 발맞춘 조기 확장, 그리고 끊임없는 혁신으로 공항 운영과 서비스, 물류 등 모든 분야에서 발전을 거듭하며 세계 정상급 공항으로서 우뚝 서게 되었습니다. 투지를 불태운 당신이 있었기에 나는 해낼 수 있었고, 대한민국의 저력을 보여주며 더 나은 미래를 향한 발판을 다질 수 있었습니다. 그리고 정상에서 다시 시작된 도전. 항공 수요의 급격한 성장과 세계공항의 경쟁적인 확장 속에서 한 차원 높은 미래를 향해 나는 거침없이 나아갔습니다. 앞을 내다본 신속한 대응으로 대한민국은 두 개의 날개를 달고 나는 새로운 시대를 열어가는 주인공이 됐습니다. 예술작품과 어우러진 품격 있는 문화예술 공항. 첨단 기술을 도입해 빠르고 안전한 스마트 공항. 자연과 함께하고 신재생 에너지를 도입한 그린 공항. 모두가 부러워하는 나의 꿈이 실현되었습니다. 그리고 드디어 누구도 따라올 수 없는 최고공항의 입지에서 대한민국의 브랜드 가치를 드높이며 나는 온 국민의 자부심이 되었습니다. 지난 20년 그 위대한 역사의 중심에서 나는 한순간도 멈추지 않고 걸어왔습니다. 세계 최고공항을 향한 나의 열정은 바다를 메워 하늘을 열었고, 정상을 향하던 공항에서 이제는 그 노하우를 전 세계에 널리 알리며 대한민국의 공항 영토를 확장해 나가고 있습니다. 앞으로도 나는 공항의 새로운 역사를 쓰기 위해 누구도 도전하지 못한 미래와 가치를 향하여 새로운 20년을 당당히 나아갈 것입니다. 나는 인천국제공항입니다.
Get excited with travel again. By experiencing something new. by traveling across space and time. We're getting prepared for the thrill of traveling, the Korea you've never met before, and a safe journey. Getting ready with you, right next to you. This is Incheon Airport. Ready, set, travel.
영광은 우연히 만들어지지 않습니다. 역사를 통해 완성됩니다. 20년간 찬란했던 영광의 시간들. 당신의 헌신과 국민의 성원이 있었기에 당당히 이룰 수 있었습니다. 서해안의 작은 섬에 불과했던 영종도. 이곳에서 섬과 섬을 잇고 드넓은 바다를 메우는 대역사가 시작됩니다. 순조로울 줄 알았던 건설 사업은 부정적인 여론과 오해에 부딪히기도 하였습니다. 하지만 성공에 대한 확신이 있었기에 어떤 어려움도 극복해 나갈 수 있었습니다. 세계 최고의 공항을 완성하자. 동북아 허브 공항이란 그 원대한 꿈을 향하여 한 단계 한 단계 나아갔습니다. 그리고 마침내 2001년 3월 29일 대한민국의 새로운 하늘길이 열렸습니다. 대한민국의 경제 성장을 견인할 중요한 관문이 탄생한 것입니다. 대한민국의 기술력과 역량을 집대성한 공항. 나는 훗날 대한민국 대표 브랜드가 될 것이라 굳게 믿었습니다. 나의 도전은 여기에서 멈추지 않았습니다. 항공산업 변화에 발맞춘 조기 확장, 그리고 끊임없는 혁신으로 공항 운영과 서비스, 물류 등 모든 분야에서 발전을 거듭하며 세계 정상급 공항으로서 우뚝 서게 되었습니다. 투지를 불태운 당신이 있었기에 나는 해낼 수 있었고, 대한민국의 저력을 보여주며 더 나은 미래를 향한 발판을 다질 수 있었습니다. 그리고 정상에서 다시 시작된 도전. 항공 수요의 급격한 성장과 세계공항의 경쟁적인 확장 속에서 한 차원 높은 미래를 향해 나는 거침없이 나아갔습니다. 앞을 내다본 신속한 대응으로 대한민국은 두 개의 날개를 달고 나는 새로운 시대를 열어가는 주인공이 됐습니다. 예술작품과 어우러진 품격 있는 문화예술 공항. 첨단 기술을 도입해 빠르고 안전한 스마트 공항. 자연과 함께하고 신재생 에너지를 도입한 그린 공항. 모두가 부러워하는 나의 꿈이 실현되었습니다. 그리고 드디어 누구도 따라올 수 없는 최고공항에 입지해서 대한민국의 브랜드 가치를 드높이며 나는 온 국민의 자부심이 되었습니다. 지난 20년 그 위대한 역사의 중심에서 나는 한순간도 멈추지 않고 걸어왔습니다. 세계 최고공항을 향한 나의 열정은 바다를 메워 하늘을 열었고, 정상을 향하던 공항에서 이제는 그 노하우를 전 세계에 널리 알리며 대한민국의 공항 영토를 확장해 나가고 있습니다. 앞으로도 나는 공항의 새로운 역사를 쓰기 위해 누구도 도전하지 못한 미래와 가치를 향하여 새로운 20년을 당당히 나아갈 것입니다. 나는 인천국제공항입니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let us begin the session 2 on mobility, revolution, and transformation of the air transport paradigm. We have 4 international speakers online and 1 Korean speaker on site. Let me introduce the first speaker who are joining us online, Mr. Muhammad Daud, a senior Policy and International Relations of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, and Culture in Malaysia. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum, and very good afternoon to all of our tourism colleagues all around the world. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizer of this particular conference, which is the Incheon International Airport, and also congratulations for your 20th anniversary this year. We're very happy to be contributing to these particular conferences, specifically on issues related to travel aviation. As for my presentation today, I'm going to be very specific on the development in the Asia-Pacific region. Particularly, I will set the scene with the current scenario, pre-COVID scenario, and then I will jump into our current situation, and then looking into the future outlook of the travel industry and travel trends. And then I will share a little bit on what APEC Tourism Working Group is working on related to travel aviation. And finally, I will offer some policy recommendations for all of our viewers and participants to take home with. On the next slide, if you can see, I'm starting off with the where were we in 2019, and how does Asia Pacific fits into the global tourism scenario. If you can see on the left-hand side, the growth of international tourist arrival in Asia Pacific has been has been at a steady pace. If you see the dark blue line, which is representing the Asia Pacific region, in 2019 we matched the world growth average of growth in terms of tourist arrival. However, you see there are two spikes within the graph. One is 2003, which we had a dip in terms of growth, that is particularly because of SARS, and we see a quick jump in terms of growth in 2004. This happens again in 2009, a dip because of the global economic crisis at that time, and immediately 1 year after we see a spike in terms of growth, a big growth in Asia Pacific region. So this shows that after two serious, I would say, catastrophe hit the tourism industry, we came back with a strong recovery and a higher growth rate right 1 year after. Some call this revenge tourism, some call it a fast recovery. I would like to see this happening also in our tourism industry post-COVID-19 pandemic. More importantly also, that I would like to also share that the Asia Pacific region has been very strong. It is the second most visited region in the world back in 2019. And if you can see on the right, the graph also shows that in terms of share of global tourist arrival, Asia Pacific has been steadily increasing from 16% to 25% of global share, which is quite significant. Now it means that Asia Pacific itself is covering a quarter of the tourist arrival in this world, and this number was supposed to expected to go higher and higher in the coming years if it's not because of the COVID-19 impact. In terms of total number of tourist arrival that we have at the Asia Pacific level, we hit the record number of 360 million as opposed to 1.3 billion worldwide. Next slide. So next slide, it brings us to where we are where we were in 2020. This is the year where tourism globally came to a standstill. If you can see, all the world region was severely affected by this COVID-19. However, the Asia Pacific region was the first to be hit, and I would say the hardest to be hit, and some expected that it will be quite slow in terms of recovery. If you look at the graph, which we sourced from the UNWTO, for the year 2019, which is the light blue bar, you can see in the Asia Pacific region, as I mentioned earlier, the growth is quite high, which is representing 4%. However, in 2020, when the virus hit globally, the Asia Pacific region was the worst hit, which record at 84%, minus 84% negative growth. This showcased that we have a severe situation in the Asia Pacific region, And this is also due to that the virus started in our region, in the Asia Pacific region, and we have many small island countries that also offer tourism industry and also aviation industry that has slowed the recovery process within the Asia Pacific region. And also, I will share a little bit later to showcase that the Asia Pacific region has the highest rate of border closure or travel restriction globally. In terms of revenue passenger per kilometer, it is also can be seen, this data is from IATA, it can also be seen that there is a major decline, or I would say the significant decline compared to global as well as other regions in terms of revenue passenger per kilometer, where it hits almost 95% for December and also for November 2020 within the Asia Pacific region. So where do we go from here? If you can see on the next slide, this is where we are looking in terms of our recovery. So based on the UNWTO expert survey, it is said that the outlook remain very cautious in terms of recovery within the Asia Pacific region, as well as globally as well. If you can see on the slide on the left, it is said that there are mixed outlook in terms of 50% of the experts says that the tourism industry will rebound in 2021, but the other 20%, the other 50% of the tourism industry are saying that the rebound will only occur in 2022. But I would like to direct your attention very specifically on the Asia Pacific region. Unfortunately, in Asia Pacific region, many of the tourism experts that have been interviewed, more than 300 under this survey, says that for the Asia Pacific region alone, the rebound will only occur in 2022. If you can see on the graph on the right hand side, these are some of the factors based on the surveys as well. What are the main factors that will, I would say, will influence the rate of rebound of the tourism industry? Many of the respondents, which is more than 80%, cited that travel restriction would be one of it, which is very obvious. Without border opening, without travel facilitation across border, this itself will slow down the movement of tourists across border. But nonetheless, when the survey was done, it is not just one factor that is determinant for the future outlook of travel industry. It is also a combination of some of these factors as well, because consumer confidence to travel is also a major factor in terms of bringing people back to travel and rebound the tourism industry as well in the future. Back on the tourism survey as well, next slide. So as I said, travel restriction was one of the major hindrances for people to travel across border. Now, this is where we can see where we are currently in terms of travel restriction map in the global scenario. This is based on the January 2021 statistics, which is also sourced from the United Nations World Tourism Organization. The dark blue indicates that complete closure of borders in terms of travel. So as you can see, global average shows that 32% out of 270 countries have imposed border restriction. And for Asia Pacific region alone, which I'm focusing right now in my presentation, is representing 65% of the countries in Asia Pacific region have imposed border closure, which is the highest compared to any other region in the world. So this is where it is very important to look at travel restriction in a more comprehensive or more strategic ways in terms of slowing or easing the border opening into the future. And recovery remains, I would say, heavily dependent on, number one, development of the wider economy. If the individual country's economic development start to revive, there will be more and more demand for people to travel for business purposes. And also, of course, ease of travel restriction should be more, I would say, evidence-based with specific data to showcase that there are some serious threat. If not, government should be more comfortable and confident to open up their border. And of course, finally, pace or the rate of vaccination rollout is also a major condition or dependent in terms of recovery of travel cross border within the near future. So the next slide, in relation to vaccine rollout, This is a very quick snapshot, a very recent, I would say, recent chart that we got from the Economics Intelligence Unit, dated March 2021. This is a map to showcase where we are in the right now in terms of the vaccine rollout by country. It is quite obvious that each country will get access to coronavirus vaccine earlier than others. And for the Asia Pacific region, if you can see, most of the, I would say, middle income countries will only have significant rollout covering almost 90% of the population only by the late 2022, except for Hong Kong, China, and Singapore. So this is the situation right now. But moving forward, that bring me back to the title of this particular session, whereby looking at the current scenario for travel in terms of tourism post-pandemic. My personal view is that the word post-pandemic should not be even mentioned, because we wouldn't see the period where the pandemic will be over. If we are starting to come up with strategy post-pandemic or looking at the scenario post-pandemic, we may look at next to 5 to 10 years ahead. But what we need to do right now is that we must admit, and then we must adapt to the new normal and try to live with the current situation as best as we could, and re-strategize our business model so that we can move forward and try to circumvent and provide our business strategy that can meet the demand of the customer and the tourists alike internationally. So what can we expect in 2021 and beyond? This is where I am taking all of you to my next slide. So this is the major travel trends right now. This is how we're going to cope with our business in the travel industry, and this is how we need to look at our businesses, either be it in the travel industry or in the tourism specific per se, in order for us to move forward together with the current COVID-19 scenario. First and foremost is demand evolution. We must admit that tourists now prefer to travel domestically and have a closer to home type of vacation because of security, I would say familiarity, and also resistance to travel across border due to border closure. Beyond that, their preferences also is more on off-the-grid experiences, looking for eco-destination, open-air activities, avoid crowd destination. And then on business traveler, of course, this is one of the sector that we are looking at to be the one to recover as fast as possible. Due to economic development, there is a need for people to travel for business purposes. And this is the area where we see that the travel industry can recover as fast as possible. And of course, MICE, in terms of face-to-face and hybrid, we can see that many events such as this conference also, although it focuses on hybrid, there are still the need for people to travel. And then we also have to be very mindful of last-minute booking, especially this at the current period of recovery. As the border is opening very slowly, there will be many companies, including airlines company, including travel destination, and also tourism attraction, providing hoteliers, providing many discount, many offer, many packages that is very attractive, that is based on demand at that time. So we can expect that many people who want to take advantage of this new offer will do very last minute booking or many cancellation based on what is current situation of that particular destination in terms of vaccine as well as the spread of coronavirus. So we need to look at this demand evolution as well. Number two is the need for health and hygiene destination. This is very, very important to gain confidence, to create confidence for the travelers to travel either for leisure, for sports, or for businesses. We must look at good practices in health and hygiene, especially high quality of medical facilities. And the trust factor must be there. Accurate information must be portrayed either to the recipient country or the source country of traveler, including the travelers themselves. They must have good information, reliable information, so that they can make their plan or decision to travel. And finally, looking at health, destination must be ready, especially in remote area, to strengthen infrastructure and also protect local communities. This is looking at the destination itself. the local community must also be ready to accept travelers coming from foreign countries again. They must be felt secure as well. The infrastructure in terms of facilities, in terms of hospital, must be well equipped to counter or to cover for an outbreak if it happens in the future. So these are some of the health and hygiene factors that need to be looked into for travel demand to grow into the future. Thirdly, of course, we're looking at digital innovation and digitalization. We cannot run away from this. Digital boom especially occurred during this pandemic time. E-commerce started to spur people staying home, start to shop a lot online. Social media also have a lot of engagement, as well as people try to be very familiarized with technology during this downtime. Contactless conveniences. This is something that many in the travel industry must look into. I believe the travel industry, especially airport and airlines, have a lot of innovation in this area, which include touchless technology, contactless payment, biometric verification, and so on. And of course, the rise of virtual tourism. There are some, I would say, travel agency and tourist guide did offer. I've seen one that they showcase travel tour. I would say traveling through Chinatown in Malaysia through Google Earth, whereby tourists were taken around looking into Google Earth and also Street View, which will entice travelers to travel in to that location physically when the border opens or when the restriction of movement have been lifted. So these are some of the technology applications that can be used and can be harnessed when while we are trying to recover during COVID-19 period. And finally, sustainability. This is something very, very important for us to look into. Sustainability is during downtime, people are looking at destination, especially eco destination, in terms of how to protect and preserve our habitat and protect our nature. They are also looking at crowd modernization, which include putting in place carrying capacity so that social distancing can be practiced to create more secure and increase more confidence for travelers. And of course, in terms of business sustainability, we are also looking at many business looking at multi-skilled worker, which are technologically savvy, whereby they have a diverse skill sets that they can retain their talent in a wider scope of work rather than just a very specific scope of work within the industry itself. Moving to the next section, this is where I want to share a little bit as being the lead shepherd or the chair of the APEC Tourism Working Group. We ourselves as also working very closely with 21 economies and looking into areas where we can share or we can assist the industry in terms of moving forward. So first and foremost is the launch of the APEC Tourism Strategic Plan 2020-2024. We did some revamp to this particular strategy because we need to meet the criteria, or we need to incorporate some of the elements of mitigating the impact of COVID-19 to the travel industry into the strategic plan. So we came about with the 4 strategic priority areas, if you can see on the slide. This match very closely with the trend that I've just mentioned in the previous slides. You can see we are working on digital transformation, we are working on human capital development, which include reskilling, widening the skill, or also looking into the multi-skilled worker that can cover issues on digitalization as well. And we are looking at travel facilitation and competitiveness. We are trying to work with IATA. We're trying to work with some of the international organizations as well, WTTC, in terms of how we can facilitate the movement of people traveling within the APEC economies. And finally, of course, we are also looking at and working on sustainable tourism and economic development, where we are trying to look at the readiness of community-based tourism. We are looking at post-crisis management and operation. How can we assist the industry at the ground level in terms of moving forward? We are working very closely with APEC, which is our APEC Business Advisory Council, comprises of the business community within APEC, in terms of looking how to move this agenda forward. We are also working with other APEC working group, including transportation, health, emergency preparedness, digital economies. This is specifically to optimize resources and collaborate with them innovatively and avoid working in silo. This is one few of the things that I can mention within the time limit that I have in terms of what APEC is doing, and we welcome many of the industry, especially the airline industry and the airport companies, airport corporation, to come and work with us at the APEC tourism working group level. So I'm coming to my last part of my presentation. This is where I want to offer some policy recommendation in moving forward. First and foremost, as what many countries have been doing, including Malaysia, continued support for the industry is very important. As I mentioned earlier, the tourism industry is quite volatile, and the tourism industry is the first one that has been affected due to the coronavirus, this COVID-19, because of its nature of people traveling across border, even at the district level as well. So when I talk about tourism industry, this includes airline and airport as well. So fiscal and monetary stimulus need to be there, need to be put in place, need to ensure that they can survive at least throughout this recovery period or mitigating the negative impact period. So beyond that, we understand that the company themselves also need to re-strategize their businesses, as I mentioned earlier, to meet the current travel demand, to meet the current trend in terms of traveling. So they themselves have to also play their part in terms of moving forward. As you can see, some of the ideas here is that what we have done is that we have provided financial support for the industry. We need to look at supporting the MSME, which are the most vulnerable within the tourism industry as well. Infrastructure investment. This is the current time, which is the government can start spending to ensure that the infrastructure for the tourism industry is being well maintained during the downtime. And finally, travel incentive. There are many ways of doing travel incentive right now. One of which Malaysia is doing is through vouchers, rebates, and discount packages to entice people to travel domestically for now, but internationally it can also work well because we also need to entice people to start to travel inbound from other countries as well. Secondly, we are looking very seriously and I believe many countries are also looking very seriously, is a coordinated border opening, or we can call it travel corridor arrangement. This include harmonization of cross-border travel protocol as well. What is happening globally right now in terms of border opening, there are several stages or several ways or models of opening borders are being undertaken. There are regional, I would say, initiative, which have been done by the EU very effectively. They did it quite well in terms of the traffic light system to identify which country are safe to travel and which country are in the medium, or I would say which country are in the red zone who cannot accept or who cannot travel abroad. So that system works quite well for very integrated, very mature regional blocks. But it still has a long way to go for a new block such as other regional grouping, which need more time for negotiation and so on and so forth. Beyond that, we can look at bilateral arrangement. Bilateral arrangement, this is many countries call it as a bubble arrangement. Some in this region, it is also well known as RGL, which is called Regional Reciprocal Green Lane Initiative, whereby people are allowed to travel within two countries when they have a reciprocal agreement put in place. For example, Malaysia has an RGL agreement with Singapore. And then I believe Singapore has also an RGL with some of other countries, including China, one region in China. And they're also working with Hong Kong. So RGL is also very effective in terms of stimulating or start the process of border opening in a very structured manner. Unfortunately, the word reciprocal sometimes pose a hindrance, and it will consume a lot of time in terms of allowing this process to materialize. When you say reciprocal, that means both countries must agree. And to that particular agreement, let's say if country A and country B says, okay, you can come to country A can go to country B with 14 days of quarantine, then reciprocally it will work the other way around as well. So this process of negotiation and process of coming up with specific reciprocal arrangement will take a long time to negotiate. So that process may take a little bit of time, but it is also being practiced right now. But finally, one of the model which I believe to be a little bit more effective would be unilateral. Unilateral opening up of border, which can be done by many countries, whereby each individual country themselves will put the condition for anybody who wants to come to their particular country on their own unilaterally. So they can have internal discussion domestically with the Ministry of Health, with the Immigration Department, with the National Security Council to look at what is the best possible measures that they need to put in place in order for people to come to their particular country without having a reciprocal arrangement with other countries. If you do it unilaterally, there is an interest for your country to receive people coming in. Number one, of course, for business traveler, you want business people to come to your country, investor to come to your country and do business and start to spur the economic development. Number two, of course, for our topic and my section is my expert as well, is in terms of tourism. You want people to come to your country to also redevelop the tourism industry. So you can put as much requirement as possible. As long as you do it on your own unilaterally and encourage people to come, you can even set green countries that come to your that are allowed to come to your country, for example. So this unilateral approach can be done faster, can be done a bit more practically without having a rigorous negotiation with partner countries, either bilaterally or regionally. But what's important is that when we are looking at opening borders, there are also issues of harmonizing the cross-border arrangement. And this is where we need to look at risk management, evidence-based approach when we want to put restriction in our border. If we say that, okay, certain country are not supposed to come to my country because of they have a high number, you must have an empirical reason or very specific risk-based assessment to showcase that certain number of people cannot come to your country. So this is very important to put in place. And more importantly, if you can see standardization of testing, this is also need to have a certain recognition among member countries or among countries globally to recognize certain part of testing around the world. But this standardization of testing now is more and more becoming less important. But more importantly right now is the certification system of the vaccination that people are now taking across the globe. So how do we measure or how do we maintain in terms of looking at how do we want to make sure that we recognize certain vaccination is undertaken in certain countries is very important right now. So next slide, we are looking at embracing digitalization. This is where we need to look at integrating digital identities and smart COVID-19 vaccine certificate. As I mentioned earlier, WHO is working on a global interoperability, I would say interoperability of recognition of vaccine certificate all over the world. I believe there are many travel passes, vaccine passes or digital travel passes being developed by many organizations or associations around the world, including I believe IATA is also looking at this. But the most importantly is that if we have these various type of travel passes, vaccine passes, we need to ensure that they are recognized or they can operate across platform. And WHO right now is trying to work out on this, I would say, global platform where all other passes can be recognized and mutually acceptable by several different regions in this world. So there are some new development in this area. We need to look into this process in terms of this development. If we follow WHO recommendation very closely. And of course, when we talk about online digitalization of identity and also online certification, the issue of cyber security measures and guidelines need to always be at the back or need to always be at the forefront in terms of making sure that things are working. So my last recommendation would be invest in greener technology. Greener technology means that, as I mentioned just now, sustainability is important. Biometric verification, contact tracing, virtual queue and traffic arrangement at airports need to be looked into. Low density and eco-sustainable tourism services need to be also a priority. And as mentioned earlier, multi-skilled workforce must be and diversification of skill must be implemented so that we can retain our worker in the longer term. And finally, moving forward, I'm just going to wrap up very quickly. We need to, as I mentioned, we don't want to wait until post-COVID-19, then we want to do something. We will have to do it right now. We must seize the recovery potential and the evolution of demand and try to take advantage of this. And we must use evidence-based for agile strategy, look at very specific requirement for restriction of border control rather than have a blanket border control or a border closure within the country. We must strike a balance between supporting the industry and also maintain the industry competitiveness so that they can also be ready for future shocks with similar pandemic that hits us in 2020. And finally, addressing sustainability along the entire tourism value chain in order to ensure that we can maintain the tourism industry sustainability as well as nature and also flora and fauna sustainability. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Presentation, sir. It was truly impressive. And next, please allow me to invite Mr. Jin-ho Lee, Senior Vice President of Passenger Business Division in Korean Air, up on the stage for his presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jin-ho Lee, a Senior Vice President of Passenger Business Division of Korean Air. I would like to first mention that the presentation provided by Mr. Daud was very interesting. It was about the Asia-Pacific region, and his suggestions are going to be very helpful for us as an airline company. Today, in my presentation, from the perspective of an airline, I'm going to discuss the overall trend of demand recovery and how we can boost revenue for airlines around the world. Before I begin, I would like to congratulate the 20th anniversary of the Incheon International Airport. This is the content of my presentation. First, I will discuss the aviation demand forecast under the pandemic, and given the current circumstances, how can we strengthen the aviation network? And finally, I'm going to discuss various ways to boost revenue in the post-COVID-19 era from the perspective of Korean Air. Let's first take a look at the aviation demand forecast. As you can see in this graph, IATA made the forecast that this year there is going to be about 50% decline in the aviation demand. And when you look at the overall trend, by 2024, we may be able to resume the demand that will be commensurate to the 2019 level. And as for the dotted line, this means that if we had not had the pandemic, then this would have been the demand projection. But in order to reach that level, it's going to take much longer time. Given these circumstances and considering the future demand forecast, we have been making adjustment in our supply planning in order to provide air transport capacity in line with the demand forecast. In the case of 2021, in the first half, we expect that there may be some easing of border control, but in some countries they may strengthen their border control and restriction measures. Therefore, in the first half of this year, the demand is going to be similar to the level of demand last year. And starting from the second half of this year, with more rapid vaccine rollout and easing of quarantine and other restrictions, we expect that the demand for aviation may recover. We believe that in the fourth quarter, we will be able to see some recovery of the demand. And this means that we will be able to reach 50% of the demand that we had in 2019 by the end of 2021. When we take a look at the aviation demand globally, as well as in Korea, there has been a pent-up demand. And there have been several cases. One travel agency carried out a promotion campaign to give hope for those who want to travel. And in a very short period of time, 10,000 people signed up for this tour program. And another travel agency sold hotel rooms in advance, and in just 1 hour, more than 5,000 rooms were booked. And these cases indicate that there is a large amount of pent-up demand. And if travelers feel confidence about safety in air travel, they may want to resume their air travel. So this is our expectation. Now, in order to recover this demand, we first need to ensure that customers feel confident about air travel. We need to be able to give customers confidence that they can travel safely. And this is going to be a key in recovering the demand for aviation. So this is going to be the very important topic. So once again, we need to ensure that travelers feel safe about traveling and flying. And in this regard, several countries are promoting travel bubble through coordination and negotiations. And it has been reported in the media, and between Palau and Taiwan and with Singapore, there have been some travel bubble programs initiated, and also with some countries such as Thailand that have some confidence in their quarantine capability, they are carrying out negotiations to establish travel bubbles. When travel bubbles are arranged, then between certain countries, travelers will be able to fly across borders. And after we gain some successful experiences in utilizing the travel bubbles, this may trigger a further increase in the aviation demand. In addition to national level activities, IATA has been leading the initiative in introducing the travel pass, which is a safety or health pass for cross-border travelers. Korean Air has been talking with IATA for a couple of months, so we will begin the pilot implementation of travel pass starting from April this year. So if you got the PCR tests or got the vaccination, then this information would be delivered to your application on the mobile phone. So rather than carrying paper documents, you can go through all the safety checks with the digital application. This will help you avoid any unnecessary quarantine measures. So with these measures put in place, travelers will be able to gain more confidence about air travel. And together with travel restrictions eased or lifted in several countries, there will be an increase in demand. And once again, to revitalize the demand, it's not just a single country's effort, but also countries around the world need to move in the same direction. And also, when the quarantine restrictions are lifted, then starting from that point, I believe that there will be more traveling around the world. In this regard, our network strategy is as follows. Now, under the pandemic, we have been implementing direct flights rather than utilizing transfers. I believe that travelers would prefer direct flights to their destinations. And together with the integration with Asiana, we'll be able to have more direct schedules offered. As for the long-distance routes between continents, we would have to utilize the hub and spoke strategy utilizing the Incheon International Airport. In that sense, the competitiveness of the Incheon International Airport is very important for Korean Air and other airlines. As I mentioned, Korean Air will continue to offer more flights, direct flights for point-to-point scheduling. At the same time, we're going to utilize the hub and spoke strategy in parallel. This type of network strategy will be effective when we see a recovery of the aviation demand. Therefore, our company is making various efforts to boost the aviation demand. Safety is our number one priority. So we've been collaborating with Asan Hospital and other facilities to offer convenient testing. And we have implemented the Care First program for safer travel. In addition, even though travel demand has declined, we need to maintain a certain level of network. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to recover the demand. Therefore, we have been utilizing passenger aircrafts for cargo delivery so that we can maintain the minimum level of flights for the major routes. And we also are catering to special demand, for instance, charter flights for those who are returning back to Korea. And there is still some demand for special mobility cases, and we are offering support for these demand. In addition, we understand that people still have desire to travel, so we are operating no destination flight. And together with resort in Thailand, when you go to this resort in Thailand, you don't have to be quarantined for as long as you stay in that resort. Likewise, there are these programs that we have been selling to satisfy people's need or desire for travel. And in addition to that, we've been strengthening cooperation with various stakeholders and international organizations because it takes a lot of coordination and cooperation to ensure safe flight. In the post-pandemic era, we need to find ways to boost our revenue. First of all, we have been preparing for changes in the business environment to boost our revenue. As I mentioned earlier, demand will spike up once again when there is enough level of safety guaranteed and only when countries lift their travel restrictions. But nevertheless, in the meantime, in this new era of with COVID period, we need to find ways to increase our revenue, and we're making preparations for that. So I'd like to share with you 5 major directions we've been taking. First of all, we've been promoting digitalization. Going forward, in the post-pandemic era, we expect that there will be a demand and expectation for contactless services and smart services because these will increase convenience for the users. So, in order to complete the digitalization, we have been making various plans. As you have been flying in the past, you know that in order to verify the identification of travelers, there are several checkpoints where your ID will be verified, and then we can utilize the scan technology to verify travelers, and this is one part of digitalization. And also, there is a very high penetration rate of mobile phones, so it is very important to create a mobile environment for sales and customer services. So in January this year, we have renewed our website and our mobile application. So these are the new user screens for the mobile application and the website. And our customers are finding it very convenient. We will continue to make investment in this mobile services. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you have 2 more minutes to go. Yes, I'm aware of that. Thank you. Next, we need to also make efforts for cost saving. In the past, there were some costs involved in the distribution, and now we are promoting new distribution channels to cut costs and gain savings from the distribution while we can effectively market our services to our customers. Next, globally, there is a very high attention to environment-related aspect. So we are going to introduce 70 new aircrafts. They are more eco-friendly and more energy efficient. There will be a continued transition to such aircrafts in our fleet going forward. Finally, we're going to put our customers at the center of our business. In each step of the travel, starting from the booking all the way to check-in and boarding and post-flight, we have been making a lot of efforts to improve this entire process to be more customer-centric. For instance, at the booking stage, there will be notification services, and for the ticketing, we will offer a variety of payment methods. And for check-in and onboarding, we're going to utilize new technology. And then in the post-flight services, we're going to also provide more customer services so that we can continue to increase our potential customer base. This has been my presentation of how we can boost demand of aviation from the perspective of airline. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Sir, it was very informative presentation. And next, we will have a presentation delivered by Miss Vivian Chung, Executive Director of Airport Operations in Hong Kong International Airport. Please welcome her with a big hand.
Hi everyone. How are you? Can you see me? Yeah, I assume that you can see me and hear me correctly. Thank you very much. I'm going to change the topic on how to diversify our business for the future. The previous two speakers have talked about the demand, and we know that the growth is going to be slower than before. But however, we're taking this opportunity to do more development for the future. We have strong confidence that the demand will come back, maybe slower, 2 or 3 years, but eventually we still need to have enough capacity to serve the demand. So also the topics that how do we diversify our business from our airport city to a city airport with many different functions. The function we're talking about that we're enhancing our capacity, of course, that's one thing. And we're going to expansion our terminal and apron facility. We're going to develop different services such as a Sky City, Asia World Expo, and a lot of also topside development will come passenger from the border of China. Let me go through some of them with you. First of all, for the 3-runway system, as many of you know that we are building our 3-runway system. Currently, we have 2 runways serving about, on 2019, serving 76 million passengers. We forecast that in the future, 10 years down the road, we will be over 100 million. So we have embarked a development of the 3-runway system since 2016. And to do some landfill, to gain extra land, and then also build extra runway. And this is supposed to be open on 2024. And in fact, we are on time within budget. On 2022, we will open up the north runway and close the middle runway for 2 years. And 2 years later, by 2024, we will open all the 3 runways. To meet future capacity. Okay. And then at the same time, because as previous 2 speakers mentioned that the current flow have all decreased, we actually, no exception, our passengers have decreased by about 95% flow. So we're taking this opportunity to do a lot of airport enhancement. One of the examples is inside the terminal. We are doing quite a lot of touchless technology, including e-boarding gate. So a single token using your face as a passport. starting from checking, security, and all the way to boarding, that we actually complete more than 50% of the project already. So by somewhere around early next year, we will complete the entire terminal enhancement on that. And at the same time, we'll also enhance all the gate area. For example, our ceiling is very tall. We haven't been able to have a good cleaning service on that ceiling because so many passengers in our terminal before COVID-19. Right now, we're down 95%, so there's enough room and space for us to clean up everywhere and renovate everything. So when we start to welcome all the passengers back again, we're going to have a brand new look terminal, including all the toilet revamped, all the gates are revamped. Okay. And also touchless technology. Both previous two speakers emphasized the importance of that. So I mentioned about e-security gate, use your facial. You don't need to, show your boarding pass anymore. And we have a lot of patrol robots, and we implement digital aprons so we can track all the movement on the apron too, and many of the applications on our mobile phone. And we are probably one of the first few airports that implement total 5G. We launched mid of last year. So by end of this year, we should have all the 5G implements in our airports. That not just for passenger to use, also for application to application and facilitate our IoT application. About diversify, so that's enhance our service using this, taking the opportunity of a slack time right now. About the diversification about airport business, as you can see from the graph here, we have one piece of land about 25 hectares big. We're going to build several things, several hotels, and also build a large entertainment dining area, and also office tower. Let me show you some detail next page. So this is what we call Sky City, and we actually we have tender out. A company won this. We call the entertainment area called 11 Sky. So this is an artist's impression next to our terminal. And a Sky City, 11 Sky, it will be Hong Kong, the biggest, largest hub of retail, dining, and entertainment, all in one building. Provide gross floor area of 3.8 million square feet, and also it's the biggest indoor entertainment center with a lot of very advanced entertainment provided for the kids of the adults. And also there's a Grade A office tower and over 800 shops and restaurants. And next to that, the largest entertainment center is the AWE Phase 2 development. We're going to build another extension to our current exhibition center, which will host 20,000 seats as an arena, so you can hold a performance or any kind of exhibition in there. To facilitate all this development, we're actually also going to implement a autonomous vehicle from our our airport to the city, where the city MTR or subway system will end at when you see this drawing on the bottom, there's a place called Dongchong. So the city subway goes end at Dongchong. If you want to come to the airport, you have to take an airport expressway. Airport expressway is meant to create for a sort of a train, also a very fast train, but it's meant to create for the passenger, to facilitate other tourism or facilitate airport workers. We actually create this autonomous vehicle, this yellow line connect to the subway at Dongchong. Now we have developed this autonomous vehicle, driverless vehicle, for our baggage tracker. In fact, run for almost a year. very successful. As you can see, this truck actually have no one in there. They are dragging the baggage. And I have a video to show you, but unfortunately, we're running out of time, so I may show you in other occasion. Next, I want to talk about, again, diversify our business there. So this airport doesn't only rely on the passenger. We have a 76 million passenger in 2019, but we have a 5 million tons of cargo. We have been #1 cargo airport in the world for many, many years, and we want to keep that. So we have, during the COVID-19, we actually enhance our high-value good, including the transshipment of all the vaccine, and so fully develop our cold chain, and also to facilitate e-commerce. For example, to facilitate cold chain, we have get the CEIV Pharma certification, fresh produce certification, and live animal certification. So all this include our hardware, software, procedure, and people. They are all equipped with the best technology and knowledge to handle cold chain. Okay. And one more thing I want to talk about to share all our knowledge with the rest of the world. We have created a regional training center, and we have since 2016. We call it Hong Kong Aviation Academy, and we have rolled out about around 190 courses with over 140,000 enrollment throughout these years. And we are going to build a campus, a new campus nearby our airport. The campus will allow around 1,200 people live in there and work there, work on the airport, live there, have fun, and learn all together. So this is all about our diversification and our business. And hopefully, even in the future, when there's a passenger demand shrink, we are still business from other place. So finally, I just want to show you a video to share our airport city vision. Sorry that we didn't turn on the.
interrupt you, ma'am, but you only have 2 minutes. Please be aware of that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm actually, it's finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We would like to hear all the great opinions and informative presentation from all the speakers, but due to the time constraint, please understand that I have to stop you. Thank you very much. And next, I would like to introduce Deputy Vice President Kata Vinin of Air Cargo Management Department in Airports of Thailand for the next presentation. Please give a big hand.
สวัสดีครับ Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Kata Vinin. Say hello from Bangkok, Thailand. Today, I have to say thank you to Incheon Airport for giving us an opportunity to be here today at this moment with you guys. And first and foremost, we have to say congratulations for your 20 years anniversary for the Incheon Airport. And then for today, I have been given to talk about three things. It comes with the diversify, the increase of the revenue, and the logistics. So for three of them, with 15 minutes that I have, I separate into 4 parts of that. The first thing is situation reports. And the second is how crisis affect on cargoes and the network collaboration, and ending with the new products or the emerging of the new product. In the Suvarnabhumi Airport, actually for today, I have to fly to Incheon Airport to sit beside you and talk with you face to face. But unfortunately, for the pandemic, I could not. Right. But however, with the technology, so we can stay in touch together here. And I think this thing will be changed from the way that we do conference, from the way that we're traveling, for the way that we connect the world. Of course, as we mentioned that you already know that every people talked about the aviation business for the last years is a pretty suffering time for the aviation business. Someday airport almost closed. We have just only a few hundred passengers walk around in our airport during pandemic. But this also gives us an opportunity to improve the facilities, to training the people, and to expand the capacity of the airport. The thing is, after the pandemic has been gone, so we're going to have the capability to welcome all travelers to Thailand again. So this affects the tourism business quite a lot in terms of the aviation, of course. But in another hand, for the cargo, it seems different because when people just only sit there and stay home, so they need to consume. The things is moving around throughout the world. By carrying probably in our Suvarnabhumi Airport, or that we call Bangkok Airport, normally we're going to have like 100% of the cargo carrying by the aircraft. 80% is carrying by the passenger aircraft. Only 20% carrying by the cargo aircraft. The thing that's here from the information that we do have here is the number of flights. The number of flights has been going down for 60%, and number of travelers for the international has been going down for more than like 80%. But in turn, for the cargo, the volume is going down for international only 30%. And this becoming this year, for year 2021, the trend will be very good. And also the cargo volume, we suppose that and we expect that by the end of this year, we're going to have the cargo volume at the same level where we were in 2019, about 1.3 million tons. But in turn, when the passenger aircraft has been sustained for a little while, the freighters going up 100% of that. They are the big cargo volume, they are the big aircraft with the scheduled flight or a shadow flight that can contain a very high yield for the air cargo business here. You can see from the cargo terminal, they are very packed every day from day and night. People try to send the shipment in and out throughout the Thailand and also the region as well. The thing that we're talking today is how crisis affects on cargo because consumption is remain the same. The thing is from the industrial side, that means the manufacturer still working. They're still producing a goods, and also the people still consume. With this kind of the perspective, when people consume, they need the logistics, and they need faster than before. At the airport, we are only a part of the logistic and supply chain. Of course, when the shipper and the consignee, they need to send the goods for the product, they will choose the option, the mode of transport, even air transport or sea transport or the road transportation, of course. When they're choosing air transport, the first thing that they need is time, to cut down the time, but still saving a cost. So it's not relevant, but it is. Before that, I mean, like over decades ago, one person shipping 1,000 kilo of cargo by one airway bill. But nowadays, the e-commerce changed. 1,000 people shipping 1 kilo of cargo hourly or a minute, things like that. So you can see the frequency of the cargo moving around the country or throughout the world. For the record, from the airport of Thailand, only in Suvarnabhumi airport, from 5 years, our e-commerce volume has grown up 1,000%. It's true, 1,000%. So it's grown up very, very high on the demand of things like that. So I got to propose the things from the concept of the share facility, that we could do some sort of share and combine. The network collaboration, because each airport has a different character. So the character of the being supported by tourism, being supported by the industrial, or being supported by the ecology basis. But the thing is, for the strategic location, as you mentioned, that for the consolidate at the strategic location, things like we need to share and combine. For example, in here in Bangkok, Thailand, we have the neighbors, the CLMVT, this means Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam, including Thailand. We have the population around 250 million population. And then, so that's why this group of country has connected with also the border as well. So the multimodal transport played a very important role currently. So we have been looking through the cargo with our top management. So we're concerned about cargo for this past 5 years. And then we do a lot of things in terms of developing the cargo business to diversify the business, not just only aviation in terms of passengers. So currently, the capacity that we do have in the airport, we have 660,000 square meters for the phase 1. And we have phase 2, another 1 million square meters land beside the airport to develop into the airport logistic part. What we do right now, we use the concept of sharing information amongst sea transport, air transport, and road transport together with a digital platform that we could know everything with the concept of speed, accuracy, transparency, and also traceability. When we know everything's up, we know the information, we have the data, we can analyze things more concrete than before, that what sort of business has been put into the airplane, or some have been put into the sea freight, or some have been put through the multimodal transport by road. This the most example for the diversify is that for the AOT and the airport of Thailand, we create a product such as the airport logistic link, or we could link in our company, we have 6 airports altogether from the north and the mid and the south part of Thailand. So in the future, probably not more than earlier next year, when the customer or the shipper would like to send the cargo to the airport of Thailand or the Suvarnabhumi airport, they probably just send the cargo straight to Chiang Mai or Phuket. And we got to do the rest with our network and our collaboration with the digital platform to separate or spread or be hub and spoke to share those kind of the cargo throughout the world by our network. That we are doing it right now. And the thing is, besides from share and combine, that I would love to present the new product for the business as for the cargoes. So when we talk about the cargo, for the new product, we say cargo is always economy. So every time cargo is a good economy class. But currently, if we focusing cargo as a business class, people will love it and people love to use it. We didn't look at the cargo as a high value all time, but some of the cargo we name as high value logistic cost. For example, if you deliver from mangoes or the Thai orchid, a very fine one, and then you need it now into the fine dining restaurant in the Frankfurt public, you need to move them with a very carefully speed, temperature control, and very high quality of that. So at the airport, when you put those mango into the aircraft, it's all the same. They will go to the destination at the same time as the normal class. But at the airport, someone will take care for the business class for cargo more precisely. So this kind of costing and things like that, we designed for people that they love to use it. In the airport, in Suvarnabhumi Airport, we named it PPL, they call perishable premium lane, that gives the chance and opportunity for the shipper and consignee to find out more on the product that we design for the business class for the cargo. This perishable premium lane, we include not just only business class of cargo at the airport, but for the pre-clearance or pre-shipment inspection in terms of the perishable goods as well. So, for example, when I want to ship the mangoes from Bangkok, probably to Belgium, then we need to do the custom clearance here in Bangkok and also Belgium. And for the non-tariff barrier as well, from like FDA inspection, for the agriculture product inspection. So it is going to be better to do everything in the port of origin first. And when everything is done for the inspection at the airport of the origin first, when we go to the connecting point at the airport of the destination, this product should be get into the country without any restriction anymore. But this needs a strong collaboration between government to government as well. So this is the concept that they say like the borderless, it's truly borderless, not for only for the duty and for the non-tariff barrier as well, that if product of the perishable premium range to create that, we should support the global e-commerce in the perishable platform as well. Imagine probably if you would like to have durians or mango sticky rice from Thailand, or even tom yam goong for the fresh one. So you can order from the e-commerce platform and wait for a few days, and then everything will send it straight into your doorstep. It will be better to do so. And we're promoting the export hub for perishable product with the free zone privilege in Suvarnabhumi as well. So this kind of activity that I've been talking about the diversify, we just not play the roles at only for the infrastructure or facilitator only. We in touch with the business. We got to learn what the business wants and what the shipper or consignee wants. And we try to be middle connection between those of them. So that means the diversification, the increase the revenue, and also the logistic function back at the airport. Right. This is going to be all of today. Story about the Suvarnabhumi Airport. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and wonderful presentation. Last but not the least, let us invite founder and CEO of AOE, Mr. Kian Gould, for his presentation. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Mr. Kian Gould, are you there? Oh, due to the technical problem, he is currently not connected at this moment, but we are trying our best. Please be patient. Thank you. 네, 잠시 기술적인 문제로 인해서 조금 시간이 걸릴 것으로
Due to a
예상이
technical
됩니다.
issue, it will take a little bit of time. We ask you for your understanding.
네, 여러분께서 아시는 것처럼 국제적으로
As you're
많은
well aware, since we do have many speakers, both online and offline, we are experiencing a technical glitch, but we are logging back on with him, so we ask you for your understanding. Thank you.
Oh, you're here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Please
Can
welcome
you hear
him.
me?
Yes, we can clearly hear you. Please
Okay,
welcome him
great.
with a big hand. 다시 한번 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Thank you very much. My Zoom crashed the moment I started sharing. So I'm going to have to talk a little bit faster then. So today what I want to talk about is what got us here won't get us there. And I will be looking at reinventing airport ancillary revenues in a post-COVID era with a digital collaboration mindset. And my name is Kian Gould. I'm the founder and CEO of AOE, and we are a company that has been reshaping the future of digital airport experiences for the last years. In 2019, with 300 people in the company, we provided digital services to more than 225 million passengers and powered more than $500 million in revenues across our airports and airlines. And you might know us from many of the world's most successful airport and airline digital transformation projects, including building Heathrow Boutique and making it the most successful luxury shopping experience in the world, where more than 20% of all airport purchases are powered digitally, and we sold more than one Swiss watch every 15 minutes. Other examples include us reinventing Singapore Airlines KrisShop, making it the world's leading airline digital retail program. We quadrupled sales in the first 12 months, and actually throughout COVID, we saw continuous growth. And in the last 12 months throughout COVID, we actually had more digital retail sales than the airline ever had in in-flight sales, which really shows the power of digital even throughout the pandemic. And another example is also what we've done in New Zealand, where we combined the entire airport shopping experience with the downtown shopping experience, driving more than $500 million New Zealand dollars in revenue in just the first year of operations. So just to set the scene very quickly, what COVID has done for non-aviation revenues is, on the one hand, of course, the good is, we had growth in passenger numbers pre-COVID. We are now in the valley of tears. Everything from now on will be growth. And the bad side, of course, is there has been a severe underinvestment in digitalization and ecosystems at airports and airlines as well. And the ugly as well is that, of course, there is a falling spend per passenger, and there is a drop in conversion that had already started way before COVID and has now been significantly accelerated for several reasons that I will go into in a minute. What does that mean? Immediately, that means less revenue, PAX numbers are down, fears of infections are up. In the long term, health concerns are going to be predominant for at least another 2 years. Business travel could potentially never recover. It is likely it will take years to recover. Tourism will recover first. And of course, there is a general disconnect with the channel of shopping at airports, because frankly, we just haven't done it for way too long, and we have started using other channels now in order to compensate. What does that mean for non-aeronautical revenues? Airports that are highly reliant on parking revenues will see that their revenues will likely never recover at all. If they recover, it will take years, but through the rise of autonomous vehicles, it might come to an inflection point where they actually never fully recover. So it is definitely something that is very concerning for airports that rely very much on parking revenue to fund infrastructure investments. Physical advertising will be depressed for the coming years as more and more brands turn away from billboard advertising and lose interest in general public advertising channels completely. And they are interested in digital marketing. But how can you do digital marketing as an airport if you haven't even started collecting customer data, if you don't have a digital marketing strategy, if you don't have an e-commerce strategy, and so on? So these are all things that will have a significant impact as well. Of course, food and beverage will recover first, so that's kind of the silver lining in all of that, but consumption behavior has also changed. So food and beverage outlets will have to change their service and the way that they service customers through more of a pre-order approach, more of a collect and pre-packaged meal approach, etc., for the foreseeable future as well. And most of all, travel retail will never be the same, and I'm very strong on that opinion. And the reason for that is that we have all learned that there are many other ways to get our products other than through going through an airport. And even our parents, a generation that has not really lived with e-commerce their entire life, have learned during the pandemic that that's a very convenient and simple way to get your products. And when we're looking at post-COVID habits, how passengers will change their habits, you can see, and this is data from last year conducted by Mindset, that 65% of travelers will change their habits in the airport after COVID-19. They will spend more time on their mobiles or laptops or tablets. They will avoid contact. They will isolate from the crowds, and they will spend a lot less time shopping. And this will have a massive impact on the classic non-aviation revenues at the airport. And that's why airports need to substantially change their way of attracting people to shop. COVID has basically caused an adoption of e-commerce to accelerate in a time frame of 4 months, what would usually have taken 5 to 10 years. We've seen in May last year alone an increase in e-commerce sales of 195%. And this has been across the world. And we just heard it from Thailand with cargo for e-commerce going up 1,000% in 1 year. This is not a one-time trend. This has been an acceleration, and this is not going to go back to normal, and airports will suffer from that. So what can you do as an airport? Some things you must certainly do alone. One of them is, and this is more of a mindset, you need to stop thinking like a landlord. You need to start thinking like a customer experience company, and this means off and online. And that means building digital relationships and not acting as a concessionaire or renting spaces, but thinking as a customer experience company. Invest less in concrete and more in digital. The billions and billions that have been poured in infrastructure projects at airports around the world that will now be underutilized for the foreseeable future. If only a fraction of that had gone into digital acquisition channels and digital marketing and e-commerce channels, the recovery of non-aviation revenues would be significantly accelerated. And we can see that from all our customers that are already doing significant e-commerce volumes, although people are not traveling. And what that means is creating a digital foundation for customer acquisition, retention, and digital sales that enables an airport to communicate to passengers pre, during, and post-travel in order to build different relationships. But that also extends to doing things like partnerships with luxury brands, whether that's online, downtown, or at the airport. Through digital means, you're no longer restricted by your physical restrictions of airport space and space for retail units. You can partner with digital brands, you can partner with downtown brands, you can create marketplace experiences that truly capture the passengers with the products they're interested in and not the products that had space at your airport to fill. And of course, it also means starting to think outside of the box as a global experience company. And of course, airports and airlines are already logistics companies, but they so far mainly think as providing logistics services for others. And they can, if they start thinking about being logistics providers for their own customers, this changes the footprint significantly, what can be achieved as e-commerce players in their own right. But of course, the real impact will happen together. and not just alone. And this is where the ecosystem idea comes in. And this is a term that we came up with a couple of years ago that we call the quaternity of travel retailing. And what the quaternity means is that airports, airlines, retailers, and brands collaborate digitally in order to create seamless customer experiences through shopping, through loyalty, through digital marketing channels, and through access to a much wider variety of products and services. And very few airports have managed to achieve that so far because they have frankly let their retailers take on most of the work. But retailers are not brands to most consumers. And so it has been very challenging for these retailers to build sophisticated and relevant digital experiences, to be frank. So this new, what we call the new extraordinary, not the new normal, will have to rely a lot more on digital collaboration than it has in the past. And what that also means is that data partnerships with airlines are becoming inevitable. And it's the only way to tap into a more than $100 billion loyalty point economy that has never been used to actually capture sales at the airport. And these loyalty points are sitting dormant to a large extent. Airlines cannot provide real loyalty experiences to their passengers because they're not flying. And so this is an economy that airports need to start tapping into. And what that also means is that we need to start moving from a competition to a collaboration mindset. Airlines and airports have to stop competing with each other, but actually work together in capturing and selling more ancillary revenues to their passengers, because we are now all in the same boat post-COVID. If we don't recover together, it will have a long-lasting negative effect on the viability of our industry. And what that also means is that as an airport, you have to start paying for traffic. Traffic is no longer granted. Digital traffic, like any other e-commerce player, has to be acquired through affiliates, through paid campaigns, and through other digital means. And only once you reach that level, you can really get to the ability to precisely target travelers along the journey through the different channels. Airports don't naturally have access to these channels unless they do collaborate with the airlines and the ecosystem around them. And this will lead to much more sophisticated experiences than you have seen so far. And more airports are moving in this direction because they know that travel retail revenues will not come back the way that they used to be. And what we provide as AOE is a full end-to-end solution to help airports conquer any channel through a fully integrated omni-channel approach of earn and burn, fast track, e-commerce marketplace, everything you can think of that an airport wants to provide digitally to their passengers in an entire ecosystem. So with the message of we need to break the silos, we need to think of one platform and one experience, I will end my talk, and unfortunately it seems like there's no time left for Q&A, but I would be very happy. Add me on LinkedIn, write to me, give me your thoughts and feedback, and I'm very happy to connect with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation, Mr. Gold. And as he said, we don't have time left for the Q&A. So that brings us to the end of the session 2, and we will proceed to session 3 without taking a break. But please feel free to take a quick break at any time you need. And the session 3 will be under the topic of mobility revolution and transformation of the air transport paradigm. And our first speaker will be Ms. Karisha Khan of ISCF, Future Flight Innovation Lead of UK Research and Innovation. Please welcome her with a big hand.
Good afternoon, I'm Karissa Khan, Innovation Lead for the Future Flight Challenge at UK Research and Innovation. UK Research and Innovation is a public body of the government of the United Kingdom that directs research and innovation funding. It works in partnership with universities, research organizations, businesses, charities, and public bodies to create the best possible environment for research and innovation to flourish. and it supports and helps connect the best researchers and innovators with customers, users, and the public. Future Flight is a £300 million programme in the UK, funded by £125 million from the UK government's Industrial Strategy Challenge Fund, and matched by £175 million from industry. The UK government's Industrial Strategy Challenge Fund invests in world-leading research and highly innovative businesses to address the biggest industrial and societal challenges today, and that includes future air mobility. The Future Flight Challenge aims to revolutionise the way people, goods and services fly, positioning the UK as a world leader in aviation products and markets. The 4-year programme will create and demonstrate the aviation system of the future through the acceleration of electric and autonomous flight and the integration of advanced air mobility solutions. It plays a key role in revolutionising mobility and transforming the air transport paradigm. We know that we are on the cusp of the third revolution in aviation. The first aviation revolution got us airborne with the Wright brothers. The second enabled intercontinental flight with the advent of the jet age. And now the third revolution will open up the skies to new classes of air vehicles with novel technologies and bring greater flexibility, connectivity, and accessibility to air transport. This new generation of aviation will incorporate multiple classes of air vehicles such as drones, advanced air mobility vehicles, which refers to air mobility not just for urban areas, but also for rural and remote areas as well, and small electric, hydrogen, and hybrid propulsion aircraft, all operating in concert with each other in modernized airspace. The Future Flight Challenge is focusing on these multiple classes of air vehicles and developing the aviation system that will enable their safe operation and integration with all other forms of traditional air transport. We are unlocking emerging and disruptive technologies in fields such as artificial intelligence, robotics, autonomy, digital, and energy storage, which are key enablers for this mobility transformation. And we are leveraging further UK government investments in these capabilities. The projected market values for advanced air mobility vary widely, with market forecasts available in the public domain and many assumptions being made to overcome uncertainty for this new, young, emerging nascent market. But overall, we see that the advanced air mobility market is set to soar. Roland Berger estimates that by 2050, the advanced air mobility industry will generate market values of almost $90 billion a year. And confidence in this market is evidenced by strong backing by investors, with investment in startups reaching $907 million in the first half of 2020, which is more than 20 times the level in 2016. Porsche Consulting also estimated the combined market for inspection drones and passenger air vehicles and supporting services to be roughly about $74 billion in 2035. And with this estimation, inspection drones will be a $34 billion market, followed by passenger air vehicles with $32 billion. That is $21 billion for intercity and $11 billion for city-to-city services. And goods drones with $4 billion, and finally supporting services with $4 billion as well. Now, other markets have, other papers have recently published more up-to-date forecast. We saw the Volocopter's white paper published a few days ago that gives a higher market forecast. But one thing is for sure, the market value potential continues to go up with each publication, and that indicates the high potential that we would like to be taking advantage of. Earlier this year, the Future Flight Challenge published a socioeconomic report with PwC that assessed the socioeconomic levers and drivers of different use cases for drones and advanced air mobility. The use cases included drones used for power line inspection, cargo delivery of mail, and last mile delivery of medicines. It also considered the use cases for air taxis in sub-regional, rural, and urban areas. Our analysis highlighted that in the majority of use cases, there are significant potential benefits associated with the use of these air mobility technologies, with the overall unit cost of the use cases between 20 to 48% lower than the business as usual scenario. Now, the findings spotlight the potential market opportunity that could be realized through these new aviation technologies it's high, and it provides us with evidence, the Future Flight Challenge with evidence to help shape our funding decisions across a diverse range of projects that we have selected to be part of our program. So the UK aims to be a strong player in this market, and we are approaching it with the Future Flight Challenge program. The Future Flight Challenge program is being delivered over 4 years and across 3 phases. Phase 1 was launched in 2019. It focused on concept development, refining the grand challenge, and diversifying out of aviation to reach customers and new entrants. It focused on engaging players to convene the future flight community and build consortia. Phase 2 was launched in 2020, and this is the development phase, which is the phase we are in now. This phase is creating focus around customers and use cases, addressing challenges holistically. We have awarded funding to 48 projects developing multiple and competing aviation concepts. Next, we will move towards phase 3, which is the demonstration phase, where we will converge on strategic themes that deliver solutions and demonstrate the operation of multiple classes of vehicles in a fully integrated aviation system in live airspace. Now, there are many challenges to address: a lack of digital infrastructure, an already saturated air traffic management system that is not scalable and unable to cope with increased volumes, no clear technology, regulatory or operational pathways to take us from piloted to remotely piloted to fully autonomous operation, and of course public acceptance of these new technologies. But the digital infrastructure is not the only challenge. Other challenges include the lack of physical infrastructure, such as vertiports, electric charging points, hydrogen storage, and the local planning and approvals required. And of course, we need social license, like I've mentioned before. If we don't have public trust in these innovative modes of transport, or if we cannot demonstrate trustworthiness in future flight, then there is a risk that future air mobility will not take off. So we are tackling these challenges with collaborative projects and bringing in as many partners as we can. We are bringing together the best thinkers, the best innovators, policymakers, city planners, regulators, radical and disruptive technologies, new business models, stakeholders with expertise in diverse sectors, and social scientists to ensure that the Future Flight Challenge is as well informed as possible regarding the challenges being posed by society for the adoption and integration of these new aviation technologies. We are bringing together architects, engineers, and world-class operators of airports, including Heathrow Airport, London City Airport, and even airports in remote areas such as Highland and Islands Airport in Scotland. We are bringing in a wide range of customers of emerging markets in search and rescue, local services, inspection, and more, including our National Health Service. We are convening transport integration specialists to integrate road, rail, and air for the first time. We are bringing in transformational air traffic management services for piloted and autonomous operations. And we are backed by the UK government with a vision to grow, develop, and lead innovation investments. Now, our industry approach is different. We are focusing on the need to commercialize operations of innovative aircraft still in development. We are not waiting for the air vehicle to be ready. We are ensuring that the aviation system is ready for the air vehicle. We are thinking about the sector's capability as a whole and not that of the chosen few, and we are engaging beyond aviation to put the use case front and center of the challenge. Our delivery plan is bold. We will improve the speed of connectivity in cities and between regions. We will bring new life to the extensive general aviation network. We will develop world's leading products and services in clean aviation. We will catalyze investment into the UK and enable solutions to better serve our communities and our emergency services in times of crisis. It is imperative that innovation and regulation work together to ensure that regulation keeps pace with advances in these new aviation technologies. So we have joined up with the UK Civil Aviation Authorities with a multi-million-pound contract in place to provide one-to-one guidance and support on regulations and certification to all the winners of our funding competitions. This way, we are making it easier for consortia to access regulatory expertise, guidance, and viewpoints on regulations. We're helping consortia maximize the regulatory readiness for the demonstration of the aviation systems by testing them in safe environments and learning how they address regulatory challenges. We're accelerating the development of new policies and regulations to anticipate regulatory challenges in areas of innovation, and we're defining the requirements for new policies and regulations. We're ensuring that the civil aviation authorities are issuing the approvals required for the demonstrations of these innovative aviation systems to be successful. We have also developed a future flight aviation safety case framework, as developments in future flight are leading to potential fundamental changes in the aviation safety risk landscape. It is necessary for us to understand the potential changes and to respond to them in the design of the future aviation system, including the regulatory environment, safety management processes, and taking into account actions to mitigate, taking into account mitigation actions. Now, we have analyzed and documented the potential developments in future flight that will influence safety and identify activities required to address the safety impacts, especially those that will have a significant impact on the development of the future aviation system. We are also developing a roadmap for future flight that considers drones, advanced air mobility, and regional aircraft. This will help our stakeholders better understand the future flight and future air mobility ecosystem, identify market trends, drivers, enablers, and targets, and map the sequence of principal milestones, technological milestones, regulatory milestones, societal milestones, highlighting priority areas for future flight research and innovation, as well as helping us to identify the key stakeholders for collaboration and alignment across different sectors and different industries. Now, these are just a few examples of how the Future Flight Challenge is continuously providing thought leadership to the projects and the wider Future Flight community. So we have a diverse portfolio of projects that are in progress. We are taking a system of systems approach, addressing the interdependencies between vehicles, the airspace, and the broader infrastructure of aviation, including operators, service providers, and end users. Some of the projects we have funded so far in phase 2 include drones to support the National Health Service and emergency services in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, investing in the future of air mobility and technologies that will allow full electric flight in the UK, addressing challenges for the wider aviation system that future air mobility will operate within, including key infrastructure and air traffic management, investigating also the use of hydrogen as a zero-emission fuel source for future aircraft, and understanding the infrastructure requirements of this. Now, all of our projects are collaborative and bring together key cross-sectorial players from businesses, government, research organizations, universities, and public sector bodies working in partnership. Now, this includes world-class companies like Hyundai, BAE Systems, Thales, Rolls-Royce, Vertical Aerospace, GKN, British Telecommunications, and Vodafone. It also includes world-class academics from Oxford University, Cranfield University, the University of Bristol, Bath, Southampton, and Strathclyde, and these are just a few. We are also working with our local councils and authorities. One of the projects we are funding is the pop-up airport project that will create the world's smallest airports that can be deployed, for example, to support disaster emergencies. The project is called Air One and will develop infrastructure to support future electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. The project employs sophisticated design, intelligent autonomous systems technology, sustainable renewable energy input, and fabrication processes to create rapidly deployable, small footprint infrastructure with minimal impact on the environment. Now, creating a new business model for an emerging era of personal and logistics air mobility. This pop-up airport innovation is particularly relevant post-COVID because it offers flexible, autonomous, and safer transport solutions. And it is intended that this project will demonstrate its vision for future air mobility in 2021. Now, this consortia is made up of Urban Airport, Hyundai Air Mobility, Malloy Aeronautics, Coventry City Council, Coventry Universities, and a small business called 6 Miles Across London. So this is just an example of the type of partnerships, collaborative partnerships that we are convening and bringing together. This project is receiving £1.2 million of funding from the UK government for phase 2. We recognise that the most important approach to future air mobility is collaboration, and we look forward to continue building on these partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ken, for sharing your valuable ideas. And next, we have Vice President Jae-yong Song of UAM Strategy and Execution Group in the Hyundai Motor Group for the next presentation. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Jae-yong Song of Hyundai Motor Group. First of all, thank you very much for inviting us to this conference. It's a great pleasure to introduce UAM to you. At the annual World Aviation Conference, it is indeed a great pleasure to talk about UAM from the perspective of an automotive OEM. So UAM stands for Urban Air Mobility, and why is it in the limelight? And why is an automotive OEM conducting this project? What is our vision and what are our plans for the future? Well, first of all, why is UAM in the limelight? Because of the new technologies and new business models that make UAM possible. Well, first of all is electrification. As we have seen in the history of aviation, the changes in the power chain has led to new industries and new technologies. Not only in aviation, all transportation modes are going through the direction of electrification. And so, in the aviation industry, we already have electrification for drones, and we also have brittles that enable electrification of aviation in the cities. Second is autonomy. Self-driving and self-flying vehicles will indeed become an important enabler in our industry. Self-driving and self-flying will make transportation much safer. And the cost of the flight itself and the cost of the business itself will surely be benefited from autonomy. And that is why the UAM business will grow in the future. We also have big data. Self-driving vehicles on roads, when that actually is expanded to airspace, then we will need to handle more data. And therefore, we would need big data technologies that enable us to use information on a larger scale and at a faster pace. We also see that mobility services are being expanded. The UAM market, we believe, will not be scheduled flights, but rather it will be an on-demand industry for flights. Concerning the applications of UAM, we have three pillars. First is passenger transport. From the perspective of urban air mobility, we believe that 4 to 5 passengers will be able to board a single machine. For example, connecting city centers with airports. And so it will fly across 40 to 50 kilometers in the beginning. And when that is expanded, then we can expand the number of passengers as well as the range of flight.
The second pillar is the movement of goods. Currently, in the last mile delivery, drones have already been commercialized. And so this is the market that is the most cost sensitive. And so in order to have an appropriate business model, we need to be able to fly further with more goods on board. And so after the initial test pilot projects, we believe that the movement of goods will go beyond the existing electrification of flights, but it will be expanded to 1.2 tons that can fly across 3 kilometers. And so it will indeed be the introduction of new UAM machines to move goods. The last pillar is public use. And I believe that public use will be the first application to open up this market. The needs of the public sector or medical needs or the military needs will be the area that will first open the UAM market. Ultimately, UAM is in the limelight, and we expect that demand for UAM will grow because of the core issues of urban areas. UAM will be one way to solve these core issues. First is the liberation from traffic congestions. We will see a lot of innovations on land, and there will be new mobility vehicles, but we will see an exponential growth in a demand for mobility, and it will be difficult for on-land mobility vehicles to satisfy all of these demands. And so UAM will expand mobility from 2D to 3D. And what is more important is that within megacities, the travel time can be cut in half or a third even. The second issue is pollution. We believe that if we have eco-friendly fuels or eco-friendly hydrogen that is used for UAM, that will contribute to solving the mega issue of pollution in urban areas. Under the premise that UAM will scale up, based on this scale-up, we will be able to contribute to finding solutions for these issues of congestion and pollution, and therefore we will become an important means to achieve the next generation of cities. Many people talk about why can't we use helicopters instead of UAM. But as you're well aware, helicopters has the clear issue of noise. And concerning helicopters, there are many regulations in place that are quite stringent related to noise and other factors. Because of these reasons, for public use, it is very difficult to leverage helicopters in terms of cost and regulatory issues. And so, therefore, we believe that UAM will ultimately bring about the democratization of air mobility. And the UAM that we are envisioning is not for luxury, high-end use, but rather the democratization of air mobility. And so in the end, as I mentioned before, the available new technologies as well as business models coupled with applications will enable UAM to become a solution for urban issues, which will then translate into scale-up and therefore lower cost. And if we could achieve a certain scale, then we believe that UAM will become a destructive innovation for urban environments, and we believe that a new industry can be born from UAM. There are various forecasts concerning the UAM market. In the previous session, we have already mentioned this. So from an optimistic perspective, some say that by 2040, the market will be 1.5 trillion. And many believe that the inflection point will be in 2035. This is because of the acceptance by many urban areas that we expect, as well as the technology improvements in electrification and big data. And so if we could achieve cost competitiveness with the development of relevant technologies, then these optimistic forecasts can be within reach. Currently, quite a few companies are working on vehicle development to move into the UAM market. Here it says more than 250. That is the end of last year. Currently, there are over 400 companies that are working on vehicle development to dominate the UAM market. You can see that there are many startups in this market. Well, 100 years ago, when airplanes first came into the market, there were many companies competing to design aircrafts, and I think we are going through the same period for UAM. Other than startups, many aircraft manufacturers are also participating in this market. And there are also ICT companies related to mobility that are both directly or indirectly participating. Hyundai, which is an automotive OEM, as you're well aware, is also making efforts to connect our technology with future UAM. There are some leading companies, Joby of the US or Lilium of Europe, are the companies that are quite leading, and they're going through the certification process. And by 2034 to 35, those companies may come up with an early commercial model. We believe that this will be a long journey. As you're well aware, development is important, but after development, we also have the certification process, as well as the creation of an ecosystem that will enable a UAM market. How can we have a 10-year commitment for investment and development? So it will indeed be a marathon. We do hope that Hyundai Motor Group will be able to become an important player in the UAM industry, and we hope to have a voice in this industry. What are some of the capabilities that will enable a company to become a strong UAM player? First, as I mentioned before, in the end, this market should be a democratized market, and so the cost per kilometer has to be considerably lower. Let's say that we are moving from the airport to the city center. If you take a premium cab, that cost should be higher than UAM. So UAM should be less expensive than a premium cab. And so we believe that we will need a new set of requirements compared to existing manufacturing processes. We will need to have technologies that can do mass production in units of hundreds of millions of units. And so therefore, we believe that rather than aircraft manufacturers, companies like ourselves who have the experience of such mass production will have the necessary capabilities. Not only should we be able to manufacture on a massive scale, we also need to be able to secure the quality of our manufacturing. Second, we need to take a look at the functions within the overall value chain. Of course, manufacturing the aircraft itself is important, but we also need to take a look at the parts, MRO, infrastructure, and financing. So we need to connect the whole value chain all the way to the financing of these units. So what are the companies that can join in on this network? That will also be very important. The third capability is related to technology.
electrification will indeed become a differentiator. And from Hyundai Motor Group's company, we believe that the electrification technology that we are accumulating in automotive manufacturing will be able to be translated into UAM. Another important technology is self-driving. And so self-driving technologies will be indeed important to have a competitive edge in terms of technology. We also need to take a look at fuel cells. We believe that fuel cells will create an important innovation. Electrification is needed, but given the current battery technologies, we would be able to use UAM in a limited environment, but if we are to have full commercialization, there are still many hurdles related to batteries. And so if we have bigger machines or if we have longer flights, then the batteries that we have currently are quite limited. And so we believe that in the end, fuel cells will become an important powertrain for UAMs. And so that is why we are building our capabilities related to fuel cells. The fourth capability that we believe is important is the integration of the solution itself. So when you are moving from the airport to the city center, throughout the journey and the last mobility connecting air to land is all important part of the network. So how would we provide a seamless experience from ground to air and back to ground? And we believe that that would be an important competitive edge for UAM. As we have mentioned before, based on the capabilities that we have accumulated, Hyundai has started our UAM department. First, Hyundai and the UN has talent both in Korea and in the US, and so therefore, we are making efforts to overcome challenges related to technology and certification. We have 4 pillars and 4 cornerstones that represent our philosophy. We believe that Hyundai has a positive advantage related to quality and safety, which will be strengthened in UAM as well. And furthermore, related to our customers, we will have UAM for the mass, and we will continue to provide mobility for customers and people. That is why we started the UAM research. Let me provide you with an insight into our strategies. We have 3 different areas that we can emphasize. Well, first, we need to have a UAM portfolio. These are the words that we always use. Urban air mobility means that we will be traveling 40 to 50 kilometers within the urban areas. This will be on demand. Air cargo will be for longer distances that can carry a heavier load. So we are developing such air cargo and UAM at the same time. We also have regional air mobility, or RAM. Of course, this will take longer, but we hope to extend UAM to outside the city center to connect adjacent cities, and we believe that the UAM market will open for such a market as well. So in the long run, we hope to participate in the RAM market as well. We are differentiating ourselves with aircraft manufacturers, and we hope to be able to secure aircrafts for UAM and RAM. The second differentiator that we have is designed for manufacturability. We have a competitive edge in manufacturing technologies. How safe and effectively can we produce aircrafts? That is the area that we are concentrating on based on our competitive edges. And we're also working on hydrogen fuel cell powertrains. We also have an accumulation of technologies
related to fuel cells for commercial vehicles. And so we will translate that into hydrogen fuel cell powertrains for aircrafts. So we believe that these are the areas that can have a game-changing effect on the UAM market. The last capability that we have is Thrust 3, that is building the ecosystem for UAM. In the end, everything cannot be done in-house. And so in order to open this market, we will need to join different voices together to have one voice. And so the first part is partnership. Against the backdrop of the technology that we have, we will collaborate with other companies that have specialized in aircraft manufacturing for vehicle development. We will also collaborate with local governments, the central government, and organizations like today's host, the Incheon International Airport Corporation, because we believe that they will be the movers and shakers of this industry in terms of shaping standards and policies. We also hope to work with major cities in this region, such as Hong Kong and Singapore, through partnerships. Another important issue that I would like to elaborate on is policy and regulation. We hope that we will be able to work with certification bodies by preemptively suggesting standards and participating in the standardization and certification process. We hope to work closely with the certification bodies. The last part is public acceptance. In the end, because we will have these aircrafts flying over our heads, the awareness of the public is very important. This will certainly not happen overnight. And so from the very beginning stages of developing our aircrafts, we will work with the public, we will win their trust, and if there are any anxieties and risks involved, we will work hard to make sure that we settle those anxieties by creating a community. So thus far, I have shared with you the overall UAM market viewed by Hyundai, as well as our vision and directions for the future. In the end, UAM is an important part of the future mobility market. And it will impact changes of future cities, and therefore it will translate into changes in the lives of all of us living in cities of the future. Currently, we have mobility mainly based on the ground, such as roads and parking spaces and fueling stations, but this will all change due to UAM. We hope that the facilities that are currently used for land transportation can in the future be transformed into spaces that will create better standards of living, such as cultural areas. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much,
실장님께 발표
Mr.
전해주시기에 감사의 말씀 드립니다. We will continue to have next presentation. Director Changbong Kang of Advanced Aviation Research Division in the Korea Institute of Aviation Safety Technology will give us the next presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
이건가요? 넘어가는 게? 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am the first speaker speaking on the venue. I may be the second one. Let me introduce myself. I am Kam Changbong, Director of Future Aviation Research Division at the Korea Institute of Aviation Safety Technology. I'm involved in research on UAM and various other future mobility solutions. What I'm going to discuss in my presentation, as was requested by the organizers, was about policies. What kinds of policies have been designed for advanced aerial mobility and what challenges there are. The first presenter was Dr. Khan, and she's involved in the Future Flight Challenge. So you can make comparison between what the UK is doing compared to what Korea is doing. As was mentioned previously, when you think about drones, PAV, UAM, and AAM, there have been various kinds of initiatives and efforts driven by the government. And we are promoting this particular industry in the short term, medium term, and in the long term. What I'm going to focus on in my presentation is mainly about the legal and regulatory frameworks as well as policies that are designed to support this new industry and how the government has been preparing for policies and what achievements have been made. This is the pan-government initiative. There have been many different initiatives, and the pace of the government is very fast. You can see the drones, UAM, and AAM roadmaps have been developed. First, about the roadmap for the drone industry, we have the Basing Plan for the Drone Industry Development, which was created in 2017. The purpose of this plan was to improve the competitiveness of the drone industry by creating demand from the public sector initially. And then it is also about revising the regulations and building infrastructure for the drone industry. The second roadmap is, as was mentioned by the first and the second speaker, last year, the urban air mobility roadmap was created. The purpose of this roadmap was to provide a platform for uniting UAM capabilities of the nation. Our goal is to commercialize in 2025 and the full-scale commercialization in 2030. Another plan that you may not be familiar with is AAM. This is a more advanced aerial mobility compared to UAM, and it requires a different set of platforms and requirements. So regarding the AAM, we have the new plan that was announced in March this year. This is included in the plan for aviation industry development. This is a 10-year roadmap for the aviation industry, where it has many different contents, including development of the core parts, preparation for standardization, and developing core technology. I would now like to present to you some laws and policies. The first one is the legal framework. We have the Drone Utilization Promotion and Foundation Establishment Act. And in short, it is called the Drone Law. This was enacted in May last year. The purpose of the law was to provide basic support for the promotion of the drone industry. And what you can see here is the object of the law, which is the aerial vehicles that are capable of flying without a pilot on board. So PAV and drone taxis are subject to this particular law. When you look at the content, first of all, it stipulates that the basic plan has to be established on a regular basis. And there are contents about startup promotion and the regulation development. The next item is a preemptive regulatory innovation starting from October 2019. This means that we have been preemptive in predicting the future trends. We need to imagine future aerial mobility, and by making this prediction, we can identify regulatory demand or regulatory needs, and then we are preemptively addressing these regulatory concerns. So we have 30 institutions that were involved in this process, and we came up with 35 cases. And one of them, as for example, is using UAM and drone taxi. Currently, there is no human boarding and transportation business regulation in place. And the initial commercialization is targeted to be 2025. And before that, we need to prepare relevant regulations to allow human boarding. Another example is this. In some airports and nuclear power plants, it is illegal to utilize radio wave to block or disturb airport operation. So there was an improvement of the law to provide safety devices and related provisions to disallow any illegal drone operation. Now I'm going to touch upon some of the programs. The Future Flight Challenge in the UK is planning to have demonstration around 2025. We began to prepare for this demonstration city in 2019. This means that in the next 5 to 10 years, we will have this type of future city. And the purpose of the demonstration city is to apply different solutions and ideas in order to expand the public acceptance. And if such cities are appointed or chosen, they will get the benefits. And this year, we are planning to designate 7 cities. And we have the drone special liberalization zone. This zone is a space where we can develop use cases. And when they get the approval, they can get some exemption from the restrictions related to airspace use. And this year, we're planning to designate 15 cities and local governments to establish the drone special liberalization zones. And UAM drone taxi verification will be done in 3 cities. The next program is the Drone Regulation Sandbox program. It is to promote the development of new business models. Just like the Demonstration City program, the benefits include suspension of application of relevant laws. And last year, there were 13 businesses that were designated, and the results were quite good. As you can see in these pictures, the first one was a drone show in Yeouido to overcome the pandemic. This was a very interesting case. And the second case is where the Korean team won the grand prize in the global competition. And the third one was using drones to inspect wind turbines. So by utilizing the regulation sandbox, these drone business cases were demonstrated. Next is about infrastructure. It takes a lot of time and budget to build up infrastructure. So we've been preparing for infrastructure for some time because it takes intensive investment and time. And we began in 2018 to prepare for such infrastructure. The first case is the flight test facility for drones, and we have 5 such sites in Korea. These facilities are used to develop commercial drone technology, and we also have this airspace and test facility and the operation system. Now, I'm going to explain to you policy achievements. The first one is about UTM. In Korea, UTM system is to be established, and our phase 1 is by 2022, and from 2022, the second phase will begin. My institute is involved in this. The UTM development has been done quite quickly compared to other countries because UTM is a necessary infrastructure that includes FIMS, and UTID has been developed already. And currently, the open API is available, and we have TCL4 ready, which can be demonstrated in an actual city. And in 2 to 3 areas, all these capabilities can be implemented. As you saw in a short video, there was this demonstration case in Yeouido in Seoul. The UTM communication mode was implemented. 8 units, including the drone taxis, were employed. And starting from takeoff all the way to operation and landing, it was quite successful. Next, let me move on to the UAM initiative. In October last year, the roadmap was created, and now we are in the process of developing the use cases, and the Grand Challenge program is underway, just like NASA. So we have a similar program, Grand Challenge program, that will be kicked off soon. And this year, there will be the government joint UAM R&D project. And as you can see on the 4th point, we are going to continue to share UAM initiatives with the private sector in order to facilitate the innovation pace. And we have the Incheon International Airport Corporation that's involved in developing the vertiport and other infrastructure. And finally is about AAM. This is a more advanced version of UAM where rural areas can be covered. So here, the key is to create an ecosystem. In March this year, this new law includes elements about this. And regarding the ecosystem development, research is now underway in full swing. Next, I'd like to discuss some current issues and challenges and how we want to address them. There are three parts to this section. First of all, as was mentioned by Mr. Song from Hyundai Motors, it is crucial to gain public acceptance. And at the same time, we need to have a big picture of how we can integrate with existing mobility infrastructure. As for public acceptance, we still have a low level of acceptance. And some even consider that UAM could cause risks and challenges. As you can see in this box, we want to approach the UAM in a phased manner, starting from cargo to passenger, from public businesses to the private businesses. As we accumulate more experience and know-how, we will be able to expand the use cases and gain more public acceptance. And we can start operation in new cities and smart cities, and we can also offer experiential tour programs so that people can experience such services. And with respect to coexistence solutions with existing mobility, we need to first take a look at the infrastructure aspect. As you may know, in larger cities like Seoul and also in many mega cities in the world, when city spaces are designed, they were not designed to have airspaces to be utilized. Therefore, we don't have the supportive infrastructure that can support air mobility. Then we would have to utilize how we can utilize the existing infrastructure. There may be concerns, there may be some conflicts, so we need to be able to build a consensus. And also, we need to think about how to have our new air mobility system coexist with the existing transportation platform. We can try connecting with the infrastructure in the new city, and we can also build better accessibility and connectivity with ground transportation and subway as well. Moving on to the second area is about safety. My institute is involved in the certification program. This is covering the entire process from the design all the way to the implementation, so that there can be new technologies developed seamlessly. And the certification program is something that we are working on. And because it is also about urban management, we need to have an agreement on the operational system. And finally, we also need to be able to manage the overall traffic. Currently, this UTM is targeting drones that have low altitude. So we need to have the UTM expansion to cover higher altitudes of 300 to 600 meters, and it can also be expanded to higher altitude, including the space. So this is something that we need to consider. And to do so, we need to find a way for harmonization with other countries. And through demonstrative projects, we need to build our own standards, and we need to expand the use of UTM. This is the final issue, which is about creating a business environment. In Korea, we're quite lagging behind in terms of developing aircrafts, long-distance aircrafts and single-person aircrafts. These need to be developed. And regarding companies, we need to allow them to utilize public data, and we need to also provide some tax incentives for them to continue to develop in this area. This is the conclusion slide. As many speakers have already mentioned, we do see huge opportunities, but also we have many challenges. As you can see, the Korean government has been trying to promote this industry through collaboration between the public and the private sector. It cannot be done by any single country, so I believe that we need international cooperation, especially in terms of certification, accreditation, safety, and the infrastructure. Currently, there has been a lot of focus on the UAM in terms of policies and regulations, but we have to move further to AAM to include the existing aerial vehicles as well as drones and a long-distance and more advanced mobility system. I was a little bit on a hurry. I hope that you will understand my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kang, for your presentation.
And last but not least, Mr. Kwang Ho An, Director of Aviation Division in Incheon Metropolitan City, will give us his presentation. As I call him up on the stage, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
이거요? 네. 네, 반갑습니다.
Pleased to meet you. Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate the 20-year anniversary of the Incheon International Airport. And I would also like to mention what a pleasure it is to talk about air transport in urban areas. Let us take this opportunity to present a study on the realization of UAM system in Incheon. Let me first start with the UAM system from Incheon's perspective, the industry environment, policy directions, and vision of Incheon. Well, first of all, if we take a look at the UAM system, it is an air system connecting urban or near-field areas. We will be using a variety of aircrafts that match the conditions of low noise, vertical takeoff and landing for urban flight with low altitude airspace of city center. We will need terminals in the city, connection with public transportation, as well as various services needed to connect with the platform. UAM is a new means of transportation that are needed as solutions for challenges due to population concentration and traffic congestions. And so that is why we will need a 3D transportation system. By utilizing UAM, we will be able to connect the 45 kilometers from city center to the airport in just 11 minutes. The UAM system will be a convergence of aviation and automobile. It will be flying cars capable for both road and air travel. And by 2040, we believe that the market will grow to a 730 trillion won market. The UAM system will create various convergence of new industries. We will have systems related to maintenance, repair, and overhaul, as well as operation, control, manufacturing, as well as service and insurance. The UAM system will create a new paradigm for urban planning. Vertiports in the center of the city will create changes and impact expected urban planning and agricultural planning. We will have verti-hubs and vertiports and verti-pads that will be different from the existing airports. Next, let's take a look at the ecosystem in Incheon. In the Republic of Korea, ever since the Korean War in 1950, we have been able to create the 10th largest economy in the world in just 70 years. At the center of that was Incheon. The Korean peninsula looks like a tiger, and at the very center of that tiger is Incheon. And so, because of this region, Incheon has always been the gateway to international exchanges. And new civilizations and new exchanges always blossomed from Incheon. Incheon is also a city of diversity. We have an ecosystem of various cultures. We have people of various cultures and nationalities coming to live in Incheon. In 1958, Korea's first experiment of aerospace happened in Incheon, and the Namdong-Bupyeong industrial complex led the modern industrialization of Korea. Incheon is a prepared city, prepared to lead the future. We have the Incheon Port and the Incheon International Airport. We have the center of Northeast Asia's exchange. We have a megapolitan with 25 million people. We have Korea's first free economic zone. We also have been able to invite the National Drone Flight Test Site to our city. Let's take a look at some policy directions for Incheon. In Incheon, we are working on creating a multi-platform for UAM in different stages. By the end of this year, we will have a UAM vertical digital twin system in place. By 2023, we will have a UAM process demonstration. And by 2025, we will have a UAM big data platform implementation and testing to conduct testing on site. We will create a sandbox area in Incheon for relevant companies to conduct testing. If you wish to play in the sandbox, you are welcome to join us. In 2021, these are the business plans for Incheon. We will conduct an analysis and design of UAM line based on urban information in Incheon. We will have a 3D infrastructure system based on spatial information of Incheon. We will conduct the development of UAM simulation, UAM digital twin platform design and scenario, as well as the implementation of the UAM digital twin integration system and workstation. Related to UAM support businesses, we will work with leading accelerators in aerospace industry, Starburst, for collaboration in finding new companies for the global market. We will also create the UAM Global Challenge program so that we can support global acceleration. In November of 2021, we hope to host the UAM Global Conference. We look forward to your participation. In Incheon, we wish to create an innovative city for future mobility. That is why we plan to become a city for innovation in this field. We hope to connect the Incheon International Airport with Cheongna and the Gimpo International Airport, and we wish to create a DNA InnoValley in the area of Incheon. With the UAM Verti Hub, we will connect ourselves with a smart transport network and create a smart city. Next, let's take a look at the vision of Incheon. In order to become a UAM city in the Yeongjong area, we will support the growth of UAM industry. We will also conduct the iMod bus and UAM lane as a UAM specialized city. In the area of Songdo, we will have a DNA InnoValley and the UAM flight test site. And we will also have a UAM specialized city in Cheongna with the testbed for drones. Along with UAM, you can see that this Verti Hub will enable the city of Incheon to become the innovation center for UAM. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Please take your seat.
For your presentation, Director An. And we had 4 meaningful and helpful presentations delivered by 4 special speakers. All the presentations were both informative and at the same time insightful. Once again, thank you very much for sharing your valuable ideas. And from now on, we would like to move on to the Q&A session with our 4 special speakers of session 3. So, may I ask Director Chang Bong-kang and Director Kwang Ho-an to come up to the stage for the Q&A session once again? Please welcome them with a big round of applause once again. And we have selected questions from online participants before and during the presentation. So please allow me to ask these questions to our 4 honorable speakers. Okay, so the first question goes to Ms. Karisha Khan. It is from one of our audience, Jungme Choi. In relation to the UK's future aviation programs, please introduce any examples of aviation innovations that have that have already been implemented and are showing tangible effects or are affected to be introduced in the short term, such as within 2021?
Okay, thank you. So we are currently in the development phase of our program. So demonstration will occur in the third phase of our program, that is between 2022 and 2024. And implementation and scaling up will occur thereafter. Now, the projects that are participating in phase 2 will join other projects to form super consortia as we move towards this demonstration phase. So these projects have not been selected yet for phase 3. We will launch phase 3 later this year in 2021, after which we'll select those projects and move on to the demonstration phase. However, we are taking a system of systems approach, and the projects we have selected for phase 2 will be conducting trials in 2021. And some of the projects that we expect to see tangible effects include Project 2.0. This is a project that is using a holistic systems approach to simulate and physically demonstrate the viability of electric aircraft in regional air transport operations and the changes needed to achieve a scalable ecosystem with demonstrable economic and environmental impact. This project will carry out flight demonstrations of a novel prototype of a 6-seat hybrid electric aircraft to assess performance capabilities and operational requirements. Another project is called the SATE project, which is developing a sustainable aviation test environment, and it will create the UK's first low-carbon aviation test environment within a rural air transport system in Scotland. It aims to place the UK at the forefront of the adoption of next-generation green flight and green aviation, and spearheading aviation's response to climate change. This project will have real-world demonstrations. It expects to have real-world demonstrations participating in phase 3. And the developments in this will include developing the energy and physical infrastructure, so the airfields, the safety, green energy supply opportunities, the digital infrastructure, so data management, digital connectivity, operational infrastructure like the air traffic management, hardware, supply chain and logistics, looking at the user integration and airport operations and certification for these electric, hydrogen and autonomous aircraft, as well as looking at the policies that will be required for this. Another project will develop an operational environment in a representative urban region. So this project is creating an instrumented demonstration environment within controlled airspace of international airports. And this will assess the demand for UAM services in the southwest of England by developing use cases and business cases covering passenger scenarios. It will evaluate the integration and the impact on the wider transport system and the benefits to cities and residents. It will create public engagement. We've highlighted many times in this conference the importance of social license to operate. So it will create public engagement and market interest and undertake social research as well into public perceptions and attitudes towards eVTOL aircraft, and consider any concerns and ensure that the public sees the benefits of this technology. We have identified that that is key to bringing the public along to gain public acceptance of future air mobility. And this will also establish an automated UAM ATM traffic management system to accommodate high volumes of users in a tightly controlled airspace and establish robust safety cases to meet evolving certification standards to future-proof flight operations. And this will be conducting a series of live flying trials of advanced drone or UAV operations in the southwest of England to demonstrate UAM readiness and to shape the regulatory aspects as well to prepare eVTOL UAM flights for phase 3 of our program. So we have 48 projects. I don't have time to go through all of them, and we have selected them because they show potential for tangible effects. And these are just some of them.
Ms. Kim for sharing the ongoing projects. Thank you. 그리고 두 번째 질문은
The second question goes to Mr. Song Jae-yong and Mr. An Kwang-ho together. Maybe we can go to Mr. Song first and then Mr. An. Currently, I understand that Hyundai Motor Company is participating in UAM Team Korea with government agencies and several partners, including the Incheon International Airport Corporation. What would be the role of the Incheon International Corporation other than having the port for UAM?
네, 질문 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the question. Well, creating an ecosystem based on vertiports is quite extensive, and I believe that it is very important. The vertiport itself could have various types of vertiports, and so we could have large-scale vertiports that could serve as a hub, or we could have smaller-scaled vertiports that can act as stops. And if we take a look at the aircrafts landing on vertiports, there could be vertiports that are used for vertical landing, or depending on the market, we could have a completely new powertrain-based aircraft or a completely new type of aircraft that we cannot imagine now. So what we are doing is to design vertiports and preparing systems for vertiports, and I believe that that in itself is quite important. How are we going to create a network is related to partnerships with companies like ourselves. And so therefore, the design and operation of vertiport itself would be important, but so will the operators who can participate in the ecosystem. And the vertiport is in itself an airport, and so we would also need the participation of transportation operation managers that operates a system like airports. And so this will indeed be a long journey, and the role of airports will indeed be very important. And the overall process of creating such an ecosystem is also related to raising our voice related to regulations and standardizations. That will be quite key to this process. And so I believe that the role of airports in this process will be important. I would also like to add that in the end, what we need to target are customers. In the end, the customers who use airports will be the users of UAM, and they will be the users of airplanes. And so what are the benefits and experiences that airports and vertiports can provide to these customers are what we need to think about. And so we will need to come up with new benefits and new challenges and new experiences for these customers. And so for these customers, we will need to not only think about the efficiency of the operation itself, but we also need to think about presenting new experiences to these customers. And we also need to have a digital-friendly environment. And so from a corporate perspective, we believe that we would like to be provided with support in creating this ecosystem. Thank you for your answer. We will now like to go to Director An Kwang-ho of the Incheon Metropolitan City for the same question. Well, the UAM system is a urban mobility system, and so it will need to be connected with an airport like Incheon International Airport. So whether it be vertiports or vertipads, we will need to consider them from the designing phase of cities. And so from that perspective, airports are an essential part of the ecosystem. In the case of UAM, in the case of future aircrafts, experts are becoming very familiar with these concepts, but for the mass public, the awareness and acceptance is not that high at the moment. And so we need to move in a direction to enable enable acceptance by the public. For example, maybe we can approach this from the side of leisure sports. For example, we could use a system like automotive races. And so maybe we can use drones for racing. And so we will need to approach this from the leisure sports side in order to raise awareness and to raise the acceptance by the public. In the case of vertiports, we will need to consider vertiports from the planning stage for urban areas. Thank you very much. Thank you for your answer.
The next question is directed to Mr. Kang. There are several efforts made by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. As for UAM, what kind of control system will be applied? Because there may be some flights that are at the low altitudes that are not subject to the control tower's guidance. Then are there going to be any safety issues or separation between the low altitude vehicles and the aircrafts? I mentioned that very briefly in my presentation. There are many different transport systems that are under development. We have already some intelligent management system, but your question is related to low altitude air vehicles, including drones. UTM is going to be able to cover this type of traffic, and UATM is another terminology. UAM vehicles fly between 300 and 600 meters in altitude, and then we have ATM. All of them will have to be integrated in the same traffic management system, so these will be applied in the same manner. So it will initially be UTM, and then they may be subject to the control when they reach higher altitude. And by utilizing UTM, certain destinations such as Yeouido or Gwanghwamun can be connected from the Incheon International Airport to provide consistent support. There is a demonstration project underway, and when that's successful, then UATM can be applied to carry passengers. So there will be a phased expansion of the traffic management system that can cover all kinds of vehicles. Thank you.
The last question will go to Mr. Song once again. So in electrified vehicles to be on the market, the weight of the battery will be the most important. Do you have technologies to reduce the weight of batteries? Also, I'm wondering if there's a specific plan for the development of electric power for larger aircrafts. That is your question to Mr. Song.
네, 질문 감사합니다.
Thank you for that question.
일단 질문해 주셨던 것처럼
As we have heard, the weight of batteries is an important and difficult technology. Will we be able to overcome the limitations of that weight? That will be the biggest hurdle that we will need to overcome. We also need to take a look at the power per unit of weight. And how far can the aircraft fly on 1 unit of battery weight? That will be important. If we take a look at the current technology trends, when we actually have an operation of UAM, the current technologies are quite limited. So in order for us to fly the UAM for a certain distance, one flight may be possible, but to have repetitive flights, we will need the next generation battery technologies. In order to secure such next generation technologies, companies like Hyundai are making efforts. How are we going to have more concentrated batteries? How are we going to have new materials such as lithium metal rather than lithium iron? And how are we going to use solid batteries? So I believe that in the late 2020s, we will be able to utilize these next generation technologies. When we market these technologies, we believe that we will be able to have the active utilization of UAMs. But when we go to larger aircrafts, then we will have to have a long-term plan. In the end, the technology of batteries is important. At the same time, we need to have a market that can offset the cost for such batteries. So in the 2020s, we believe that we will have a battery-based market, but many companies are also working on hybrid powertrains, which will combine electrification with IC or internal combustion engines, and this is already being researched in the market. This will be a way to enlarge the range or enlarge the payload for these aircraft. So we will have players in the hybrid market as well. If we take a look at large-sized vehicles, then as I have mentioned before, we will need to take a look at hydrogen fuel cells. And we believe that if the market is mature enough, hydrogen fuel cells will also be possible. So for large aircrafts, we will need another source of energy rather than batteries, possibly hydrogen fuel cells. And if we accumulate these technologies, this market will be possible. Thank you for your answer.
We have had many interesting presentations in the Q&A session, so let's give a big round of applause to the four speakers.
For your inspiring presentation and at the same time Q&A session. 네, 두 분은 다시 무대 아래 자리로 모시겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
오늘 이곳 제5회 세계 항공
We've had the 5th World Aviation Conference where we discussed the future of the aviation industry with experts from all around the world. And we want to take this pandemic not as a crisis, but as an opportunity to advance the aviation industry. We were able to see some hopes. I sincerely hope that this conference was useful and insightful for all of you.
Now it has come to the end of the 5th Annual World Aviation Conference. Once again, we truly appreciate all of your participation and staying with us till the end of the conference. We hope you meet you again next year. 함께 해주신 여러분 고맙습니다. Thank you.
Thank you very much.